Redfall, who was supposed to be contracting the diamond grimoire, approached Wyatt. Seeing his master deeply contemplating something while staring at the daughter gem in his hand, Redfall decided to wait and not disturb him. Having learned about the principles of his daughter gems and bloodline, Wyatt turned to Redfall and asked, "What is it?" "Master, I think I would be able to better serve you if I were to contract my old grimoire. If I contract a new one, I would lose my old origin cards," Redfall explained. Though origin cards are unique, they are still cards, and once equipped, they become unequipable. So, it did not come as a shock to Wyatt to learn that one would lose their origin cards along with their grimoire. Wyatt felt that Redfall's words made sense. Without his wicked origin cards, Redfall was just another demigod, albeit a more handsome one. Therefore, Wyatt asked, "Do you know where your old grimoire is? If it isn't currently being used by someone else, I should be able to summon it once I enter the card world. But if it is being used, I should be able to sense its location while in the card world," Redfall revealed, causing Wyatt a headache. Taking Redfall into the card world would mean deceiving the field marshal. Considering Redfall's past crimes, Wyatt couldn't think of any valid reason to convince the field marshal to give Redfall a second chance. It would be surprising if she did not attack him on sight. Therefore, he could only ask Redfall to alter his appearance and lie to the field marshal about his identity. There was also the matter of those who possessed Redfall's grimoire. Once Redfall tried to summon or locate his grimoire, they would know he had been revived. Given Redfall's notoriety, all 5 regions would likely agree to put him on their top 10 most wanted list. Soon, Sky Blossom City would become noisy, as that was where Een Widow had come to find her son. Not to mention, the Southern royal family possessed Redfall's soul candle card. The moment he stepped out of the dungeon seal, it would immediately leak his information to whoever currently held the soul candle card. Finding that it was too much trouble for one Thrash daughter gem he planned to destroy after his experiment was concluded, Wyatt prepared to reject Redfall's request. But Redfall, as if reading his master's concerns, spoke up first. Seeking Wyatt's permission, he revealed, "Master, I have a rune that helps me hide from all kinds of tracking cards, runes, and curses. Even my soul candle card cannot locate me if I don't want to be found. I can reforge my runes and re-establish my divinity without a grimoire, so I plan to first recover my runes and divinity, then search for my grimoire." Wyatt had heard tales of how dreadful Redfall's origin cards were. Though not as powerful as the origin cards of the 3 mischiefs, Redfall's origin card allowed him to establish the biggest sex cult in the history of the card world. This cult was deeply rooted across all 5 regions, and even the Empire at Redfall's prime. The terror of Redfall and his cult was not to be underestimated. Even the Empire's fanatics feared the madness of Redfall's cult members. Many who had seen Clown Mask's future vision would argue that Redfall and his sex cult were more scary than the 3 mischiefs and their forces. Not stronger, but scarier, because Redfall and his followers believed in the doctrine of universal love. They would hump anything that moved, had a hole/pole, or simply turn them on. Many did not fear death, but were terrified of their own and their loved one's dignity being violated. What terrified them the most was that Redfall and his followers wouldn't even spare a mangled corpse. Just the thought of Redfall and his cult taking turns violating his enemies and their families was enough to make the world leaders lose sleep. Therefore, if they discovered that Redfall had been revived, especially those who had conspired to kill him the first time, they would do everything in their power to find him before he regained his strength and extinguish his soul so thoroughly that he could never be revived again. Wyatt weighed the pros and cons of helping Redfall retrieve his grimoire. Considering the impending demon invasion, the 7 princes of hell, Gideon Grimm aka Handsome Fox, the 3 mischiefs, the Masters, and Librarian Jr.'s conspiracy, Wyatt felt that having someone like Redfall in his ranks could be beneficial, especially with his plans to expand in the Dark Realm. After all, Redfall's origin cards operated on the principle of universal love, which meant he could establish his cult anywhere in the myriad realms, let alone in the Dark Realm. The more Wyatt thought about it, the more the pros outweighed the cons of helping Redfall regain his grimoire. As his daughter gem, Redfall wouldn't be able to repeat his past atrocities unless Wyatt willed it. Therefore, it was more logical to keep Redfall around and help him reclaim his old origin cards. Recognizing that he would need all the help he could get when venturing into the myriad realms, Wyatt no longer hesitated. He decisively chose to keep Redfall around and assist him in retrieving his old grimoire. Fine. For now, reforge your runes and re-establish your divinity. Once you've fully recovered, I'll help you retrieve your old grimoire, Wyatt informed Redfall, ordering him to focus on his recovery first. Now that Wyatt had made his decision, he did not let any guilt get to him. He promised himself that he would use Redfall's abilities to help defend the card world from the upcoming demon invasion. Just then his demon codex sounded with a notification. Demon Merchant Double Agent has requested to join your EGG guild. Do you accept? Yes/no. Note: if you accept a demon/devil merchant as a guild member, you cannot remove them without a valid reason. Please check the guild guidelines for acceptable reasons for expelling a member. Double Agent, really? You couldn't think of something better? Wyatt turned to look at Lois and asked, having read her demon merchant username on her guild application. You don't like it? I thought it would suit my role, Lois replied, a little disappointed that her master did not appreciate her attempt at being clever with her demon merchant username. Your role? Wyatt asked in confusion, having no clue what she was getting at. Master, seeing your interest in the Masters and their organization, and considering my past with them, I assumed you would have me infiltrate their ranks and act as a double agent. Hence, the username, Lois explained. Wyatt was surprised to hear how far ahead Lois had thought for him. It hadn't even been an hour since she became his bloodkin daughter Gem, yet she was already showing remarkable initiative. He couldn't help but marvel at the difference between regular tier and bloodkin tier daughter gems. If all his daughter gems showed such proactiveness, his dream of living a laid-back life would be achievable much sooner than he had calculated. Not getting an immediate response from Wyatt, Lois asked tentatively, Master, did you not plan that? Was I being presumptuous? No, I did plan something along those lines. I was just surprised to hear it from you, Wyatt assured her, appreciating her initiative and encouraging her behavior. In response, Lois eagerly added, Master, after breaking through to the card demigod realm, I can return to the organization, pretending to have escaped from the Southern royal family. Considering how much they value my physique, they will take me back without asking many questions if I credit my escape to my breakthrough. That could work, but I have something else in mind. Like a hostage exchange. I bet they'd be willing to pay anything to get you back. Plus, that would be even more convincing cover story. Wyatt revealed his plan without outright dismissing Lois's suggestion. Great plan, Master. Your way is indeed more convincing. I feel like you have experience in this sort of exchange. Lois praised her master, but Wyatt doubted if her last sentence could be considered a compliment. All right, I've accepted your guild application. You're now a proud member of the EGG Guild. Hurry up and recover. Once you break through to the demigod rank, I'll introduce you to the rest of the gang, Wyatt said, speaking to Lois almost as if she were his close friend. Given that bloodkin daughter gems were capable of opinions and desires, unlike regular daughter gems, this was to be expected. Don't worry, Master. I've already recovered spiritually and physically. I just need to restore my runes and establish my divinity. With the abundant rule power in the Devil Merchant Code's spiritual city, I should be able to recover my runes in no time. Then, using the records from the Infinity Library, I'll establish a strong and flawless divinity and break through to the demigod realm soon, Lois informed her master confidently. She couldn't wait to meet the other bloodkins and her master's friends. Okay then, I will take my leave. You two recover and contact Hive Spirit if you need anything, Wyatt said, bidding goodbye to Lois and Redfall. He exited his trophy space to join the celebration, only to find that it had already ended and everyone had gone back to work. Puzzled, he asked, What's going on? Why did you end the celebration so soon? I didn't feel right continuing the celebration when you were working, Dre spoke up first, breaking the tense silence. After all, they were celebrating her and her creation's birth. No one felt comfortable continuing the festivities if she wasn't in the mood for it. Field Marshal didn't. I tell you it was just a small hiccup and that I'd be right back, asking you to cover for me. Wyatt questioned the Field Marshal angrily, feeling she hadn't done a good job of covering for his absence. Wyatt, you were gone for almost 2 hours. Someone was bound to notice you were missing. The Field Marshal responded, not one to make excuses. She had tried her best to cover for him, but her deception couldn't fool Dre. The pixies saw right through their attempts, and upon learning that Wyatt was attending to some urgent issue, she ended the celebration, feeling it was inappropriate to celebrate while their friend was working hard to hold things together. Tisk, Corey clicked her tongue loudly, blatantly showing her disappointment in Wyatt. However, her eyes revealed that she hadn't expected much from him to begin with. Still unsatisfied, she remarked. Poor Dre, you're unlucky to have met such a client. If it were me, if it were you, you couldn't even afford a pound of mud from her forest. So, shut up, Wyatt snapped back, countering Corey with brutal honesty. The mud in Dredra's forest was enriched with rare minerals, infused with rule power and soul energy. Each pound of it was worth more than Corey's entire bank balance. Why money isn't everything. I would be there for Dre, sharing in our joys and sorrows. It would be us against the myriad realms, Corey argued, using the cliché rhetoric that every incapable person uses to deceive their naive mark. Corey, I will not tolerate you targeting Wyatt through me anymore. Even if you are my close friend, Dre suddenly interjected, which was out of character for her. Pixies were usually pushovers, except for the elder pixies, the guardians of their kind. Close friend. Wyatt was surprised to hear this. While it was easy to befriend pixies, being regarded as a close friend by one was not. For Corey to have earned that title from Dre was impressive. Then again, despite her frequent clashes with him, Corey was a genuinely good person and a loyal friend. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for her to rally comrades who were still willing to go against the 7 princes of hell for her. She truly was a reincarnator. But Dre, I was just speaking up for you. You shouldn't let him off so easily, Corey insisted, trying to convince Dre but failing miserably. Corey, Wyatt has done more for me than any client has ever done for their Pixie Library Guide. If not for him, I wouldn't have this forest, nor would I have been able to create seed. So, I am nothing but grateful to him. Dre defended Wyatt, expressing her gratitude. Despite being here to serve him, Wyatt had never treated her like a servant. Instead, he catered to all her whims, showering her with expensive gifts and favors. Though, it was another matter that if she didn't consider him her best friend, she might not have accepted them. If you're fine with it, then I'm fine with it, Corey conceded, feeling disappointed that things didn't go her way. However, sensing Wyatt's intimidating glare, she forced a polite smile. She froze upon receiving his mental transmission, first Susan, and now Dre. Can't you be normal for once? Or do you just enjoy the thrill of trying to steal food from my mouth? Don't ever leave the seed space. If I catch you outside, I'll make good on my promise to give you the whooping of a lifetime. Wyatt made sure Corey understood he was sparing her only for Dredra's sake. Since he was the reason the celebration had ended abruptly, he didn't want to upset Dre further by letting her see 2 of her friends fighting over her. Ignoring Corey, he addressed the rest. Guys, I know the moment has passed, and it's too late to restart the celebration. But I know something that will lift the mood. Hang tight. We're going to visit my elder sister. Elder sister? Wyatt, aren't you an only child? Susan asked in surprise. She had met Wyatt's uncle's family, maternal aunt, and so-called relatives from the central capital, but this was the first time she was hearing him mention an elder sister. If Wyatt did have a blood-related elder sister, Susan felt she needed to get on her good side and earn points to secure her approval of her relationship with Wyatt. Wyatt's elder sister? Everyone else was equally puzzled, as they all knew Wyatt was the only child of his parents. I just found out recently. I'm rolling with it since that's easier, Wyatt said, brushing off the details, while the field marshal, who knew part of the truth, shook her head in dismay. That's great. Now we have a valid reason to continue our celebration. What do you? 1947. Say, Dre. Courtney chimed in, seeking Dredra's opinion. Dre nodded vigorously, adding, Yes, let's go meet Wyatt's elder sister. Meanwhile, Clown Mask turned to Wyatt and asked, Boss, does that mean you're Courtney's uncle? Master, don't tell me you're Wyatt's elder sister? Courtney asked her mother in shock and utter disbelief. The others were equally stunned, except for the field marshal, who was confused as to why Clown Mask would say that. Wasn't she the one who killed his parents in the first place? Was there a hidden reason why Wyatt forgave her? Courtney, I get your point. But can't you just start calling me mother already? Clown Mask argued. Looking at the rest who were waiting for an answer, she added, "Everyone relax. I was just kidding around to get my daughter to stop ignoring me and actually talk to me." Courtney simply rolled her eyes at Clown Mask, continuing her silent treatment, while Bloodette had mixed feelings about the whole situation. "Whoa, for a minute there, you had us all. Good one," Park said with a chuckle, easing everyone's mood. "All right, you guys hang tight. I'm going to move the seed world out of the dungeon seal and to my sister's home. I'll be back in a jiffy," Wyatt said before exiting the seed world without waiting for anyone to ask about his elder sister's home. After all, he didn't want to spoil the surprise. Wait a minute, doesn't the seed world now belong to Seed? How can Wyatt move it? To his sister's house on a whim? Corey suddenly pointed out, feeling something didn't add up. "I have given the authority to Master Wyatt to do so," Seed clarified, only to have Corey ask, "Why do you call him Master?" "Master Wyatt is my creator's boss, so he is my master," Seed explained, prompting Corey to reply in skepticism. "That's a messed up logic, but I guess it makes sense." "Corey, what's with you? Why are you targeting Wyatt again? I thought you had moved on," Susan asked, puzzled by Corey's renewed obsession with Wyatt. "It seemed to have flared up recently. Let me tell you why. Unable to keep up with him, she's taking out her frustration like this," Park explained. Corey's problem with Wyatt was that she had started to develop an inferiority complex toward him after repeatedly failing to catch up, let alone surpass him. The change in Wyatt's prowess was too huge, though he hid it well. Corey, who knew his previous self, could feel the difference. "Corey, the race is only over when you give up. Don't let your desperation lead you astray. I'm sure, sooner or later, you'll not only catch up with Wyatt, but become someone he will look up to. I believe in you," Susan encouraged Corey, urging her not to let her competitive spirit cloud her judgment. However, Susan didn't forget to warn Corey about her behavior. "Also, your actions are fine as long as they're harmless and meant in fun, but they can easily cause misunderstandings. So, clarify things with Wyatt when you get the opportunity. He's been very tolerant with you for some reason. It's almost as if he has a soft spot for you. So, I'm sure if you're upfront with Wyatt, he will forgive you." Listening to Susan's advice for Corey, the field marshal couldn't help but look at Corey with pity. She knew Corey had secrets of her own, but she doubted they would ever be enough to let her catch up with Wyatt even in a million years, let alone become his equal or someone he would look up to. Noticing the pity in the field marshal's eyes, Corey was irked and sharply asked, "Why, great-grandma, you don't think I can catch up to Wyatt?" One would think that as an elder and respected figure in the card world, the field marshal would be above pettiness and would not hold a grudge against an ignorant child like Corey. However, she did. With a humorous tone, she mocked, "No, honey. I just think you're being foolish to compete with Wyatt. Why don't you find someone more suited to your caliber? My grandchild, JJ. Now, if you were to compete against him, maybe you could try and catch up to him in few decades. JJ the sewer sweeper? I'll have you know, I can take on hundreds of him right now," Corey began, but before she could finish her sentence, the field marshal interrupted. "Without using your snake familiar from the Dark Realm?" Corey hesitated but soon nodded, boasting, "Yes, I can. I can easily defeat him on my own." "Is that so?" The field marshal looked at Corey in amusement and proposed, "If you manage to defeat JJ, I will officially adopt you as my great-granddaughter. What do you say?" "I am already your great-granddaughter," Corey shamelessly claimed. Just when everyone thought she would relent for obvious reasons, she surprised them all by countering the field marshal's proposal. "If I manage to defeat JJ, you will take me to meet my parents." Corey no longer wanted to force her parents to return, knowing that what they were doing was important for them. She also did not want her parents' hard work over the last decade and a half to go to waste due to her childish fits. Therefore, she planned to meet them instead. However, for that, she needed the Southern royal family's permission, as visiting Way Beyond without a proper permit was a punishable crime. With her current strength and Lil Bame's support, she could bypass the protocol, but doing so would tarnish her parents' exemplary record in the Southern Watch. Thus, she had repeatedly applied for permission to meet her parents at Way Beyond, only to be rejected multiple times without a valid reason. She knew she was being given the runaround on the royal family's orders. "If you're really strong enough to defeat JJ on your own, I see no reason to stop you from meeting your parents at their post on Way Beyond," the field marshal conceded, knowing how much Corey missed her parents. Seeing Corey's recent actions, she felt guilty, thinking that a talented and good kid was going astray because of the southern region's incompetence. All right then, let's go find the royal sewer sweeper right now, Corey announced eagerly, brimming with motivation. Then, she hurried to Seed, asking her to let them out since the Seed world was now Seed's domain. What's wrong? The field marshal asked Park, who was now looking at her with the same pitying gaze she had earlier directed at Corey. You really don't love your grandson, do you? Park asked, feeling that the field marshal was being cruel to JJ by throwing him under the bus like that. First, she had him sweeping the sewers of Sky Blossom City, and now she planned to subject him to a beatdown from Corey. Park couldn't help but add, that kid has a rough road ahead of him. You speak as if my grandson's defeat at Corey's hands is a given, the field marshal replied, clearly displeased with Park's implication, though the latter didn't seem to care. As the remnant memory of Demon Emperor Corey Park, she had inherited both her kindness and pride. Except for Wyatt, Susan, and her card apprentice parents, she didn't consider anyone in this realm worthy of Corey's attention, let alone someone from the southern royal bloodline. Even though they were strong for this realm, they were the ones responsible for taking Corey's parents away at a young age in the name of the greater good. If Corey Park didn't have at least this level of pride, it would have been impossible for her to survive in the dark realm, let alone build and lead her own forces. With a sneer, she retorted, isn't it? Park didn't like the edgy version of Corey who could succumb to darkness at any moment or get triggered over petty things. But she hated it more when Corey said she would be more like her parents having listened to the likes of the field marshal. In the world's eyes, they might be good soldiers, but to Park, they were just hard-working, kind-hearted people being manipulated by the royal family, who took advantage of their love for their fellow citizens and country. Park would rather see Corey be edgy than like her parents. The Demon Emperor Corey Park was kind, but one should not forget she had survived nearly a century in the Dark Realm. Her definition of kindness was borrowed from the Demon Dictionary, not the Card Apprentice Dictionary. It was worth noting that in some Dark Races dictionaries, kindness was listed as a synonym for foolishness. You're just an ego spirit. Considering who your master is, I don't blame you for your ignorance. The field marshal dismissed Park's remarks, assuming she was just an uninformed ego spirit of Corey. Just for that, I won't stop Corey when she goes full dark side on your grandson, Park warned, as if she could already see how the battle between JJ and Corey would unfold. What the heck is full dark side? The field marshal asked, clearly confused. You'll know when you see it, Park replied cryptically, a sly smile on her face. Both you and your master need professional help, the field marshal said, feeling that both Corey and her ego spirit were delusional. Just when others were getting worried their argument would spiral into a fight, the duo ended their argument, hearing Corey's yell, "Why can't we leave the Seed world? Corey, are you sure you want to leave the Seed world?" A menacing voice startled Corey. A few minutes earlier, exiting the Seed world, Wyatt stared into the space before him, having ordered Seed to unroot the Seed world from the dungeon seal space so he could transport it to the Lil Red Storm realm with him. Soon, a pink gem, similar in form and size to Wyatt's primordial calamity daughter gem, became visible, hovering in the air as if it had a will of its own. It floated toward Wyatt, who grabbed it and used his primordial soul pupils to peer inside. To his surprise, the Seed world had changed beyond recognition. It now contained a nebula of soul pathways and arrangements, and at the center of it all, in its womb, was a celestial spirit resembling Seed. This was her spiritual body, while her physical body remained in the Seed world with Dre. Given that Seed was a newborn celestial, it wasn't surprising that she did not have even a hint of rule power in her womb, let alone a rule stream. Typically, after their birth, newborn celestials immediately begin comprehending rules from the rule source to summon rule power and satisfy their appetite unless they have a pixie to provide pixie dust, or, in the case of primordial pixies, primordial energy. If Seed had done the same, it would have been difficult for her to continue hiding from the card world. Fortunately, not only did she have a pixie to feed her pixie dust, but she also had a master who could supply her with primordial energy. Analyzing the changes in the Seed world, what intrigued Wyatt the most was Seed's spiritual channel. Its spiritual end led to the rule's source, similar to his. This was common among him, Seed, and Daily. However, his spiritual channel also connected to the origin source. He felt it was a pity that neither Seed nor Daily inherited his one with the source skill. Seed, who had yet to become a blood-tier daughter gem, still had hoped to inherit it, whereas in Daily's case, he wondered if increasing her bloodline purity might help her gain new skills. Having satisfied his curiosity, Wyatt stored the Seed World in a storage card. Upon being placed in the storage card, the Seed World immediately burrowed into its space, awaiting Wyatt's summons. Wyatt then hesitantly used his Demon Codex to activate the Devil Merchant Code's transportation function, teleporting to the Lil Red Storm realm. He feared it might charge him for all the people he was carrying with him, as he remembered paying for 2 when he carried the Elder Anesthesia Dragon out of Blood Rule Source. However, to his surprise, the Devil Merchant Code only charged him for 1. Seed World Space Stealth seemed able to evade even the Devil Merchant Code, impressing him with the upgrade Seed brought to the Seed World. Upon arrival at the Lil Red Storm realm, Wyatt was enthusiastically greeted by Daily. "Wyatt, you're back. Looks like you've been busy," Wyatt remarked, noticing how his field of vision was blocked by rows of precious metal bricks stacked upon each other. "Yes," Daily replied proudly. "I no longer need them, so I prepared them for you. There are some that I didn't know how to refine, so I left them alone for you to handle." "I appreciate that," Wyatt said, feeling touched. He knew Daily genuinely wanted him to have all the resources she had collected over centuries, not just because she was his daughter gem. He summoned his grimoire and, taking out the Seed World, handed it to Daily, saying, "Here, this little one will keep you company when I'm busy with work." "Is that a newborn celestial?" Daily instantly recognized her own kind. Looking at the Seed World, she said with a longing tone, "Her realm is convenient. Let it take root somewhere convenient for you, or where you can keep an eye on it. Hurry, my friends are waiting to meet you," Wyatt urged, eager to introduce Daily to everyone as his elder sister. In his 2 lifetimes, no one had shown him such selflessness. She truly expected nothing from him except the chance to live for him. All right. Give me a minute. I'll let it take root next to my core. Then we can go meet your friends," Daily said, equally excited to meet Wyatt's companions. As a daughter gem, Daily knew the newborn celestial was one of them. Therefore, she did not mind letting it stay in her womb. Considering her cursed primordial bloodline purity level, she held supremacy over all of Wyatt's daughter gems. She had plans for the newborn, but decided to proceed only after meeting and discussing things with it, not wanting to force her will on it. "All done. Let's head in," Daily announced, having used the hive spirit to inform Seed to take root in her womb. Together, they entered the Seed World. Arriving in the Seed World, they were greeted by Corey's yell, "Why can't we leave the Seed World?" Thinking back to his warning to her a few moments earlier, Wyatt menacingly asked, "Corey, are you sure you want to leave the Seed World?" "Wyatt." Corey was startled by his sudden appearance, but quickly demanded, "Wyatt, hit me." Then seeing the puzzled expression on his face, she explained, "I know my actions towards you lately were nothing but itchy. A simple sorry won't cut it. So, hit me until you're satisfied." 1432. Huh. Wyatt was taken aback by Corey's sudden change in demeanor. It was getting hard for him to keep track of her mood swings. This wasn't the first time she had apologized to him because of her actions, and he had a feeling it wouldn't be the last. Seeing the hot mess she was as a reincarnator, Wyatt thanked his lucky stars for his transmigration not having a twist like Corey's reincarnation had. "Let's pin that for later." Wyatt dismissed Corey and enthusiastically introduced Daily to everyone. "Everyone, this is my elder sister, Daily Wyatt. And sis, this is everyone I trust. Now, let's resume the celebrations." Just as Daily prepared to greet everyone, Corey abruptly stepped in front of her and interjected, "Hello, Daily. I'm Corey Bright, Wyatt's most trusted and efficient employee. If you don't mind, could you ask your little brother to hit me and then let me out?" Daily didn't know how to reply to Corey's abrupt request. However, Susan, who had rushed over, grabbed Corey by her ear before Wyatt lost his temper and ordered, "Corey, behave yourself. Now apologize to Big Sis Daily." "Big Sis, let go, Corey screamed in pain as Susan's grip on her ear tightened. The former turned to see where the latter gained such strength, only to find Susan's hand wearing a gauntlet she was partially using her origin card. Hello, Big Sis Daily. I'm Susan, Wyatt's manager and friend. You can call me Little Sue or anything you prefer. And don't mind Corey. She has a few screws loose, but is a good friend and little sister. You'll see once you get to know her. Susan hurriedly introduced herself and rescued Corey, as always. Hi, Susan and Corey. It's good to meet you both. If she wants to get out that urgently, I can let her out, Daly offered, noticing Corey's urgency. Really? Please do. I'll owe you one. Corey ignored Susan's grip on her ear and eagerly requested Daly to let her out. All right. Daly sent Corey out to Lil. Red Storm Realm, while neither Wyatt nor the field marshal stopped her. The duo had similar grins on their faces. Stepping onto the dark red mud of Lil. Red Storm and staring at the two suns, a couple of crescent moons, a full moon, and a few planetary rings, Corey's mind went blank for a second. It was due to both shock and a lack of oxygen to her brain. Fortunately, her demon physique quickly adapted, and she immediately screamed, Wyatt, you F-cur, where did you send me? Not getting a reply, she summoned her demon codex, which was with Park, planning to use the Devil Merchant Code's transportation service to return to the card world and find JJ. But to her dismay, she couldn't afford it. Then her eyes fell on rows of precious metal bricks stacked on top of each other. With a sly glint in her eyes, she shouted, Wyatt, if you don't send me back to the card world, don't blame me for using these ingredients as offerings. I dare you to touch them. Sure enough, her threat worked and managed to get a reply from him. However, unable to find his figure, she decided to summon him. She walked toward the bricks and touched them, as he dared her to. That's it, you've done it now. Wyatt suddenly appeared behind Corey, planning to shove her head into the ground and make her eat mud. But to his surprise, she grabbed his hand without even looking back and flung him onto the rows of precious bricks, which fell like dominoes. Seeing the mess, Wyatt was even more pissed. Getting back on his feet and dusting himself off, he said, You are going to stack them all back up with your hands or else. Bring it, asshole. Today, I'll show you that your win before was just a fluke, Corey said, as her eyes, canine teeth, and nails grew sharper with her excitement. Ever since her defeat at Wyatt's hands at the city tournament, she had wanted a rematch. However, Park held her back, saying Wyatt was hiding his true strength and she wasn't his match yet. She grew tired of hearing that every time she made progress in her strength and prepared to challenge Wyatt. Hence, without even realizing it, she was taking out her frustration on Wyatt by regressing to her old self, the itchiest itch. The only reason she didn't trigger the conditions of Wyatt's contract was because she wanted to prove herself to him. She was no less than anyone out there. No one could ignore her, not harm him. Ha ha, that's the funniest joke I've heard, Wyatt said, unleashing a tiny part of his strength, causing Corey's pupils to shrink. However, she did not back down. Instead, she declared, Today, I'll show you that no one can look down on me. Corey's eyes turned pitch black as she rushed at him, balling her fists. Nearing him, one of her fists aimed for his head while the other targeted his chest. She had the technique, but lacked the power. Wyatt grabbed her fists with ease and asked in confusion, When did I ever look down on you? Send smoke. Corey summoned the screaming smoke of her ego flame and used it to cover her fists. If one looked closer, they would notice screaming faces inscribed in the black soot covering her fists. With Wyatt's sharp eyes, he even made out individual faces with agony-filled expressions. So, he shoved Corey away, letting go of her fists in disgust. Being pushed back, Corey had a satisfied grin on her face as she uttered, Sinner's mark. Wyatt's palms had picked up black soot from Corey's fists, which gathered to form miniature agonized face tattoos on both his palms. Wyatt looked at them in disgust and tried to wipe them off, but he couldn't. They seemed to have deeply embedded into his skin. Wyatt, you cannot get them off, even if you were to chop off your hands. They're rooted in your soul pathways. Just give up. I don't want to put my friend through something meant for the damned, Corey advised, not wanting to use what her reincarnation used to punish the most heinous of criminals in the dark realm, those undeserving of the sweet release of death or extinction. Do your worst. Wyatt, I'm serious. I don't want to use that sinister skill against someone I consider a friend. Don't force me to use it, Corey repeated her advice with a stern tone, feeling that Wyatt was underestimating the extent of her abilities. Tell your bullshit to someone else. If you really meant it, you wouldn't have used that skill on me in the first place. Come on, show me the progress you've made. Wyatt dismissed Corey's warning and challenged her to prove what gave her the confidence to face him. You called my bluff. Good for you. I should have known you would not cave to such threats. But I no longer plan to go easy on you, Wyatt. Ignite. With Corey's chant, the black soot on both her fists began to emit a fiery red glow, accompanied by loud, wailing cries. Surprisingly, the wails coming from the soot had a harmony to them, sounding much like an ominous and eerie background music. The Armageddon song, first verse, Denial, Corey chanted as she punched at Wyatt from afar. The energy from the wails focused into her fist, forming a sonic attack so powerful that its form resembled a fist traveling through the air. The sonic fist, the size of Wyatt's height, shot toward him, breaking the sound barrier. Wyatt, who had his power suppressed to that of an average card king, could not react in time, and Corey's attack landed squarely on him before passing through. At first glance, it seemed like it hadn't even managed to harm a hair on Wyatt's body. However, soon after, blood began to ooze from Wyatt's ears, eyes, nose, and mouth. He fell to his knees, staring at Corey. The whites of his eyes dyed red with blood, soon overtaking his pupils as well. Stop pretending. An injury like that is something you can instantly recover from. I know it's impossible to harm you unless the attack manages to damage your mutated ego gem, Corey said, seeing right through Wyatt's performance. You saw through it, did you? Wyatt said, getting back on his feet. He had hoped to see Corey make a fool of herself, but it seemed she was smarter than most gave her credit for. Or perhaps Park had informed her that his strength and weakness was tied to his mutated ego gem. Either way, Wyatt was impressed. Corey's attack just now was strong enough to kill a regular card emperor. Her sonic punch was capable of bypassing defenses and attacking the target's vital soul pathways and shattering them. Basically, it was sure kill move. Not to mention, this attack was fueled purely by soul energy. If she had used or added sound rule-related runes or rule power, its potency would have increased by several folds. Considering Corey might have inherited all of Park's runes by now, Wyatt believed she held back. Still, for Corey to be capable of killing a card emperor with a single punch despite being in the card master realm was an impressive feat. It seems you've made a lot of progress since we last met. Go ahead, show me what these can do, Wyatt said, pointing at the 2 center marks on each of his palms. I would never use something that vile on someone no. Corey shook her head. Having her progress acknowledged by Wyatt, she seemed to calm down a bit. Go ahead, I'm just a clone. The original is in the seed world, celebrating with the rest, the clone Wyatt revealed, shocking Corey. In her rage, she channeled rule power into her fist, chanting, the Armageddon song, first verse, Denial. This time, the clone was unable to react in time as well, as the speed of the sonic attack, enhanced by rule power, increased by a few thousand times. Unlike before, Wyatt did not bleed, but his body popped like microwaved popcorn, filling the atmosphere with the scent of barbecue. His primordial calamity daughter gem was flung a few miles away but remained unharmed. In midair, the clone Wyatt reconstructed his body. When he regained his vision, Corey was right in front of him again. Gathering even more rule power in her fist, she punched, chanting, the Armageddon song, first verse, Denial. Unable to react, clone Wyatt's body was blown to bits once more, but this time, his daughter gem showed signs of cracking. He quickly healed it and reconstructed his body while using the adaptive resonance technique to prepare for Corey's next sonic fist. Corey once again appeared before the clone and used her martial arts, increasing the amount of rule power in her attack. She was struggling to figure out the exact amount needed to break the clone's core. Having witnessed Wyatt's fights, she knew his perfect clones were just as tenacious as him. However, this time, things didn't go her way. Wyatt's soul pathways vibrated at the frequency of her sonic fist instinctively, allowing him to evade the attack without taking even a scratch. Witnessing this, Corey was at a loss for words, recalling Park's advice. You can't be a one-trick pony if you want to defeat Wyatt. He might lack in terms of combat arts and techniques, but he's smarter and far more tenacious than any enemy I've ever faced. If you can't kill him in one attack, sooner or later, he'll figure out the weakness of your assault and render it useless. Mastering one martial art to the sage level isn't enough to beat him. You'll have to master at least a couple to that level to stand a chance. Whoa, you almost had me with that last punch, phew. The original will be very happy to learn of your progress, and I appreciate your resolve not to use your ultimate move on me, despite knowing I'm just a clone, Clone Wyatt remarked. However, Corey didn't appreciate it. She only grew angrier that she couldn't even defeat a clone. You don't seem satisfied with your progress in strength, Clone Wyatt observed, noting Corey's bubbling emotions clearly written on her face. I'm still not strong enough to defeat Wyatt, Corey admitted with frustration and a hint of helplessness. She was unwilling to be outdone by Wyatt, let alone his clone. They were of the same age, yet he excelled in everything compared to her. If she considered her past lives, she was much older than Wyatt, which only worsened her mood. I don't know if it helps, but our match ended in a draw. Maybe next time, you could defeat him, Clone Wyatt suggested. Though his intentions were good, it was clear he lacked experience in consoling others. Corey glared at the clone and asked, "A draw? You call that a draw? Are you pitying me?" No. The clone stammered, hastily explaining. Though I might have negated your fist arts, I don't have any cards or runes that could help me defeat you without killing you. And don't look at me like that. You also held back from using your more lethal moves and only stuck to the first verse of your fist art. Not to forget, these sinner's marks on both my palms. That's why I declared it a draw. Just take me to Wyatt, Corey demanded. Ignoring the clone consideration, she ordered it to let her into the seed world. That I can't do. You can't enter the living section of the seed world until you've neatly stored these resources in the warehouse section. The clone relayed Wyatt's instructions to Corey. But seeing Corey's glare, it hurriedly added, "It's not me. It's the original who gave the order." "Are you sure you're Wyatt's clone?" "You're too cowardly," Corey scoffed as she began preparing to store the resources in the warehouse. After all, she was Wyatt's employee. As his friend, she could be willful, but as his employee, she had to execute his orders without complaint. That was the price she paid to become a demon merchant. Though we are Wyatt's clones, we have our own individualities to ensure that we don't mistake ourselves for the original, the clone explained, noticing that Corey had withdrawn her skill, Sinner's Marks. "We? How many of you are there?" Corey asked curiously as she stored as many resources as she could in her storage cards while using her spirituality to arrange the bricks in an orderly fashion, stacking them just like Daly had, so that when summoned, they would arrive neatly arranged. "Not a lot, just a little over 1,000, the clone replied, using his celestial force to carry as many resources as he could into the seed world. Though the main primordial spirit hadn't explicitly instructed him to help Corey, Wyatt hadn't forbidden it either. 1,000. Wyatt has over 1,000 clones like you, Corey asked in shock, pausing her work. Her mind went blank at the thought of facing 1,000 of Wyatt's clones, especially when she struggled to defeat just one of them. However, recalling her skill Sin Smoke and martial art Armageddon Song, both of which had widespread area effects that could target multiple enemies at once, even a small army if conditions were favorable, she calmed down. Not to mention, she hadn't let her ego flame, Park, possess her, as she had a point to prove to Wyatt. But if she had, with Park having regained all her past life's techniques and their proficiency, she could have rendered Wyatt unable to battle within a minute, let alone thousands of his clones. "Why, yes," the clone replied awkwardly, unable to comprehend Corey's shock. Having thousands of clones wasn't a big deal to him, as most of his knowledge came from the Infinity Library, where the standards were too high. Nothing less than a semi-ruler class was enough to surprise him anymore. "Good for him," Corey muttered, resolving to master all the martial arts that Park had reached sage level in when she was alive, aiming to reach that level herself before challenging Wyatt next time. This time around, she planned to take Park's advice seriously, especially after her match with Wyatt's clone had played out just as Park had warned. "Are you done? Let's unload these resources in the warehouse first and return for more," the clone suggested, choosing to ignore Corey's rivalry toward Wyatt. Daly could have moved all these resources into the seed's warehouse space with a snap of her fingers, but Wyatt wanted to punish Corey, warning her that her actions would no longer go without consequences. Yeah, let's hurry. I need to go find JJ after this, Corey urged the clone, indicating she had other matters to attend to. All right. The clone agreed, and soon they appeared on a barren floating island with plain stone flooring and rows of huge stone shelves, efficient enough to store all of Daly's resources. By the way, where are we, and where did Wyatt get these resources? Corey asked, her mind finally calm enough to focus on what was in front of her. We are in the Lil Red Storm realm, Daly's realm. She prepared all these resources as a gift for her little brother. The clone answered as he used his celestial force to neatly store the stored he had carried in, organizing them in their respective shelves. Daly's realm? Isn't she from the card realm? Also, from what I saw, the realm isn't capable of sustaining life. How did Daly manage to live here? Corey was shocked to learn that Daly wasn't a native of the card world despite appearing human, and even more surprised to discover that she had grown up on a desolate realm all alone. She doesn't live on it. She is the Lil Red Storm realm, the clone revealed, as Daly had already shared her origin with the rest of the group. Wyatt never intended to keep it a secret from his friends. Otherwise, he would not have introduced Daly to them in the first place. Daly is a celestial, Corey exclaimed in shock. Yes, Daly is a celestial, the clone confirmed, continuing to store the resources on the shelves, unaware of Corey's shock. Then how is she related to him? How can a celestial become a mortal's sister? Did she adopt him? And here I thought I was clever for climbing up the Southern royal family's family tree, using me being Anna's goddaughter as ladder. That jerk hits like he breathes fortune. Corey's initial shock quickly turned into envy. Who wouldn't want a celestial as an elder sister, especially one who prepared such a lavish gift? No, she didn't adopt him. They're related by blood. The clone clarified without going into details, as it was important to Daly that everyone knew she and Wyatt were blood-related siblings. How the heck is it possible for a mortal to be blood-related to a celestial? Don't tell me Wyatt's father was a celestial in disguise. Next, you'll tell me we're in some comic where Wyatt is the main character and I'm his incompetent rival/errand girl, Corey exclaimed, throwing a fit. She glared at the clone, pondering if it took her for a fool. Otherwise, why else would it claim Wyatt was blood-related to Daly? She wanted to grab its collar and scream, "Celestials don't bleed," but restrained herself, choosing to hear its explanation first. It's confidential. I can't explain how, but it's true they're blood-related siblings, the clone hesitantly replied, fearing Corey's sudden outburst. Now I regret not activating Sinner's marks when I had the chance, Corey muttered, glaring at the clone before resuming her task of stocking the shelves. No, you don't. You're loud, but you're not cruel, the clone stated, speaking from its experience of accompanying Corey thus far. I'm loud, Corey pressed, expecting the clone to take back its remark. But the clone, not understanding her irritation, answered, yes, wondering if it had answered correctly. Guess you're not that cowardly. You are Wyatt's clone. After all, Corey's expression softened. She knew the clone hadn't meant to offend her by calling her loud. Not to mention, it was considerate and easy to talk to. If Wyatt had been half as approachable, they could have been the best of friends. Phew, the clone sighed in relief, feeling a bit proud that it had given the right answer. It was getting used to walking on eggshells around Corey and learning how to deal with her. What are you two doing here while the rest of us are celebrating? Daly suddenly appeared in the warehouse in the form of a pixie. She had sensed them mentioning her name long ago, but seeing them enter another section of Seed World, she decided to investigate. We were moving the resources to the warehouse dash, the clone began to explain, but with a snap of her fingers, Daly used her mastery of space rule to move all the resources lying on the Lil Red Storm Realm's ground into the warehouse shelves, neatly in order. She then turned to them and said, all done. Let's join the others at the celebration. In an instant, the trio appeared next to Wyatt, who was watching 5 pixies perform one of their traditional dances. The performers were none other than Dre, Seed, Bloodette, Clown Mask, and the Field Marshal. Daly had been among them earlier, but had stepped away, promising to return shortly. Leaving the duo, she hurriedly rejoined them. Seeing his clone and Corey arrive with Daly, Wyatt understood what had happened without needing to access the clone's memories. Recalling his clone, he shot a stern glare at Corey, who immediately approached him, pleading, Help me return to the card world. Sensing the desperation in Corey's eyes and voice, Wyatt's frown softened, and he reassured her. I heard what happened. You don't need to return to the card world to defeat JJ. I've spoken with the field marshal, and she will arrange for you to meet your parents on the way beyond. Really? Thank you, Wyatt, Corey gratefully said, only for Wyatt's expression to turn stern again as he asked, with a hint of sarcasm, why didn't you come to me when the Southern royal family was blocking you from meeting your parents? I could have helped you sooner. After all, you are my most trusted and efficient employee. I didn't want to bother you, Corey hesitantly replied. However, Wyatt pressed on. Or did you think I couldn't or wouldn't help you? Corey stared at her feet, unable to meet Wyatt's gaze. The truth was, it had never crossed her mind to seek his help, especially with Park being busy with Susan for their upcoming joint venture. Lately, her mind has been all over the place. She only felt like herself in Susan or Lil. Bame's presence. And what were you thinking, trying to challenge JJ? Don't you know your own strength? You don't need to prove yourself to anyone, especially not to me. I've known from day one that if anyone in the card world could keep up with me, it would be you. Stop wasting time on unnecessary thoughts and step your game. Otherwise, I'll have to avenge Park alone, Wyatt lectured her, his concern genuine. Since accepting Corey as his friend, Wyatt had embraced both her strengths and flaws. Yes, her quirks were a pain to handle when they flared up, and recently, she'd been nothing but quirky, but Wyatt never intended to let go of her hand. He had a habit of holding on to those who trusted him, respecting and fearing that trust deeply. Corey looked up at Wyatt with teary eyes. For some reason, his lecture and subtle show of concern deeply moved her. Unconsciously, tears welled up in her eyes. She couldn't understand why she felt this way, but the more she tried to make sense of her turbulent emotions, the more her heart ached. Don't go challenging JJ, Wyatt added with a reassuring smile. I think he's suffering enough, cleaning the sewers day in and day out. Also, after the celebration, let's create a sturdy mental defense-type skill card. The gang celebrated the birth of treacherous forest spirit, Seed, and the union of the Wyatt siblings until even the likes of the field marshal had to start using her soul energy to cleanse her system of all the booze just to keep partying. Fortunately, most of them were demon merchants, so they never ran out of food, wine, or entertainment to keep the festivities going. With Daly's gift rejuvenating Wyatt's wallet, they went wild. Corey and Daly had wine for the first time as Corey Bright and Daly Wyatt, while Courtney and Jaya publicly drank wine for the first time as well. As for Wyatt, he joined them, but due to his strong physique, none of the best-selling and popular liquors in the Interrealm network seemed capable of getting him drunk. Learning this, the gang turned it into a drinking game. They would taste every liquor available on Interrealm network until they found one that could get Wyatt drunk. The challenge was to last the longest without using soul energy, rule power, or any ability to cleanse their body of alcohol. The winner would be the last one standing or those who made it to the end without using any powers. With seasoned drinkers like Dre and the field marshal in the mix, the competition was fierce. Seed and Daly couldn't get drunk due to racial reasons, so they acted as judges alongside Wyatt. Ultimately, they did find a liquor that could get Wyatt drunk. Ironically, its name translated to Mother of All Liquors, marking the end of the game and the party. Unsurprisingly, Dre was the winner, with the field marshal as the runner-up. Thanks to the party, Daly had become everyone's new favorite, while Seed's previously frozen expression and annoyed grunts no longer made her unapproachable, as everyone had learned to decipher her grunts. The field marshal and clown mask seemed to have grown comfortable enough to no longer need their respective masks in the gang's presence. Wyatt also made some progress with Susan. While Corey was busy drinking and partying, Wyatt followed the field marshal's advice and managed to converse with Susan as usual, even making her laugh occasionally, without letting his wounded ego get in the way. It wasn't easy, as he was deeply shocked and hurt by her rejection to his proposal to date publicly. After the party, Seed created human-sized pixie-style cottages in the woods for everyone to rest. While the gang slept, Seed and Daly left to discuss what kind of celestial Seed would like to become, following Wyatt's orders to keep Seed's status as a celestial a secret from the rest, especially Dre. Though Dre considered Wyatt her best friend, as a pixie, she was still loyal to the librarian. Wyatt didn't want to put Dre in a position where she would have to choose between her friend and her master. However, given how things were unfolding, it seemed inevitable, though Wyatt preferred to face that issue later rather than sooner in this one instance. Waking up in his cottage, Wyatt opened his eyes to be greeted by the pleasant face of Dre, who was patiently hovering above him, watching over him. With the successful birth of Seed and Daly taking Seed under her wing, Dre now had more free time on her hands. With her usual playmates Corey, Courtney, and Jaya still asleep, and the rest of the gang busy with their own work, she could only wait for Wyatt to wake up and assign her a task, or keep her company. "How can you be up earlier than me when you drank almost twice as much as the entire gang?" Wyatt asked, getting up. "If not for those last few glasses of MOL, I could have drunk a lot more," Dre replied, using her ability to cleanse Wyatt of all dirt and smell. Feeling refreshed, Wyatt walked out of the cottage, recalling that the pixie race's entire lifestyle was one big party. If not for the librarian getting them to work as book guides in his libraries, they would spend their entire lives nurturing their forests and partying with their tribe members. The field marshal never stood a chance against her in the drinking game. "So, what do you plan to do next?" Wyatt asked, hoping she wouldn't suggest starting another forest, as he would resolutely reject that idea. However, she wouldn't, since the only reason he agreed to let Dre grow her forest initially was that she could still feel at home even though she was far from home. Thanks to Seed, the entire Seed world was now filled with numerous floating forest islands, each mimicking Dredra's native forest and the neighboring Pixie tribe's forests in the Dark Realm. Not that Wyatt had any complaints with the new changes. The Seed world was now more vibrant and calming than before. Most importantly, it followed the time zone and climate conditions of the card world, which he was accustomed to. Though the Lil Red Storm realm was in the same time zone as the card world, its two suns arrangement could only be preferable to the slave work culture of MNCs back on Earth. "I could help Susan, Park, and the field marshal with their project," Dre suggested, the first idea that came to mind. Wyatt's face turned grim upon hearing this, as he had bad news for the mentioned trio. Locating the island where Susan and Park had set up their office, Wyatt headed there with Dre in tow. Seeing Wyatt awake, the field marshal joined them. As they arrived, Susan and Park paused their work to greet Wyatt. "Good morning, Wyatt." "Is it morning?" Wyatt asked, trying to gauge the time based on the position of the illusionary sun in the Seed world's spatial boundary. After taking over the Seed world, the first thing Seed did was replace the fake sun Wyatt had created and let the Seed world's boundaries mimic the climate and weather patterns of the card world. "Well, it should be morning in the card world," Park confirmed, informing him the shortcut to tell time in this realm. "I have bad news for the three of you," Wyatt announced, then added, "I know you've all been working day and night to carry out this project, especially you two, Susan and Park. I truly appreciate your hard work, but I'm deeply sorry to say that I have to pause your project for the foreseeable future." Unlike the field marshal, who had only recently joined the project, Susan and Park had been involved from the very beginning. Thus, Wyatt felt particularly guilty about having to pause it just a few days before its official launch, especially considering all the hard work and sleepless nights Susan and Park had put into it. Now, having to tell them that all their work up to this point was essentially for nothing, Wyatt couldn't help but feel remorseful. "That's unfortunate, but all right," Susan responded with minimal reaction to what should have been shocking news, while Park simply nodded dismissively. Wyatt was left speechless by their bland reactions. He had expected a much stronger response and had even braced himself for some harsh words. However, it seemed he had been overthinking it. Noticing Wyatt's confusion, Susan explained, "Wyatt, during our preparations, we discovered that the import-export business is very difficult without any initial connections. Thanks to the field marshal, we managed to secure trustworthy suppliers and buyers in the card world. But in the inter-realm network, we couldn't find a single reliable supplier or buyer, even after leveraging Park's old contacts. The demon and devil merchants turned out to be trickier than we initially assumed. So, we plan to use a small batch of goods to conduct trial-and-error trades tests to identify trustworthy partners in the inter-realm network. However, even that approach came with significant risks. Honestly, we're at a loss. The waters of the inter-realm network are too deep. Park nodded her fiery head like a bobblehead figurine on the dashboard PF a car with no suspension. In her past life, Park had been a successful local leader in what could be considered an urban area of the Dark Realm. By Earth standards, she was just a gang leader in her neighborhood. However, she ultimately failed, dying at the hands of Belphegor and losing her territory to him. The Interrealm network was far more complex, with even a lone demon merchant wielded more influence than her past self. These merchants either led forces stronger than she had commanded or belonged to much larger organizations. All in all, her past experience offered no advantage in the Devil Merchant Code. Moreover, Park was never a merchant but a warrior. Her involvement in finances had been limited to overseeing them, relying on trustworthy subordinates to handle her force's businesses and budget. But now that those people were either dead or had joined new forces, she was just as clueless as Susan. After all, capable people had little trouble restarting their life. Some of her old allies might come running if she called them, but she didn't want to do that without something substantial to offer. Besides, if she managed to re-establish herself in the Dark Realm, the truly loyal ones would find their way back to her on their own. So, you pausing the project is actually a big relief to us, Susan admitted, her tone genuinely relieved. She felt like a huge weight was left of her shoulder. That's good to know, but now you've put me in a bit of a dilemma, Wyatt said, teleporting the group to the warehouse section of the seed world. I was planning to have you guys unload these resources at a reasonable rate. Looking at the seemingly endless rows of stone shelves filled with precious resources, Susan and Park, who had been celebrating their reprieve, nearly fainted upon realizing they had to find buyers and sell these resources at good prices. Seeing that more work lined up for them, tears welled up in Susan's eyes, while Park would have cried as well if it were physically possible for her. They weren't afraid of hard work, but they were afraid of failure. As newcomers to this business, losses were inevitable until they got the hang of it. Can't we just exchange these resources using the Devil Merchant Code for what we need? The field marshal proposed. However, Dre pointed out the flaw in that plan. The value of your resources will be based purely on the amount of energy the Devil Merchant Code can harvest from it, ignoring factors like rarity and market price unless the items are devil ingredients. On the other hand, the resources you want in exchange will be valued with energy content, rarity, and market price in mind. You can also exchange your resources for soul jades, but you'll receive far less than the actual market value. Unless you urgently need rare resources or soul jades, it would be unwise to conduct such a large-scale exchange through the Devil Merchant Code. The demon and devil merchants have tried every trick to exploit the system, but none have ever succeeded. After all, it was designed to be superior to them. Then it's going to be very challenging for us to sell these resources at a reasonable, let alone fair, price, Susan remarked. She felt a throbbing headache just thinking of finding a buyer for each of these resources. That's true, Park agreed, unless we manage to find a trustworthy semi-ruler class or above client. Considering the needs of their enormous forces, we could easily empty our stock within no time. If they're involved in crafting, like the Chaos Dwarfs, that would be even better. Do you have someone in mind? The field marshal asked, assuming that Park wouldn't have made such a suggestion without a lead. In fact, I do, Park admitted, but I'm not sure if he'll be willing to help us, given my complicated past with him. So why bring it up? And aren't you just some ego flame spirit? It seems Corey wasn't entirely truthful with me. The field marshal had long harbored doubts about Park's origin as Corey's ego flame spirit. Park was simply too intelligent to be a mere ego spirit. Today, since the party had brought them close enough for her to reveal her true form, she spoke her mind openly. About that, it's complicated. You wouldn't believe us even if we told you. Wyatt and I couldn't believe it ourselves when she shared it with us. And we're not in a position to reveal it unless Corey herself is willing to. Considering she hasn't shared it with her own family or parents, the odds of that happening are low. But please know this. Park is one of us and would never harm us, Susan spoke up, eager to be honest with the field marshal, but it was not her secret to reveal. The field marshal frowned, but understood there was nothing inherently wrong with her question. It was just that she was asking the wrong people. She had to confront Corey directly about the matter for the answers she sought. I don't know what Corey told you, but I remember you mentioning that she claimed to have a mysterious master that is none other than Park here. She's Corey's mysterious master, the Demon Emperor Park. Once a proud demon emperor, she's now a remnant of her former self. She's the one responsible for Corey forging a titled demon core. You can ask how and why to Corey when she wakes up. Wyatt interjected, crafting a story for Corey and Park as they weren't doing a good job of hiding their secret, which was beginning to cause trouble within the group. The field marshal, having shared her own secrets with the group, would be devastated if she found out they weren't being honest with her. This didn't mean everyone had to share their secrets with her. They could if they wished. If not, they should not rub it on others' face. Ultimately, this was an issue between Corey, Park, and the field marshal. Fortunately, the field marshal seemed to grasp that, as misunderstandings like these could be detrimental to the group. I understand. I apologize for making everyone uncomfortable. Let's focus on the matter at hand, the field marshal said, assuring everyone that they didn't need to worry about this further. There's nothing we can do here. Either we suffer the initial losses to learn from them, or we figure out a way to find rare, trustworthy demon/devil merchants among the crooked ones, Wyatt said. Just as he was about to continue, Park interrupted him, adding, "What about the connection I mentioned earlier? Should I reach out to him?" Wyatt shook his head. "Let's not try to partner with someone above our weight class. There's no telling how things will play out. We already have our hands full with this 7 Princes of Hell targeting the card world." "Then what do we do now?" Dre asked, feeling like they were going in circles. "Now, we find a cheat to win this rigged game," Wyatt said, pointing at the empty space where the clown mask suddenly appeared out of thin air. He proceeded to introduce her. "She is our cheat." Clown Mask, who had suddenly appeared, startled those present in the warehouse. Everyone looked at Wyatt in confusion, unable to understand what he meant. Seeing their puzzled expressions, Wyatt grinned and declared, "From now on, Clown Mask will be the Egg Guild's business development manager. She'll be responsible for qualifying leads and conducting due diligence on potential clients, buyers, and sellers. Any deal, big or small, will only proceed after it passes her screening and verification." "Thank you, boss. I will prove I am worthy of your trust." Clown Mask hurriedly bowed, accepting the new responsibility Wyatt had given her. She then pointed out, concerned, "Boss, this means I'll have to stay behind at Card World." "Don't worry. I'll make Courtney and Bloodette your young and perky assistants." "Enjoy," Wyatt interrupted, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Although Clown Mask didn't need any assistance due to her physique, Courtney and Bloodette would serve as extra motivation for her to go above and beyond as the Egg Guild's business development manager. "Thank you, boss." Clown Mask enthusiastically thanked Wyatt, bowing once more. As a Bloodkin daughter gem, she wouldn't cut corners and would perform the duties Wyatt assigned to her to the best of her abilities, but with Courtney and Bloodette now as her motivation, she would happily exceed expectations. "So, you're the double agent who joined the guild during the celebrations," Susan guessed, mistaking Clown Mask for double agent. "No, I'm not a demon merchant yet," Clown Mask clarified. Thanks to the Hive Spirit, she was already up to speed on the demon merchant, Egg Guild, and the rest. "Then who is the double agent?" the field marshal asked Wyatt, feeling that a demon merchant with a username like double agent wasn't trustworthy. "I'll introduce her to you when she is done breaking through to the demigod realm. For now, Clown Mask, take this token, become a demon merchant, and join the Egg Guild. If you have any questions, ask Dredra, she'll help you," Wyatt instructed, handing a devil merchant token to Clown Mask. "I will comply," Clown Mask responded, accepting the token from Wyatt. Guided by the Hive Spirit, she prepared to become a demon merchant. "Wyatt, do you need me to draft a contract for Clown Mask?" Dredra asked, having created contracts for Susan, Corey, and the field marshal. "No need. I had her sign one long ago," Wyatt replied. At this point, it dawned on the field marshal that Wyatt had bigger plans when he freed Clown Mask from the royal family's secure facility. Unable to resist, she asked, "Was it before Clown Mask surrendered herself to Colleen?" "Ding, ding, ding," Wyatt answered with a grin. "Demon merchant Fortunei has requested to join your EGG guild. Do you accept?" "Yes/no. Note: if you accept a demon/devil merchant as a guild member, you cannot remove them without a valid reason. Please check the guild guidelines for acceptable reasons for expelling a member." Demon merchant Fortune Eye has joined Egg Guild. Fortune Eye, as in the private eye of fortune? I like it, Wyatt remarked, accepting Clown Mask's guild request. Why choose a new code name when you already have one? Clown Mask, the field marshal teased, pointing out Clown Mask still preferred using the code name given by the circle rather than her real name listed in her ancestral registry. Fortune Eye, congratulations on joining the Egg Guild. Fortune Eye, welcome to the Egg Guild. Compared to the field marshal's teasing, Susan and Park gave Clown Mask a warm welcome. They were pleased that she felt comfortable enough around them to appear without her weeping and laughing Clown Mask. I can see most of you don't understand why I chose Clown Mask as the guild's business development manager. You will once you learn about her abilities. Clown Mask, bring them up to speed and get started right away. And Park, after this guild meeting, meet me at Corey's cottage. She's awake, so we can start creating the card for her, Wyatt instructed, preparing to leave. He chose not to participate in the guild meeting because he would receive updates through Clown Mask and Seed anyway. By doing this, he wanted to show Susan, Park, the field marshal, and Dre that he trusted them enough to hand over the reins. However, he still retained control behind the scenes. Wyatt, wait. How do I get out of here? Park suddenly stopped him, puzzled about how to move from the warehouse section to the living section of the Seed world, as there were no visible doors or pathways connecting the space sections. Just ask Seed, by saying aloud where you want to go, or you can have Dre help you, Wyatt replied, before teleporting to Corey's cottage, where she was conversing with Lil. Bame using their familiar pack card. Corey, you're up? Wyatt asked, waiting for her response. Wyatt, just a moment. I'll come out, Corey said, getting off her bed. She used her cleansing card to freshen up and a makeup card to fix her appearance before stepping out to meet him. What's up? Did you forget? I told you we'd make a mental defense type skill card for you after the celebration. Do you remember? Or are you still hungover? Vat teased aloud. Let's get started, Corey shouted enthusiastically, inviting Wyatt into her cottage. Why are you being so loud? I can hear just fine, Wyatt said, staying outside as he tended to his ringing ears. I shouted because you did, Corey shot back, causing Wyatt to look her up and down before saying, let's wait for Park to join us. All right, but where is Park anyway? Corey asked. Since Park was in an isolated space created by a celestial, Corey couldn't sense her presence. She's in the warehouse section, attending a guild meeting. Until she arrives, how about we meet Lil? Bame, Wyatt suggested. Are we going to the card world just to meet Lil? Bame, that's too expensive. Let's not, Corey declined, aware of the hefty costs involved in using the transportation function of the Devil Merchant. I was thinking you could summon Lil. Bame to the Lil Red Realm. She can live freely here compared to the card world. Here, she wouldn't have to worry about accidentally destroying a city with a sneeze or a snore, Wyatt explained. Though Lil Bame was doing well as the guardian beast of Sky Blossom City, her presence caused chaos among the citizens, especially the card lords, who could sense her immense power whenever she moved or played around. The past few days had seen Sky Blossom City become both the safest and the most chaotic place due to her presence. I don't know, Wyatt. The Lil Red Storm Realm is too desolate. I think she'll be lonely out there. Corey expressed her concern that the Lil Red Realm might not be the ideal home for Lil Bame, as Wyatt suggested. After becoming a Celestial, Daly had made significant improvements to the Lil Red Storm Realm, but it was still a work in progress. The first thing she fixed was the realm's fragile space. She modified the celestial array so that the space would only be fragile when meteors and asteroids, attracted by the array, entered the atmosphere. This was why, during Corey's recent battle, the space remained sturdy enough to withstand all her attacks without a single tear. However, the realm was still far from becoming a second home for Lil Bame. How about I have Seed build a separate sector filled with floating forest islands, beasts, and monsters, so she can eat, sleep, play, and practice to her heart's content in there. Consider it a small playground made specifically for Lil Bame. This way, you can visit her whenever you feel like it, Wyatt proposed. He was eager to relocate Lil Bame from Sky Blossom City before people, who had hailed her as the city's guardian beast, started viewing her as a curse and attempted to drive her out with pitchforks and torches. After all, a beast of her caliber was too much for a small city like Sky Blossom City to handle. Just her presence alone was too taxing on the mortals. Even though Lil Bame remained in control, one slip can lead to a genocide. That would be great. But what about when I'm in the card world? Corey asked. Can't you just summon her whenever you need her? Wyatt replied. What if she wants to return to her playground here? Corey asked again. Please stop asking stupid questions. Why are you being mean? Why are you being stupid? Do you want a piece of me, Dalton Wyatt? Corey challenged. Bring it, Bright. You'll finally get to taste the whooping of a lifetime, Wyatt retorted. Get over it. Neither of you are doing anything. Park appeared. She did not see the tension but a playful banter between friends. The meeting ended already? Wyatt asked Park, pretending as if he had no idea what had transpired in the warehouse section. Once Clown Mask revealed her physique, the meeting ended shortly after. After all, there wasn't much left to say. With her around, our role in the guild is reduced to that of warehouse workers, or PR. If not for the Eye of Fortune's limitations, the myriad realms would start seeming more unfair than I previously thought, Park said with exaggerated frustration. The impact of Clown Mask's physique seemed to have left a significant impression on the guild members. After all, she had beaten a challenge they were struggling with and believed was impossible with ease. Don't worry, once our guild expands into the Dark Realm, you guys can earn your keep, Wyatt consoled the demotivated Park, telling her that everyone had their role. Wow, that's a fun physique. Wyatt, can you make a similar card for me? Corey exclaimed, rifling through Park's memories to learn about Clown Mask's Eye of Fortune physique. Wyatt stared at Corey, wondering if she was serious, before sarcastically replying, Sure, just get me a few time-based ingredients, and I'll give it a try. Don't you have the hourglass relic you took from Belphegor's Worldhog incarnation? Use that to create the card, Corey suggested offhandedly, causing Park to shake her head in dismay. Wyatt raised a brow and asked, How do you know about that? Lil Beam told me, Corey answered before eagerly asking. So, are you going to make the card? I was planning to use it as an ingredient for Susan's second origin card, but now I'm not so sure. Might as well entertain your whim, Wyatt said, watching Corey's reaction from the corner of his eye. No, don't. We already have Clown Mask. It would be a waste of a powerful relic. You should use it for Big Sis Susan's second origin card. That would be for the best, trust me. Corey hurriedly tried to persuade Wyatt. No, I don't want to, Wyatt firmly rejected. Why not? Susan is the weakest in our guild. Using the hourglass relic to create her origin card would strengthen the Egg Guild as a whole. As a concerned member of the guild, I say we should use it to boost her abilities, Corey argued indignantly, insisting that the relic should be sacrificed for the guild's benefit. The hourglass relic is mine. Why should I give it to the guild? Not to mention, the guild is mine. It's you guys who should be giving me rare and powerful ingredients, not the other way around. Wyatt snapped angrily, asserting that Corey had no right to dictate how he used his resources. Wyatt, that's exactly what I'm saying. We can only gather rare and powerful items for you if we're strong enough. And Susan is currently our weakest link. If you use the hourglass relic for her second origin card, the guild will become stronger, and we'll be able to serve you better, Corey explained, cleverly using Wyatt's own logic against him. Wyatt and Park looked at Corey in astonishment, both thinking, since when did she start using her brain? Wasn't it just for show? Realizing that Corey's love for Susan brought out the best in her, Wyatt knew he couldn't win this argument with reason. No matter what you say, I won't give it to Susan. I'm giving it to Clown Mask instead. Maybe it's compatible with her physique. Though he said this to manipulate Corey, it sparked an invaluable inspiration in Wyatt's mind. He was eager to explore it, but forced himself to stick to his script to see through his little play with Corey. Wyatt, Corey shouted in frustration, then took a deep breath and calmly said, Didn't you already plan to use the hourglass relic as an ingredient for Susan's second origin card? Just stick with that instead of focusing on maybes and what-ifs. Corey, shut up. Park suddenly interjected. Rushing in front of Wyatt, she exclaimed, Wyatt, are you thinking what I'm thinking? Realizing Park also had similar inspiration as him, Wyatt winked at her and replied, Yes, I'll give the hourglass relic to Clown Mask. It took a second for Park to catch Wyatt's signal. Understanding that his banter with Corey wasn't pointless, she decided to step aside and let him continue. However, Corey, feeling betrayed by her, pulled Park aside and barked, Park, what the heck? How can you root against Big Sis? I wasn't thinking straight. I'm sorry. I'm always on Team Susan. Go, Susan. Go, Big Sis. Park stammered, pretending to be scared, much to Wyatt's amusement. Corey, however, seemed to buy it. Watching him snicker, Park suddenly yelled at Wyatt. Wyatt, give the hourglass relic to Big Sis, or else. Are you two out of your minds? Wasn't I clear the first time? I said I don't want to, Wyatt retorted sharply. He hadn't expected Park to help him and was surprised. He thought at best she would remain indifferent to his antics, if not help Corey see through his tricks. Corey glared at Wyatt, her rage simmering, finding his repeated rejection outrageous. But before she could escalate the situation, Park asked, Wyatt, at least tell us why you don't want to. Maybe we can change your mind. Corey nodded, finding Park's suggestion reasonable. I don't want to because Susan refused to date me. She rejected me in front of everyone, embarrassing me. How can I give her the hourglass relic after that? Wyatt revealed, pretending to hold a grudge against Susan for rejecting his advances. You bought our dash, Corey's fury flared, and she was about to curse him and all of mankind when Park quickly interrupted. What if we make her date you? Then will you give the hourglass relic to Susan? Park, are you out of your mind? Listening to Park's proposal to Wyatt getting Susan to date him in exchange for his hourglass relic, Corey redirected her rage from Wyatt to Park. However, before she could lash out, Park's fiery body transformed into a fireball and entered Corey's body, taking possession of it and trapping Corey within her own tidal demon core. Meanwhile, Wyatt used his primordial soul pupils to peek into their shared tidal demon core. They had repeatedly warned him to respect their privacy, but desperate times called for desperate measures. He needed to know if Park required his help in tricking Corey. Corey, calm down. Just listen to what I have to say first. Park tried to reason with Corey before the latter broke free of her constraints. When it was about Susan, Corey could become a saga or wrath in an instant. She would be very generous to whoever was parsing Susan, and she could not tolerate someone disrespecting Susan. Park, you better have a damn good reason for this. Otherwise, I will imprison you in the darkest corner of my tidal demon core for eternity, where you'll be haunted by the agonizing screams of the sinners. Corey threatened, struggling with all her might to break free of Park's constraints and regain control of her body. Yes, I do. Calm down so I can explain. Just know this. It's all a ruse to trick Wyatt into giving the hourglass relic to Big Sis Susan, Park said, planning to do Wyatt's job for him. What do you mean, a ruse? Corey asked, intrigued by the idea of tricking Wyatt. For some reason, just the thought of pulling one over on him was exciting. She decided to listen to Park and then decide whether to punish or praise her. The joy tricking the smartest person she knew should be addictive, she thought. I mean, Wyatt thinks we're promising him that Susan will date him in exchange for the hourglass relic. But we only need to get her to agree to a single date. Once that's done, we get him to fork over the relic, Park explained, though she knew Wyatt only needed that one date. Everyone but Corey understood why Susan had rejected Wyatt. It wasn't because she didn't like him, but because she lacked the confidence to date someone deemed as the Southern hope by the entire card world. Then what? Corey asked, intrigued by Park's plan. Then, Park paused dramatically before confidently asking, Who are you? Who are you? Corey repeated, clearly confused by Park's cryptic remark. Exactly. Park nodded, pretending to see no confusion on Corey's face. She praised her. You catch on quick. You've got a bright future as a demon merchant. I don't get it. Corey wanted to cry out, but knew admitting that would mean acknowledging she wasn't cut out to be a demon merchant. So, she reluctantly agreed. Fine, let's do that. But if something goes wrong, remember Dash. Yes, you'll lock me away in the darkest corner of your tidal demon core, where I'll be tormented by the wailing of sinners crying in agony. Park finished Corey's sentence dismissively. Clearly, she didn't take Corey's threats seriously, or Corey herself, for that matter. She cared for her, but sometimes even the most loving mother finds her child exasperating. So, how do we get Big Sis to go on a single date with him when she doesn't want to? Corey asked. After all, Park was both the brains and the brawn of their duo. We can't tell her we're tricking Wyatt. She's too ethical and takes her job seriously. Even if Wyatt is scum of a boss, she'd rat us out to him immediately. We need another way to convince her to date Wyatt, Park pointed out. knowing that if Susan learned Wyatt was using a relic to manipulate Corey into promoting the date between them, it could worsen their already fragile relationship. Therefore, Park made sure Corey wouldn't reveal their plan to Susan. Yes, you're correct. Big Sis is indeed very professional. She'd never considered deceiving her employer, nor would she allow others to do so. Even if her employer was a slimy scum like Wyatt. How dare he try to force our mother into dating him? That Batar dash, Corey's rage reignited. But Park quickly interrupted. Corey, don't lose focus. Our priority is making Big Sis stronger, and the hourglass relic in Wyatt's hands is the best way to do that. Not to mention, we'll get even once we trick him. You're right, Park. However, I'm not comfortable lying to Susan, Corey admitted. She felt that if she lied to Susan, regardless of her intentions, she'd be no better than the vile Corey who pushed their mother to suicide in her past life. Therefore, she had resolved to herself never to lie to Susan, who said anything about lying to Big Sis. We'll brainstorm later and come up with something. For now, let's go make a deal with Wyatt before he gets suspicious and backs out. Park reassured Corey, explaining that there was no need to deceive Susan to get her to go out on a single date with Wyatt. First, they needed to strike a deal with Wyatt before he changed his mind. All right, let's go out there and teach that asshole a lesson he will never forget. That will show him how to behave from now on. Corey agreed, excited by the prospect Park's plan. How could she not be? She'd not only secure a powerful relic for her Big Sis, but also get to trick her scummy boss in the process. Two birds with one stone. She felt like the smartest person in the room for the first time in her life. Now, that's the spirit. Park cheered Corey on, making sure she didn't lose sight of their goal in her rage. After all, Corey was known for her short memory and even shorter temper. What are you two scheming? Wyatt asked, shifting his gaze between Park and Corey. Nothing, boss. Scheming is your thing, boss man, Corey replied, rubbing her hands together and forcing a wide smile, her eyes twinkling with a mischievous light. Her intentions couldn't have been more obvious. Wyatt, how about this? If we get Susan to date you, will you give her the hourglass relic? Park immediately got to the point, wanting to get it over with before Corey realized who was tricking him. Sure, why not? Not only will I give her the relic, but I'll also help her use it as an ingredient in her second origin card creation. If that relic isn't compatible with her fate ingredient, or if I'm unable to give it to her due to unforeseen circumstances, I'll get her another relic of equal or greater power. If you don't trust my word, let's take an oath, Wyatt promised, ensuring that in case the hourglass relic could be put to better use in the hands of Clown Mask, he could still fulfill his promise by providing Susan with a different one. Wyatt, let's not make any oaths. I trust you. Corey quickly agreed, finding Wyatt's words reasonable. She believed Wyatt was capable of what he claimed. He could get a relic compatible with Susan's fate ingredient if the hourglass relic didn't suit her. However, since she planned to trick him, she had no reason to make him take an oath. If the hourglass relic wasn't compatible with Susan's fate ingredient, she could exchange it for a suitable one in the interrealm network with Clown Mask's help. Not to mention, if Susan truly didn't want to go on a date with Wyatt, she could simply back out. Corey wasn't afraid of going back on her word after all. She was a demon merchant. As all these thoughts crossed Corey's mind, she didn't stop to think that everything she had was thanks to Wyatt. If she were to trick him, how could she escape unscathed? That thought never crossed her mind. All she cared about was getting Susan the hourglass relic and proving to Wyatt that she was smarter than him. Honestly, other than the misunderstanding that Wyatt was trying to become her stepfather, she had no complaints with him. In fact, she considered him her best friend. Courtney, Jaya, and the rest were all Wyatt's friends who had grown close to her. It was just her possessiveness over Susan that had repeatedly become a wedge between them. Ultimately, Wyatt was her first pick for a team, but if Susan were present, everyone else was only second to her. Great. So, we have a deal then? Wyatt asked. Without Park's cooperation in tricking Corey, it wouldn't have been easy to convince her to agree to such a deal. Yes, deal. My word is golden, Corey said, trying her best to suppress her laughter. Yet, the mischievous glint in her eyes gave her away. Regardless of how hard she tried, she was an open book to those who knew her well. Corey, you are the best. It seems I wasn't wrong to trust you. You're the only one who truly cares about me. If not for you, I wouldn't know whom to turn to after Susan rejected me. Corey, I cannot thank you enough, Wyatt said, not sparing any effort in flattering her, even though they had already reached an agreement. With this deal, the strongest force opposing his union with Susan would now work in his favor. Yes, Wyatt considered Corey the biggest threat to his progress with Susan, not Anna's mother, the Southern Princess. He strongly believed that if he could get Corey on his side, even if the Southern Princess used every trick in her book, she would fail to stop his union with Susan. Unknown to Susan, Corey had become an essential part of her life. Despite entering Susan's life for a short period, Corey had the most significant impact on her, greater than even Wyatt's. It was like adopting a pet that, without you realizing it, becomes a part of your family, your life, or sometimes even more. It might not have fought wars for you or brought you the stars, but it was just there, present in your life. It would be happy when you're happy, and it would sad when you're sad, yet always selflessly trying to make you smile. Corey was just like that for Susan. She knew she could depend on Corey for anything without expecting anything in return. Therefore, Corey's opinion mattered the most to her, even more than her birth parents and, in some cases, even Wyatt's. If Corey were to try and sell Wyatt to Susan, considering her feelings for him, she would most definitely be swayed in a heartbeat. With Corey on his side, Wyatt doubted Susan could reject him the next time he asked her on a date. Listening to Wyatt genuinely praise her and thank her gratefully, Corey suddenly grew conflicted. No matter what, he was her best friend, so she hesitated to push him into the abyss for Susan's sake. However, ultimately, she closed her eyes and resolved to push him for Susan. Don't worry, Wyatt, leave it to me. Such was her obsession with Susan. With this, the lingering guilt Wyatt felt for tricking Corey vanished. He was trying to trick her, and she was trying to trick him, so they were even. Hence, without any remorse, he asked, "So, when should I expect to hear from Susan?" Corey stammered, finding herself at a loss for words. When it came time for her to deliver, it finally dawned on her what she had done, falling prey to her greed. Seeing this, Park quickly stepped in. "Wyatt, we will tell you after we've talked with Susan, so be patient until then. Otherwise, deal cancel." Listening to Park, Corey calmed down, realizing that nothing was set in stone. She could back out of the deal whenever she wanted. As a result, her admiration for Park grew even stronger. "Okay, Wyatt, let's focus on my card creation now," Corey suddenly proposed, having decided to delay fulfilling the commitment she made with Wyatt for as long as possible. She trusted him to hold up his end of the deal, waiting patiently for her to deliver on hers. This meant Wyatt would save the hourglass relic for Susan, trusting Corey completely. Such was her faith in Wyatt that, if not for their clashes over Susan, they truly would have been best friends like they claimed. "That will have to wait. We have a more important matter to discuss." Park dismissed the eager Corey, who couldn't wait to test the sudden inspiration she had. This eagerness was the main reason Park had joined forces with Wyatt to conspire against Corey instead of just being a spectator, as she usually was. "What the heck, Park? You know how much I need that card. You're the one who told me not to break through to the higher realm without it, and now you're delaying its creation. What's more important than me?" Corey questioned, finding Park's behavior odd. After all, it was Park's idea that she should pause her cultivation until she got herself a strong mental defense card, focusing instead on her martial arts practice in the meantime. "Corey, not now. Trust me, this is important. Go play with Lil." "Bam," Park instructed Corey, speaking to her like a mother calming an unruly daughter. Honestly, Park was more of a mother to Corey than her real parents ever were. "Fine," Corey pouted, proceeding to leave the duo alone. However, Wyatt stopped her. "Park, there's no rush. There are other factors I need to confirm before we put faith in that theory. Not to mention, we need to teach Clown Mask how to use a relic without turning it into an origin card, like the Dark Races do. There's no need to be impatient. Let me do the due diligence. Once everything is set, we can test it together." Finding Wyatt's points reasonable, Park nodded in agreement, curbing her excitement about testing Clown Mask's compatibility with the Hourglass relic. She then shifted gears, seeking Wyatt's opinion on a new idea. "Okay, before we proceed, I wonder if it would be better if we helped Corey acquire a mental defense type physique or trait instead of creating a mental defense skill card. An acquired physique would be a more permanent solution compared to a skill card, unless it's an origin card. After all, a physique, trait, or origin card can grow stronger with her, helping her deal with the darkness that grows within her tidal demon core. Park wouldn't have suggested this if she hadn't heard about Wyatt helping his subordinates acquire powerful physiques and traits or fix their incomplete ones. While it might seem miraculous to the card apprentices who witnessed it, she, having spent nearly a century in the Dark Realm, was well aware of the concept of acquired physiques and traits. The Infinity Library contained books on how to acquire various physiques and traits, but they were tailored to specific dark tribes, not card apprentices, aka humans. This was why she proposed the idea to Wyatt, hoping he could modify these methods to fit Corey, just as he had helped his subordinates. I like that idea. I'm guessing you have a specific physique or trait in mind, Wyatt said, knowing that since Park proposed it, she must have done her due diligence before bringing it to him. Before Park could reply, Corey interrupted with an excited exclamation. I'm getting a physique? Yay. Park, you're the best. She began celebrating by performing the pixie dance she had learned the previous night. She was on cloud 9. After all, aside from her obsession with Susan, gaining power was her top priority. Acquiring a physique or trait, no matter how insignificant at first, would play an important role in her strength as it would grow with her. Seeing Corey's antics, Park shook her head and poured water on her excitement, adding, Corey, don't get your hopes up. Nothing is set in stone. This is only a possibility if Wyatt can modify the acquired physiques and traits developed for various dark tribes to fit you. Otherwise, we're back to our initial plan of creating a mental defense skill card. Corey froze midway through her dance, turning to face Wyatt slowly like a robot, and pleaded, Wyatt, promise me you can do it. How am I supposed to promise that if I don't even know which physique or trait Park has selected for you? But I can promise that I will do my best to help you acquire a physique or trait suited to your needs, and maybe if possible even more, Wyatt assured, not promising miracles but committing to doing his best. He didn't miss the chance to tease her, adding, After all, you promised to help me date Susan. So, don't worry, I'll do my best. Wyatt's last sentence caught Corey off guard. Losing her balance, she fell to the floor, then quickly got up and said, No need to worry. I'm fine. She gave Wyatt and Park a thumbs up, avoiding any comments about her promise to help Wyatt date Susan. She was having second thoughts about the deal she made with Wyatt, but the hourglass relic was too tempting to pass on. Corey, get it together. We're working here to help you, Park admonished, fed up with her restless behavior. Looking at the way they interacted, Wyatt could not help but mentally comment. Anyone could easily mistake them for a mother and daughter rather than two of the same person from different lifetimes. What did I do now? Corey complained, feeling wronged. However, she did not dare to talk back to Park like she dared to threaten Park when they were in the titled demon core. Wyatt, I've shared the detailed list of acquired physiques and traits I've chosen for Corey with your grimoire. Check them out. Going through the detailed list of acquirable physiques and traits, Wyatt found that they only met Corey's urgent needs and nothing more. Hence, it was a short list. These acquirable physiques and traits all had either mental strength-enhancing or focusing effects, allowing their wielders to showcase strong mental tenacity. Some had unique attributes like mental resistance, mental purification, mental purge, etc., making them rare. Seeing how all these acquirable physiques and traits were tailored for specific dark tribes, Wyatt concluded that Park had gone through the trouble of translating the methods and summarizing them for him. However, that was unnecessary and counterproductive. When Wyatt created his soul division power system, using techniques and methods developed by various races across the myriad realms, he discovered that many important points and meanings these techniques and methods tried to convey often got lost in translation. To truly understand them, one should learn the language and read the original techniques or methods as their creators intended to impart to future generations. Some, especially those from dark tribes, record their techniques and methods in such a way that, when translated, they function but with a deadly twist. As the saying goes, a thief fears theft. Therefore, reading the original text was crucial. Otherwise, one might as well abandon the technique or method altogether. Is this all? Or do you want to add more? Don't hesitate to include those with higher requirements or restrictions. I plan to read the original techniques or methods for all these acquirable physiques and traits to better evaluate them and reach the best conclusion. Wyatt informed Park, asking her to add more options to the list as he did not fear the workload, but rather the possibility of not giving his best effort. Are you sure? They are all written in various languages. I had to use the Devil Merchant Code's functions to translate them, Park asked, concerned. After all, the list contained not only desired acquirable physiques and traits from the Dark Realm, but also from across the myriad realms. She worried that learning all those languages and understanding the original text would take Wyatt a lot of time, which he did not have especially since, before leaving the warehouse meeting, the field marshal had asked her to remind Wyatt to complete his daily combat arts training. Just give me the list of the acquirable physiques and traits you actually want Corey to have, and let me worry about the rest, Wyatt assured. With the Hive Owl upgraded to Hive Spirit, it had become capable of many incredible feats that were previously impossible. Now was the perfect chance for him to test them out. Fine, but don't push yourself too hard. We can always fall back on our initial plan to create a mental defense-type skill card, Park said, feeling that Wyatt was going above and beyond his capabilities to help them. Even she, who was aware how desperately Corey was in need of any one of these acquirable physiques or traits, did not bother to read the original texts due to the heavy workload. Yet, he was willing to do it for them with a smile. Wyatt wasn't aware of the turmoil he had set in motion within Park's ego. It was so intense that it even alarmed Corey. Unconcerned with all that, once he received the file-shared notification, he prepared to leave, informing Park and Corey, "I've got the list. I'm heading into the Inter-Realm City to take advantage of its different time zones. So, don't worry, we'll complete this today." Wyatt. Corey suddenly called out, interrupting Wyatt as he found a spot in Corey's cottage to rest his physical body and prepared to have his spiritual body enter the Inter-Realm City. In his haste, Wyatt did not listen to what Corey had to say and interrupted her before fully immersing himself in the spiritual city. "Don't worry, Corey. I'll find you the best mental-type acquirable physique or trait out there and tailor it to be nothing short of an innate physique or trait." Park and Corey stood there, watching as Wyatt's physical body entered a hibernation mode while his spiritual body ventured into the Inter-Realm City, aka the spiritual city in the spiritual plane. Soon, tears began to roll down Corey's face as she started crying out loud. Park, who understood the reason behind Corey's tears, stood like a lifeless flame, not knowing how to console her. "Park, what am I doing? He thinks I'm his best friend and is going to such lengths for me. But here I am trying to deceive him." Corey, who was alarmed by the sudden fluctuation in Park's ego, felt her emotions and understood what had caused the intense impact on Park's psyche. Thus, she learned about the lengths Wyatt was willing to go for her. Even Park, a part of her, was hesitant to take this task due to the immense effort required, but Wyatt willingly took on the challenge with a smile. Realizing just how much Wyatt thought of her, Corey fell to her knees, eventually curling up on the floor, hugging her knees as she cried even harder. She thought, knowing all this, if she still tried to trick Wyatt, she would be no different than the Corey whose actions pushed their mother to suicide. Park stood there, looking at her wailing her heart out, unsure of what to say or do. She knew Wyatt was too good for Corey, but today she realized just how good he truly was for her. Everything they had today was because of his generosity. Without him, the Southern royal family would have imprisoned her for heresy the moment they discovered her tidal demon core and used her to further exploit her parents, who were stuck in the way beyond, trying to save their wealth. "Park, I don't want to deceive him, but I also want Big Sis Susan to have the hourglass relic. What should I do?" Corey wailed, caught in a dilemma. Pushing Wyatt into the abyss for Susan's sake was not an option she was willing to consider anymore, let alone as easy as before. She wanted both of them. However, she had to make a choice as she couldn't have it both ways. Don't get me wrong, but you could just let Wyatt and Big Sis Susan date and let nature take its course. If it's meant to be, you can try to be happy for them. If not, you've tried to be a good friend and a good little sister. Park pointed out, knowing Corey wanted her best friend and her mother, but did not want her best friend coveting the position of her stepfather. However, if she wanted both of them, she could only give her blessings sooner or later. It was only a matter of time. Dear Demon Merchant, welcome to Sector WS 9909. Note, behave. Appearing next to the rainbow liquid rule power fountain pool of Sector WS-9909, Wyatt overlooked the vast expanse of the sector. To his surprise, it wasn't empty and barren like other sectors. It was filled with high-rise buildings. It looked more like a developed metropolitan area than Sector DS-0909, which belonged to the Dark Realm time zone. Unlike the bustling DS-0909, Sector WS-9909 was tranquil and serene, with a pin-drop silence that had a soothing effect on its visitors, similar to the atmosphere found in temples and churches for their believers. Wyatt discovered this realm by searching for the sector with the highest time dilation from his native sector, where he could spend a significant amount of time without adversely affecting his physical body back home. The Devil Merchant codes promptly provided a list of sectors, but he chose this one because its time rule had a special meaning known as time relativity. Due to this unique time rule, regardless of which native sector you belong to, 1 hour in your native sector equates to a month in Sector WS-9909. Most importantly, this time dilation had zero side effects on both spiritual and physical bodies regardless of how long you were on his sector. This unique feature had made it a hub for demons and devil merchants looking to practice combat or various arts that did not involve rule comprehension or cultivation. Wyatt then headed to the bulletin board next to the fountain to examine the detailed map of Sector WS-9909. Although this sector was smaller in expansion compared to DS-0909, it was still the most beautiful sector in the entire Interrealm city. Most notably, the cost of staying in this sector or purchasing property here was 50 times that of Sector DS-0909. He summoned his Demon Merchant Codex to learn the do's and don'ts of this sector, especially since everyone, even the devil merchants, seemed to maintain order and keep to themselves rather than acting arrogantly or openly trying to pry into others' affairs as they did in DS-0909. To his surprise, Wyatt was unable to find any information on WS-9909 within the Interrealm network. He had to use his executive access to the Infinity Library and pay a hefty price of 10 devil-grade ingredients to uncover details. It turned out that the reason for the lack of information about this sector on the Interrealm network was the native demons and devil merchants of this sector. They were so feared that even demons and devil merchants from the Dark Realm dared not sell information on them, except for the librarian. The Myriad Realms race records that Wyatt consulted did not mention anything about them, which did not surprise him, as he had long concluded that these records were not absolute, especially since they lacked information on Lil Bame's race. However, despite paying the 10 devil-grade ingredients to gain privileged information on the sector, Wyatt could only access limited historical data on Sector WS-9909 and its rules. There was nothing about the native race or the realm this sector belonged to. To access that level of information, he would need a higher-tier access and pay an even steeper price. Determined to satisfy his curiosity, Wyatt turned to the Devil Merchant Code, only to discover that a devil merchant from this race had secured a privilege from the Devil Merchant Code that prevented any information about their race and realm from being disclosed to anyone by the Devil Merchant Code. Having come this far, Wyatt's curiosity about this race grew even stronger. However, he had more pressing matters to attend to. According to what he had learned so far, the native demons and devil merchants of this sector had pulled their privileges from the Devil Merchant Code to create a set of strict rules and regulations that everyone had to adhere to while in this sector. No mistakes would be tolerated, and violators would be permanently banned. This was why even the most reckless devil merchants with strong backing did not dare break the rules in this sector and willingly remained civil. Many demon and devil merchants, unaware of this fact, ended up breaking a rule shortly after arriving in this sector or on their first day, leading to their permanent ban. Although the accused had the right to appeal through the Devil Merchant Code, the influence and wealth of the native merchants in this sector made the outcome predictable. It seemed as if the native race of this sector was doing everything possible to keep other merchants out. It is worth noting that almost 97% of the land and property in Sector WS-9909 belonged to its native demons and devil merchants, while the remaining 3% was owned by ruler-class forces. This dominance indicated a strong monopoly of native races over the sector, with the remaining minority was held by ruler-class families, clans, and guilds, mostly from the Dark Realm. Even ruler-class forces struggled to afford property within this sector. As of the remaining 3%, 1% of the land was owned by the librarian, mostly used for the Infinity Library. This fact alone demonstrated the immense power, influence, and wealth held by this race, as well as the unique status of the librarian among ruler-class forces. It served as evidence that there were races across the myriad realms that even the dark races feared. However, it was also possible that this native race had acquired all the land before the dark races realized the unique properties of this sector, driving up property prices to the point where even ruler-class devil merchants had to think thrice before considering such an investment. This demonstrated that they weren't just strong but also possessed keen foresight, which was crucial for a race's survival in the myriad realms, especially with predators like the dark races lurking around. Aware that practicing by the fountain pool was against the sector's rules, Wyatt decided to first visit the Infinity Library of this sector. Noting the location of the Infinity Library, Wyatt briskly entered the automated lane heading toward his destination, adhering to the local rules. The lanes moved at a reasonable speed, but one had to switch lanes at their discretion, following simple and easy-to-understand regulations. Standing on the automated lane, Wyatt looked around at the towering buildings, none with fewer than 100 floors, each spanning several acres. These buildings catered to a single business gym rentals. Each floor housed a personal gym equipped with advanced features such as space expansion, space isolation, hyperconcentration, and other state-of-the-art array formations. These features made the gyms sturdy and resourceful enough to fulfill all the needs of their renters. Demons and devils practicing arts of any grade could train here without fear of disturbance or damage. One might assume that these luxurious gyms would have prohibitively high rents. The word predatory also fell short to some the sector's unique but outrageous rental system. They all followed this system. There was no way around it unless one were capable of buying a land on this sector to open their own gym. As per the sector's rental system, the gyms could only be rented on a monthly basis, with the rent starting at 1 low-grade soul jade for the first month. Each subsequent month, the rent would double. For example, first month, 1 low-grade soul jade. Second month, 2 low-grade soul jades. Third month, 4 low-grade soul jades. Fourth month, 8 low-grade soul jades. If a demon or devil merchant wanted to spend an entire day according to their native time zone, equivalent to 2 years in Sector WS 9909's time zone, they would end up paying a total of nearly 16.78 million low-grade soul jades. The cost would only escalate further outrageously. Mastering high-rank arts to any significant level of proficiency was neither quick nor easy. It often took decades or even centuries, depending on one's talent and requirements. Moreover, inspiration or enlightenment could strike at any moment, and any disruptions would cost them heavily. Hence, many demon and devil merchants opted to pay for decades or even centuries of uninterrupted access. After all, not everyone was like Corey, who could rely on her past life memories to master a high-rank martial art to sage-level proficiency within weeks. Wyatt was particularly curious about Corey's Armageddon song and had researched it extensively. It was one of the few complete ancient techniques recovered from the myriad realms' ancient vestiges and was regarded as exceptionally powerful, with super-high requirements. The Armageddon song comprised 5 verses, and when used in repetition, it rendered the user unstoppable and invincible for 3 to 15 minutes, depending on their proficiency. 3 minutes might seem short, but for an expert, it was more than enough to eliminate their enemies and return home for a hearty feast. In the records about the Armageddon song marital arts, Wyatt found that Demon Emperor Corey Park was recorded as the only known individual to have mastered the Armageddon song to sage-level proficiency. Even nearly a millennium after her death, no one else who studied the technique had achieved her level of mastery until Corey Bright, her reincarnation, who achieved the same within weeks. The records also stated that many powerful forces had tried to recruit Park because of it, but she remained loyal to her master, resisting greed and the lust for power. This portrayal of Park as a heroic figure was likely influenced by her early death. If she were alive based on her affiliation, the portrayal would be different for different affiliations. Wyatt, however, knew the truth. The only reason Park hadn't accepted any of the enticing offers was that her master, Belphegor, had held her father's soul hostage. If not for that, her hatred for Belphegor would have driven her to accept the most attractive offer, grow stronger, and kill him with her own hands. For Corey to have mastered such a powerful and coveted martial art in weeks was a testament to how broken her origin card truly was. Even Adrienne's inner goddess, a ruler-class entity, close to transcendence, feared the breath of erosion and hide as a parasite to avoid the cycle of reincarnation, thus evading starting from scratch. Be that as it may, the predatory rental system used by the native demon and devil merchants in Sector WS-9909 was evident. To avoid paying astronomical rents, ruler-class forces and entities often purchased land in the sector despite the tremendous prices. Yet, these purchases accounted for only 3% of the sector's total land area. It would be a mistake to think these prices were favorable for low-level demon merchants who only practiced low-rank arts with minimal requirements. Even for them, adding to the gym rent, the cost of staying in Sector WS-9909 was exorbitant, almost 50 times higher than that of Sector DS-0909. Despite such predatory prices, finding an empty gym to rent was still a challenge in the sector. To address this issue, the natives had jointly created a gym search engine within the sector's network. Demon and devil merchants could inquire about available gyms for a fee because, of course, nothing here was free. Compared to Sector DS-0909, the greed of WS-9909 was like a ravenous beast. This sector functioned as the natives' money-milking industry. Wyatt couldn't help but wonder what the native demon and devil merchants did with so much wealth, especially since they didn't accept other forms of payment, such as liquid rule power or even devil-grade ingredients. In his contemplation, switching lanes according to the rules, Wyatt finally arrived at the Infinity Library of the sector. It was the grandest and largest structure he had seen so far in the sector, occupying nearly 1% of the entire sector's land. Even here, the librarian had left his indelible mark, solidifying his brand. Given that he had enslaved the entire pixie race, the demon and devil merchants of this sector seemed saintly in comparison. Even that out be underestimating the librarian's terror. Welcome to the Infinity Library. I am your allotted book guide. Mei greeted a voluptuous and strikingly beautiful humanoid creature. She resembled a human in nearly every aspect except for her pointed ears and 2 pairs of delicate membranous wings. Are you perhaps an elder pixie, Mei? Wyatt asked, his gaze drawn to her flawless skin, violet hair, and matching violet eyes, wings, and attire all perfectly groomed, from her nails to her leaf-like dress. Yes, Mei replied curtly, surprising Wyatt. To his astonishment, she seemed wary of him for some reason. This reaction was a first for Wyatt. While it was his first encounter with an elder pixie, it was also the first time a pixie displayed unease around him. He wondered if it had something to do with his nature as a hybrid world-devouring tree/Viltronian. Soon he concluded Mei's wariness stemmed from the world-devouring tree side of him. Wyatt was impressed by Mei's sharp intuition and began to wonder if all elder pixies shared such remarkable perceptiveness. Worried she might discern his true identity, he quickly activated his myriad devil transformation, adding a faint touch of primordial energy to conceal the world-devouring tree within him. However, he was cautious not to openly use primordial energy, especially in a spiritual city and in the presence of an elder pixie. Despite his precautions, Mei frowned, her right brow arching as she scrutinized him. Her jaw clenched in frustration when her search yielded nothing. After several moments, she relaxed but appeared confused. Moments earlier, she had sensed a significant threat from the demon merchant, but now he seemed harmless and capable of even harming the hem of her dress. Lost in contemplation, she ignored her duty until Wyatt's polite cough broke her reverie. Blushing crimson from her cheeks to her ears, Mei hastily bowed at a full 90 degrees and apologized. I'm terribly sorry, esteemed guest. Please forgive my muddledness. Giving Wyatt a peek at her bountiful cleavage. Not unless you start calling me by my name, Wyatt replied, averting his gaze. Mei subtly glanced up, gauging his sincerity. Realizing he wasn't joking, her blush deepened as she noticed her revealing posture. She swiftly and gracefully covered her bosom by folding her hands in a respectful gesture. I apologize for showing you something unsightly, esteemed guest. Please forgive me. No, I liked it, Wyatt said candidly, catching her off guard. Then, grabbing her wrist gently, he pulled her upright and introduced himself. Hi, I'm Dalton Wyatt. Nice to meet you, Mei. You can call me Wyatt. Hi, Wyatt. Thank you for your generosity. I'm eternally grateful, Mei said, her tone softening. However, I must make up for my shortcomings in attending to you. As compensation, you may avail yourself of a study room in this branch of the Infinity Library for an entire decade, free of charge. The study rooms in Sector WS-9909's Infinity Library were akin to high-end gyms run by native demon and devil merchants in this sector. Here, however, renters gained direct access to the library's boundless collection of books. Renters could summon and practice any art or technique directly within the study rooms, a unique feature of this branch. Unsurprisingly, the rental costs followed the sector's native's outrageous pricing system. Even with discounts ranging from 10% to 70% for executives of Infinity Library based on their tier, Mei's offer was worth trillions of top-grade soul jade. Wyatt hesitated, fearing Mei might get into trouble for offering such a hefty compensation. Despite her status as an elder pixie, she was still a servant of the librarian, and masters were rarely forgiving of slaves who caused significant losses. No, you don't have to compensate me for such a small thing. I've already forgotten about it, and you should too, he insisted. Mei studied him intently, trying to determine if he was foolish for rejecting such an offer. Her eyes widened in realization when she understood his reasoning. He was declining the compensation to protect her from potential repercussions. A gentle smile spread across her lips as she reassured him. Don't worry, Wyatt. I won't get in trouble over this. In fact, if I wanted, I could reserve a study room for you indefinitely. Our master doesn't concern himself with such minor transactions. So please, accept it, or I'll be forced to increase the compensation. In that case, I won't accept it at all, Wyatt replied, meeting her gaze directly. Mei blinked in surprise before both of them burst into laughter. She found Wyatt intriguing, unlike any demon merchant she'd ever met. Curiosity sparked within her, and she felt drawn to learn more about him. This was a unique feeling she had ever only felt toward the librarian, their elusive master that rarely made appearance before them despite being so generous to them. Fine, she said with subtle smile, but she didn't forget her promise, adding, but if you ever need a study room, you can find me anytime. Wyatt nodded, unsurprised by her sincerity. Elder pixies, while sharper than their regular counterparts, shared their innate honesty in insignificant matters. In that case, you can find me anytime you'd like to visit my native realm. It's beautiful, Wyatt proposed, subtly probing to see if elder pixies were free to leave and return to the library as they pleased. Observing the librarian's apparent leniency toward elder pixies, he was curious to gauge her response. Wyatt had long been trying to understand the librarian's intent behind enslaving the pixies. Sometimes he wondered if the librarian was saving the pixies from their own naivety, and other times he considered whether it was simply about maintaining a monopoly over pixie dust. The way the librarian treated the pixies was also intriguing. In some ways, he gave them free rein within the Infinity Library. However, they were strictly prohibited from being disrespectful or rude to guests unless absolutely warranted. Wyatt attempted to uncover what happened to those who tried to take advantage of the docile pixies in the Infinity Library, but to his surprise, no such records existed. I can't leave my tribe. My tribesmen need me. But thank you for the invitation, Mei stammered, taken aback by Wyatt's offer to visit his native realm. She knew her tribe depended on her to function properly, so she ultimately rejected the invitation, though she appreciated his thoughtfulness. Mei could tell Wyatt's offer was sincere, not an act. Even if she was mistaken, she still valued his gesture. It was unheard of for a demon or devil merchant to acknowledge pixies as beings, let alone treat them as equals. Her impression of Wyatt improved the more time she spent with him. Is that it? You can visit my realm with your entire tribe. I may not look like it, but I am the richest and strongest person in my realm. No need to give me an answer now, it's an open invitation. If you and your tribesmen ever need a vacation destination, my realm will always welcome you and treat you with the best hospitality, Wyatt said, extending the invitation to her entire tribe. He meant every word, and none of his claims were false. With two celestial beings as his subordinates, he truly was the strongest and richest in the entire card world. However, because the Way answered, Wyatt was still uncertain whether elder pixies were free to leave their tribes at will. It was one thing for them to remain with their tribe out of a sense of duty, but he wanted to know, could they leave the Infinity Library if they chose? Based on his speculations, elder pixies possessed strength close to ruler class or even transcendence. It was beyond his understanding how the librarian, who sought transcendence himself, managed to command such beings. If elder pixies were not bound by duty or responsibility, could the librarian still control them? This directly related to the freedom of the pixie race. Considering the docile nature of pixies, if even the elder pixies were domesticated by the librarian, the entire race might never regain its freedom, possibly choosing to die alongside their master instead. This might be a secret that everyone in the Dark Realm desperately sought to uncover, especially ancient ruler class forces who understood the priceless value of even a single pixie. Now, Wyatt found himself among them. I'll keep that in mind. Now, let me show you to your study room, Maymay said. Though astonished by Wyatt's invitation to her entire tribe, she masked her emotions and smoothly changed the topic, snapping her fingers to teleport Wyatt and her to his designated study room. Had it been an ordinary pixie in Maymay's place, they might not have avoided Wyatt's questions so adeptly without revealing any information. Elder pixies, however, seemed capable of transcending the traits that made pixies simultaneously one of the most powerful and one of the weakest races in the myriad realms. The duo vanished from the waiting hall of the Infinity Library and reappeared inside a vast expanse of forest. Its style reminded Wyatt of the floating forest island Seed had created for Dre. Maymay confirmed his guess, saying, "You can change the setting of the study room using your Demon Merchant Codex. I've set it to resemble my tribe's forest to give you a glimpse of my home." Wyatt's eyes widened. Pixies were naturally friendly, and elder pixies too, but for one to share personal details like their likes, dislikes, friends, tribesmen, and especially their tribal forest was a different level of closeness. Yes, Maymay had promised him a free study room whenever he needed it, and as long as he needed it. But this gesture was far more significant. It was the kind of bond he shared with Dre. How had his friendship with Maymay progressed so deeply in a single meeting? If he had to guess, it was because, unlike ordinary pixies, elder pixies were capable of tough love or even hatred, though such emotions were exceedingly rare and only surfaced in extreme cases. "It's magnificent just like you," Wyatt praised sincerely, causing Maymay to blush. Her blush wasn't driven by mortal carnal desires, but by the innate vanity and shyness that every pixie possessed. Otherwise, they wouldn't spend so much time decorating their forests and meticulously planning their landscapes. Through Dre, Wyatt had learned that each pixie tribe took immense pride in its tribal forest. Some tribesmen even held unofficial contests to rank their forests, though these were not endorsed by elder pixies. To the untrained eye, all pixie forests might look alike, but a knowledgeable observer could recognize the subtle ecosystem design that ensured the forest's self-sustainability, even in the absence of its pixies. Scavengers, pollinators, and predators all played their part in maintaining the delicate balance. It was not the same for all pixie forests. The roles and methods varied depending on their respective pixies. "I know, right? If you ever visit the Dark Realm, I'll personally give you a tour," Maymay replied, her ego clearly satisfied by Wyatt's admiration. In the heat of the moment, she extended an invitation for him to visit her tribal forest. "Wait, I'm allowed to visit your tribal forest? Won't that cause trouble for you?" Wyatt asked, shocked. Even Dre had never invited him to her tribal forest in the Dark Realm. "No trouble at all. I can let anyone into my tribal forest, especially a friend," Maymay said with authority. That was when it hit Wyatt. It wasn't up to Dre to decide who could enter her tribal forest. It was the elder pixies of her tribe who held that authority. Unlike Maymay, who was an elder pixie herself, Dre couldn't extend such an invitation without permission even if it was him. The more Wyatt learned from Maymay, the more he began to question the librarian's true intentions regarding the enslavement of the pixie race. Aside from the role pixies played in the Infinity Library, Nothing about the librarian's treatment of them suggested they were mere slaves. The librarian granted his so-called slaves remarkable leniency and luxurious comforts, almost as if ensuring their favor was his primary goal. Did he believe that as long as they favored him, they would never act against him? The logic seemed flawed. Favorability, after all, was a variable, not a constant. While it could be manipulated to fall within certain bounds, even a being as cunning as the librarian should know that nothing was truly certain. Was it because the history was a evidence that other alternatives would fail sooner? Regardless, now Wyatt was going to try something bold. All right, I'll take your word for it. I'm planning to expand my business to the Dark Realm, so we might meet there soon. When that time comes, I'll consider myself lucky if you don't pretend not to know me, let alone give me a tour of your tribal forest, Wyatt teased, accepting Mei's invitation. How could he resist? It was too tempting, like being granted access to a forbidden forest. However, he also thought this might put him on the librarian Zoltan Jr.'s radar once again. Thinking of Zoltan, Wyatt let his imagination wander. He wondered, if Zoltan handed Dre over when he achieved a certain level of favorability with her, would he also hand over Mei's entire tribe if he visited her tribal forest? Knowing Mei's favorability toward him, it was a tempting thought. But even Wyatt didn't believe Zoltan would be crazy enough to do such a thing, assuming he even had the authority to do so. After all, it was important to remember he was Librarian Jr., not the librarian. Why would I do that? If I promise to give you a tour of my tribal forest when you visit the Dark Realm, I'll keep my word. I'm not a liar. Mei suddenly grew serious in response to Wyatt's remark, taking his words at face value instead of seeing it for a harmless teasing. Wyatt hurriedly explained, "Why so serious? I didn't mean to call you a liar. I was kidding, just teasing you." "Why would you tease me? Aren't we friends?" Mei asked, confused. She didn't understand the earthly concept of camaraderie, where friends often teased or played tricks on each other before sharing drinks and celebrating together. This culture, while often harmless, wasn't universal. Across the myriad realms, including the Dark Realm, loneliness and the fear of solitude drove many to accept such behavior as part of friendship, even though it was far from ideal. However, it's important to note that not all friendships function this way. Many friendships are based on mutual respect, understanding, and support. Wyatt, unsure how to explain this to Mei, ultimately chose to apologize. "I'm sorry. It was wrong of me to tease you. As compensation, I'll let you kiss me whenever you want, wherever you want, and for as long as you want. I forgive you and don't want you to compensate me over something this small. Also, why would you assume I'd want to kiss you?" Mei asked, baffled by Wyatt's peculiar offer. She couldn't imagine her ever needing it. "Duh, because you can," Wyatt replied simply. Then, narrowing his eyes and adopting a serious tone, he added, "Mei, thank you for your generosity. I'm eternally grateful. However, I must make up for my shortcomings as your friend. So please, accept my offer or I'll be forced to increase the compensation." Mei was speechless. Seeing Wyatt use her words against her, word for word, left her curious about how else he might increase his compensation. However, she ultimately decided to accept his offer. "Fine, though I don't see myself ever using it. You can't let it go to waste. You have to try it at least once. You might even like it." "I know I will," Wyatt said, keeping a straight face, as if imparting ancient wisdom. This approach was reminiscent of a marketing tactic used by online gambling platforms, partnering with payment apps to offer customers a free scratch card with each transaction. More often than not, these scratch cards contained coupons for gambling websites. The strategy banked on a small percentage of recipients engaging with the offer, given the vast potential audience. It depended on its product's seductive factor to retain a regular stream of customer. Wyatt's demographic, however, was limited to Mei, making the odds far lower. Still, Dre had already proven his product was addictive, and Wyatt only needed Mei to try it once. He was sure, once she tried, she would never be able to forget and keep redeeming his compensation for her. "I'm sure you'll like it," Mei replied, rolling her eyes. She stepped closer to Wyatt and gave him a quick peck on the cheek. "If you wanted a kiss, you could have just asked." "That's not a kiss," Wyatt said, frowning in disappointment. Mei's kiss had been more of a brief peck, her lips barely brushing his skin. Dre had done the same whenever she was happy. What Wyatt sought wasn't an elder's endearing kiss, but a lover's passionate one. Here, he wasn't just after a kiss. He wanted to demonstrate that favorability was an unpredictable variable, not something one could control with calculations alone. One might think they can limit it to a desirable range, but he was going to prove that only way to maintain favorability was through reliability. Why a kiss and not a touch or a hug? Because a kiss was the most subtle yet effective way to make Mei experience his product's addictive nature, which had only grown stronger since Dreedra's last test. Wyatt only had his product to offer Mei, as Reborn had kept her satisfied in all other department. What do you mean? That is a kiss. That's how we kiss in my tribe, Mei said, confused. She kissed the children in her tribe like that, and her elders had kissed her the same way when she was a young pixie. No one had ever complained. Soon, Mei narrowed her eyes, her gaze hardening. Are you teasing me again? Why would I tease you again? Didn't I just apologize for that? Or did you not truly forgive me? Do you not trust me? Wyatt replied, feigning exaggerated disbelief. Before Mei could respond, he hurriedly proposed a wager. This is the Infinity Library, right? It should have books on kissing from across the myriad realms. Why don't you read them and tell me if I'm teasing you? If you find other forms of kissing, you'll have to redeem my compensation for you to practice them all on me. Deal. Mei was taken aback by Wyatt's sudden outburst and accusations. Seeing his confidence, she even began to question if she was in the wrong. Though Mei was countless millennia old and an elder pixie, she had been a sheltered flower raised by the librarian. It would have been easy for her to dismiss Wyatt's accusations as nonsense, just as she had handled other demon and devil merchants had she not opened her heart to him. Now that she considered him her friend, it was against her nature to dismiss his accusations or turn him away unless he did something truly extreme. One had to understand that it was incredibly difficult for an elder pixie to let down their guard when dealing with a guest of the Infinity Library. If not for the initial shock Mei felt when perceiving a mortal threat from Wyatt and the confusion that followed when she couldn't locate the source of that innate threat, Wyatt would never have succeeded in getting her to lower her defenses, regardless of whatever tricks he might have used. If not for the primordial world calamity tree seed's protective cover interfering with Mei's keen intuition, stopping her from perceiving malicious intent behind Wyatt's words and accusations, no amount of honeyed words or cunning could have allowed Wyatt to befriend her, let alone gaslight her into doubting herself or believing she had been a poor friend when she had done no such thing. In her long career as the book guide of Sector WS 9909's Infinity Library branch, Mei had faced the best tricksters the Dark Realm had to offer. Yet, she had always remained sagacious, seeing through their elaborate deceptions. For a low-level card apprentice to manipulate her should have been unthinkable. But Wyatt was no ordinary card apprentice. He was a hybrid primordial world calamity tree, the strongest variation of her race's natural predator out there. Everything about him was designed to deceive her kind into delivering themselves to him as prey. Though she was an elder pixie, he was her primordial predator. Mei never stood a chance against him. Seeing her consumed by confusion and self-doubt, Wyatt feigned exaggerated disappointment and self-blame, preparing to strike while the iron was hot. I was a fool to assume someone of such high status as you would befriend a nobody like me, he lamented dramatically. I deserve this for stepping out of my place. Madam Mei, thank you for showing me my limits so kindly. I'll forever be grateful for the valuable lesson you've taught me. Wyatt Mei tried to interject, but Wyatt interrupted sharply, sighing theatrically and exaggerating his despair. Don't, Madam Mei, just don't try to console me, he insisted, his voice heavy with feigned sorrow. I'm the kind of person who returns 100 times the love shown to me. If you console me now, it'll only make it harder for me to forget and let go of your friendship. Please, let's just part ways here. And if my presence makes you uncomfortable, I can apply to change my allotted book guide. Seeing Wyatt summon his demon merchant codex, Mei panicked. Fearing he would truly change his allotted pixie and she'd never have the chance to explain herself, she hastily cried out, No, Wyatt, don't. I still want to be your allotted book guide. I never doubted you. I truly consider you my friend. I meant every word I said. Really? No, you're just being kind to console me, Wyatt replied, pretending to hesitate. After all, you're a good person. His words subtly hinted at his fear of trusting the wrong person again. Wyatt, please trust me. Mei pleaded desperately. What do you want? Do you want me to go through all the books in the Infinity Library about kissing and practice on you? I'll do it. Then will you believe that I truly consider you my friend? At this point, her mind was no longer occupied with contemplating who was in the right or wrong. Nor did she have time to doubt and scrutinize Wyatt's words. All she cared about was regaining his lost trust and faith in her. Wyatt's mere suggestion of requesting a change of allotted book guide was so effective that it pushed her into jumping all her usual caution and doubt and rush. She prioritized securing his trust above all else, even though she didn't fully understand why she felt such urgency. Fortunately, they were in the Infinity Library's study room. If other demon and devil merchants who had tried in vain to befriend elder pixies, aware of their immense authority over the Infinity Library, had witnessed this scene, they would have been so shocked that it might have severed the connection between their spiritual and physical bodies, leaving them as wandering spirits in the Interrealm city unless the Devil Merchant Code deemed them unworthy of its grace. No, Mei, you misunderstood me, Wyatt finally conceded, his voice softening. I never meant to force you into anything you're uncomfortable with. I just wanted you to find a way of kissing that felt natural to you and to your liking, so my compensation to you wouldn't go to waste. But let's forget about it. It's okay. It seems you want to kiss me. I trust you. However, Mei didn't believe him. A pixie only kissed those they trusted and considered their friends or family. A kiss was their ultimate symbol of trust. Wyatt's claim that she didn't want to kiss him was tantamount to saying she didn't trust him or consider him her friend. His words contradicted each other, leaving them right back where they started. It was impossible for Mei to leave it at that. So she gave Wyatt a gentle peck on each cheek, showing with her actions that she truly considered him her friend. Mei, you don't have to kiss me if you don't want to, especially just to console me. I don't want you to feel uncomfortable, Wyatt said, pretending as if he was making a great sacrifice for her sake. You don't get a say in this, Mei shot back, her tone firm. Didn't you say that as compensation for teasing me, I could kiss you whenever, wherever, and for as long as I want? Not only that, I'll learn every way of kissing in the myriad realms from the books in the Infinity Library and test them all on you. You can't stop me. Got it. With that declaration, the ignorant elder pixie Mei willingly walked right into Wyatt's trap. Now, all that remained was to see if his trap worked and his plan would unfold as he intended or backfire disastrously. You can't stop me. Got it. Listening to Mei's declaration, Wyatt couldn't help but laugh aloud, though he knew it was too early to celebrate. After all, if Mei were to study every way of kissing across the myriad realms, she would inevitably learn the meanings behind kisses and their variations. And once she uncovered all that dirt, it would take a miracle for her not to see him as a filth. Regardless of how she reacted to learning such details, Wyatt planned to feign ignorance and insist that in his hometown, a kiss simply symbolized friendship. He was confident that if he could make Mei willingly walk into his trap, he could guide things to unfold as he intended, no matter her response. His only concern was avoiding a scenario where she became so disgusted by the idea of kissing that she could no longer bring herself to kiss anyone again. If that happened, he would have broken Mei. He would have created the first elder pixie who rejected the act of kissing as a symbol of trust. A tragic and ironic achievement. Wyatt, chop. Tell me what book you want so I can brush up on the ways of kissing across the myriad realms, Mei urged, treating him more like a close friend than a guest of the Infinity Library. After all, an elder pixie's word was her bond. She would follow through on her claim unless doing so was extreme or led to catastrophic consequences. All right. At least let me collect my thoughts first, Wyatt replied, unable to suppress a grin as Mei's enthusiasm for study infected him, especially given his recent success. I'd like all the books you have on the demon Clampedo, Wyatt began, pausing briefly before continuing, and all the original books on the acquirable physiques and traits mentioned in this list, along with books to learn their original languages. He handed over the detailed list Park had prepared. You want all of them at once? Mei asked, scanning the extensive list with raised eyebrows. She couldn't fathom how Wyatt planned to read so many books simultaneously. While many demon and devil merchants demonstrated impressive speed-reading techniques, they typically needed to revisit the books multiple times to grasp the full depth of the author's meaning. With each reading, the content often felt more profound. "Yes, please," Wyatt nodded gently. "Give me a minute." Mei excused herself and began entering the titles from Wyatt's list into the library's search array formation. Given how lengthy his request was, she had to rely on the array to fetch the books efficiently. Park had listed every acquirable physique and trait relevant to Corey's situation without worrying about their requirements or complexity, trusting in Wyatt's capability to manage them. "Here you go." With a snap of Mei's fingers, a vast grassland formed within the forest beside Wyatt. Rows of bookshelves appeared, brimming with the requested volumes. Pointing to the bookshelves, Mei explained, "All the books on Clampedo are over here, while the original books on the acquirable physiques and traits you mentioned, along with their accompanying language guides, are arranged in the same order as your list." "Thank you, Mei. You're the best," Wyatt said, his eyes scanning the rows of bookshelves that nearly covered one entire side of the forest. He shook his head, knowing his primordial spirits and hive mind had their work cut out for them. "Wyatt, do you need any spirit medicine to maintain your concentration or relieve mental exhaustion?" Mei asked, quickly adding, "Don't hold back, it's all on the house." "All right then, get me a few 100,000 of catch," Wyatt replied as his spiritual body split into 1,000 perfect clones before Mei could even consider whether he was taking advantage of their friendship. Seeing nearly 1,000 identical and perfect copies of Wyatt, Mei finally understood how he planned to study all those books simultaneously. With newfound enthusiasm, she equipped each of Wyatt's clones with hundreds of pills for concentration, mental exhaustion, and other needs. Once everyone was set and ready for their reading marathon, Mei bid her farewell. "Wyatt, I'll take my leave now. If you need me, just call my name 3 times aloud or use your demon codex, whichever is convenient for you. Happy reading." "Got it," Wyatt replied with a nod before returning her well wishes. "Happy reading to you too." Once Mei was gone, Wyatt's primordial spirits automatically began dividing the workload among themselves, hurrying to conquer the mountain of books. Meanwhile, Wyatt moved to the other side of the forest and created a personal grassland. No, he wasn't planning to laze around while his primordial spirits did all the work. Instead, he intended to practice combat arts following the guidance of the training card the field marshal had given him. He had long acknowledged the importance of combat arts and it as his main shortcoming. Now that he finally had the time for it, he decided to focus on making up for his only shortcoming in his current combat prowess. Before beginning, he summoned one of his free primordial spirits to train alongside him. Wyatt planned to practice the combat arts simultaneously with his clone to determine if they shared the same martial talent and whether he could efficiently absorb the insights his spirit gained during training. His intent couldn't have been clearer, to see if he could make for talent in martial arts with his multiple primordial spirits. He planned to begin with a simple experiment, to see if his primordial spirits could complete combat arts training on his behalf just as effectively as he could, without adverse effects. If successful, Wyatt would have discovered a shortcut, a cheat, if you will, that allowed him to fulfill his daily combat training quota even when preoccupied with other tasks. This way he would not have to give up on everything else to pursue the martial way. Wyatt acknowledged the importance of martial arts, but his appreciation for it was never strong enough to abandon science and walk the solitary martial path. That could never happen. He preferred venturing into the unknown and unraveling its mysteries. He couldn't imagine himself lifting weights or meditating while chanting, "My body is a temple." After transmigrating, his definition of science expanded along with his understanding of reality. To him, science wasn't about accepting reality at face value but questioning it, uncovering its intricacies, and understanding its principles. If possible, he sought to recreate it, retracing the footsteps of the myriad realms. His pursuit had brought him to the origin source. Though not yet strong enough to explore it, he believed the day would come when he could finally reach where the myriad realms began. With such a path in mind for his chill life, Wyatt could never see himself walking the martial path fully. However, he understood that without its aid, it would be much harder for him to follow his path and reach its peak. Therefore, he sought a way to continue on his journey while learning from the martial path. Though it was said to be impossible to reach the peak of the martial path by taking shortcuts, Wyatt didn't care. His pursuit wasn't the pinnacle of martial arts. To him, it was merely a means to an end. Everyone has their pursuits. Wyatt never claimed he was right or that others were wrong. He only wished to walk his path in peace. After all, a chill life without the people and things you love is just a compromise or worse, self-deception. Some sages claim that being satisfied with what one has is the path to contentment. But what if someone covets what you possess? What if your possessions that you were satisfied with lack the power to let you protect your possession? Then what? That's why Wyatt argued that such a philosophy was a form of compromise or self-deception. Positioning themselves for training, Wyatt and his primordial spirit formed a party to share the effects of the Field Marshal's combat training card. Soon, the voice of the Field Marshal greeted them. Dear Disciple Dash. Hearing the card address him as its beloved disciple, Wyatt immediately interrupted, complaining, Hold on. I only agreed to make you my combat instructor. When did this escalate into a master-disciple relationship? Field Marshal, you're getting more shameless by the day. Have you and your husband finally decided to let go of shame and claim yourselves as my masters? Dear disciple, I'm sorry. I can't help you with that. I'm merely the intent of your master. If you have doubts beyond my knowledge or complaints about my performance, you'll need to reach out to your master. I can't assist you further. As it turned out, the Field Marshal had used her intent to create the combat training card. No wonder it was a mythical grade card. Her intent functioned much like a programmed combat instructor. Wyatt wasn't surprised, knowing that even a low-level card creationist could use monster cores with beast wills to create artificial will for golems or other cards. What annoyed him, though, was how she had programmed the card to call him Dear Disciple instead of just Disciple. Clearly, she was trying to manipulate him into accepting her as his master. First, she cunningly persuaded him to upgrade his grimoire to diamond grade so he could equip her combat training card. Wyatt had thought her game ended there, but now he realized the card was another pawn in her strategy to lower his resistance to becoming her disciple. Stop calling me Dear Disciple, he ordered. That would be help enough. Dear Disciple, I'm sorry. I can't help you with that. Your master's boundless love for you instructed me to address you this way. There's no way around it. Please, reach out to your master for further assistance. The card intent answered indifferently, making Wyatt feel like the fool arguing with an automated voice machine. Field Marshal. Wyatt screamed in frustration. He was tempted to contact her through the Demon Codex and demand she fix the card, but he restrained himself. He decided it wasn't worth ruining his training over something so trivial. As a diamond-grade card creationist, Wyatt could overhaul even an SSS rank card with ease, especially given his primordial soul pupils. However, Field Marshal's combat training card's key component, the intent of the Martial Sage Lorn, was not to be played with. Tampering with it would instantly render the card useless. Helpless but amused, Wyatt muttered with a smirk, Well played. I'll get you back for this. If you're done whining, Dear Disciple, shall we begin training? The tone of the Martial Sage Lorn's intent suddenly shifted, losing the politeness and respect the Field Marshal usually afforded Wyatt as her lord. It now treated him like a lazy, rebellious disciple. Yet, the intent maintained a modicum of respect. It couldn't bring itself to treat him as a mere cadet of the Southern Watch. WTF. Wyatt was taken aback by the intent's sudden authoritative tone. It reminded him of military cadets back on Earth. Instead of complaining, he adjusted his attitude and shouted, Sir? Yes, sir. His primordial spirit mimicked him, echoing, Sir? Yes, sir. That's the spirit, Dear Disciple, the intent said, seemingly pleased. Ignoring Wyatt's refusal to call it master, it continued, For your realm, your physique is gifted with unimaginable strength and harmony, making it particularly sturdy and effective despite lacking formal training. Not to mention your vast reserves of soul energy. You possess everything a martial artist trains for: strength, control, and power. One might think these gifts would make you a natural martial artist, but that's not the case. Because you weren't innately born with these abilities, I have no idea what you did to acquire them, but they've now become obstacles on your martial path. Listening to the Field Marshal's intent, Wyatt was taken aback. He had never imagined that his hard-earned physique, traits, and abilities would one day become obstacles in his pursuit of martial path. For a fleeting moment, He wondered if the martial sage Lorne was just a quack martial artist who didn't know what she was talking about. However, recalling that Daly had praised her strength, he decided to hear her out to the end. If her explanation didn't make sense, he always had the Infinity Library to fall back on. The only decision would be whether to hire a devil merchant to train him or compile all available combat arts guides in the Infinity Library to generate a tailored training routine. Hiring a devil merchant for combat training was an intriguing option. The higher the price he was willing to pay, the better the instructor he could get. This was particularly viable in Sector WS 9909, where a gym rental business model had given rise to the gym trainer profession. There, individuals could sell their expertise in combat, martial, or even fine arts for a price. The Devil Merchant Code set this price, evaluating the trainer's expertise and their ability to impart knowledge, ensuring that trainers didn't harm their trainees by teaching them incorrectly or unable to understand their employer's needs. This system provided muscle-brained demons and devil merchants, those walking the martial path, but lacking the cunning or intelligence for demon/devil merchant title, a way to earn a living. It was, in a way, a fitting environment for the field marshal. She would likely thrive there if she managed to gather the initial capital to become an upstart in this sector. Planning to introduce the field marshal to Sector WS 9909 in May, Wyatt refocused on Marshal Sage Lorne's guidance. However, she continued, all hope is not lost for you. If you're willing to place your physique, traits, and abilities under probation, essentially starting your training as a mortal, you will be able to walk the martial path far enough for it to aid you in your pursuits, or even more. Before you question my judgment, let me explain why this is necessary. With your physique, traits, and abilities, you don't need to train to gain strength, control, and power. But training offers something more valuable, the wisdom that comes with gradual development. Brick by brick, training allows you to build a martial foundation, fostering a unique understanding of your body, mind, and soul. This connection forms the foundation of martial arts, enabling you to craft them into a temple and become the sage inhabiting it. Dear disciple, you found ways to gain strength, control, and power, but you haven't figured out how to apply them efficiently. That's why you've turned to the martial path to fill the gap that even your vast knowledge that helped you gain strength, control, and power without training couldn't bridge. The difference here is the same as that between memorizing a theory and truly understanding it. Memorizing allows you to recite it, but understanding lets you apply it and even impart it to others. Dear disciple, even if the martial path is merely a means to an end for you, you still have to start from scratch. There's no way around it. When you accepted me as your master, I initially planned to use my intent to suppress your physique, traits, and abilities, forcing you to train until you mastered the basics. Only then I wouldn't feel ashamed to call you my disciple. However, the power protecting your mutated ego gem far surpasses mine, leaving me helpless. I had no choice but to wait for you to take combat training seriously. Now that you've chosen to walk the martial path, whatever your reasons, I ask you to trust me. Prohibit your physique, traits, and abilities, and begin training as a mortal. Since you've already experienced the strength, control, and power others train to achieve, you know what you're aiming for. This puts you ahead of most. All that's left is to train until you no longer can, then train some more. Dear disciple, trust me, and I will guide you far enough on the martial path that you'll no longer need me. Hopefully, by then, you might even come to devote yourself to it. Damn, you've got all the makings of a sect master. I almost joined your martial cult. Wyatt exclaimed, pondering whether he should seek a second opinion or trust the field marshal, who was clearly bent on turning him into a martial mad card apprentice. Not to forget, her guts to shamelessly claim herself his master, and then shamelessly add that she was ashamed to call herself his master. It's just prohibiting my physique, traits, and abilities, right? I'll give it a try, Wyatt decided. His study room had an array designed to temporarily suppress all his physique, traits, and abilities, rendering him mortal without adversely affecting his physical body in the physical plane. Apparently, many demon and devil merchants used this array to better understand the arts they practiced, relying solely on their mortal capabilities without making use of their heightened senses or powers. This approach was especially popular among those striving for sage-level proficiency. The reasoning was simple. Using their innate and acquired gifts to bridge skill gaps would only widen those gaps over time, preventing genuine improvement or mastery. Upon learning this, Wyatt, who had been doubting the field marshal and considering a second opinion, changed his mind. He decided to follow her guidance wholeheartedly. Only by giving his best could he earn the right to judge whether the field marshal's methods were right or wrong. Using his demon merchant codex, Wyatt accessed the array formation to prohibit the physical attributes, abilities of the primordial spirit and himself, turning themselves into mere mortals, allowing them to immediately begin the rigorous training regimen the field marshal had prepared for him as she wanted him to. Having become a mere mortal, Wyatt and his primordial spirit began their combat training with the basics, such as stretching exercises and running. The key was to push himself until he could go no further and then push even more. Within the spiritual city, the spiritual body functioned the same as a physical body in a regular city. The strain and pain were just as real, but they had no effect on or benefit to his true physical body back on the physical plane, not that he needed them to be. He had already gained everything one could from such training, except for the understanding necessary to apply it. Thus, he couldn't help but feel as though he was paying interest for taking the shortcut of cultivating his body through artificial means rather than honest training. Exhausted, Wyatt nevertheless pressed on, following Marshal Sage Lawrence drills. At times, he wanted to stop and yell, questioning what doing basic exercises and running had to do with learning to apply his strength, control, and power. However, he held his tongue. He trusted the field marshal and wanted to see the training through with unwavering determination. Even at his weakest, when his resolve was tested, he never gave in. "Dear disciple, you're slacking. Pick up the pace," the card intent would remind him. It called him dear disciple so many times that he was beginning to think it was his name. Grumbling under his breath at the card intent, he continued at his own pace. After all, as long as his will didn't give up, his spiritual body wouldn't collapse from exhaustion. This was another reason why demon and devil merchants favored training their martial and fine arts in the Sector WS 9909. "Dear disciple, I'm not trying to be hard on you. Look at your perfect clone. Its spiritual body has the same parameters and attributes as yours, yet it's outperforming you at every turn. This shows you're capable of more, you're just not giving it your all. Discard all distracting thoughts and focus. Come on, if your clone can do it, so can you," the card intent said, using Wyatt's clone as a benchmark. It was right to do so. After all, they were identical, with the key difference being that Wyatt was the main primordial spirit with the soul gem, while the clones were slave primordial spirits with daughter gems. Hearing the card intent's comments, Wyatt, who was utterly exhausted and running on sheer willpower, couldn't help but regret involving his primordial spirit in the combat training. After all, slave primordial spirits were meant to follow orders despite their individuality. Unlike him, who was meant to stand above them all. Still, unwilling to be outdone by his own clone, Wyatt picked up the pace. Viewing it as his rival, his competitive spirit reignited, giving his will a much-needed boost. "That's more like it, dear disciple. You can do it." Listening to the card intent, which sometimes sounded like a drill master and other times like a supportive mother, Wyatt wanted to yell, "Choose a role and stick to it. Damn it." However, he ignored the urge, set his sights on his clone, and tried not only to match its pace but to outdo it. Unaware of how long the card intent had kept them running and doing basic exercises, Wyatt's primordial spirit finally collapsed to the ground upon hearing the words, "All right, let's take a break." Wyatt managed to catch up and flopped down a foot in front of it to rest. Seeing this, the primordial spirit crawled forward on all fours. Noticing this, Wyatt also crawled forward to maintain his lead. However, just as the spirit was about to overtake him, he leapt onto it, yelling, "Stop! I won. Accept it. Stop, Fker, I said stop." When the primordial spirit finally halted, Wyatt crawled a foot ahead of it and rested with a satisfied smile on his face. Meanwhile, the primordial spirit glared at its childish and unfair master before turning away, grumbling to itself. It went silent, though, when Wyatt shouted, "What the FCK did you say, asshole?" Wyatt turned to look at his primordial spirit. This was one of his newest spirits, and it hadn't yet developed individuality like the older ones. However, through the brutal basic training, it had begun to develop a competitive and unyielding personality. Curious, Wyatt kicked it lightly to see how it would react, only to find it glaring at him before swallowing its anger. Its emotions could never surpass the bond between master and slave primordial spirits, a relief, but also a pity. This bond ensured it remained a mere slave, never able to act independently. Not that Wyatt was complaining, but it was still a pity. Dear disciple, you have a lot to learn about sportsmanship before you can even take the first step on the martial path, the card intent remarked, observing Wyatt's pettiness toward his own clone. If it had been the field marshal herself, she might have had a hard time suppressing her laughter at seeing the high and mighty Wyatt in such a state. Ignoring the comment, Wyatt heard the card intent instruct, "Please take the pill for exhaustion so we can continue with the next round of practice." Can't we just take a pill for concentration and focus too? It would make it so much easier to train with a one-track mind, Wyatt suggested, thinking of using the pills to make up the difficulties he faced during the training so he could train longer. No. Though you can train longer by doing that would be counterproductive, especially since you are training to cultivate the mindset and focus that come from regular physical training. Dear disciple, stop thinking about shortcuts. Dedicate yourself to training vigorously with a one-track mind for the best results, the card intent advised. It recognized that Wyatt's endlessly mindset always trying to fix or improve things was likely to be the greatest hurdle he would face on his journey along the martial path. When they resumed training, the primordial spirit eyed Wyatt and smirked before taking off ahead of him. Wyatt managed to keep up at first, but he soon fell behind. The primordial spirit seemed different, more focused, and stronger. As a result, the gap between them steadily grew until it completed the lap and was right behind Wyatt again. Hearing the footsteps of the primordial spirit approaching from behind, Wyatt ran with all his might, throwing every other thought aside. The only thing on his mind now was ensuring that his primordial spirit didn't pass him. He would rather die than live to see that happen. Summoning a sudden burst of energy, he ran and ran until, at one point, a shadow darted past him. Damn it, Wyatt swore, seeing his primordial spirit overtake him. What infuriated him even more was the way it turned to sneer at him as it sped ahead. Wyatt was sure it was exacting revenge on him this way, as it couldn't employ other methods. However, he couldn't prove it without accessing its memories, which he couldn't do as a mere mortal. Dear disciple, stop getting distracted and keep going. Though it is shameful that you cannot outperform your own clone, for now, just focus on running at your pace, the card intent chided. Its words were like oil on a fire, reigniting Wyatt's competitive spirit. With a single-minded focus on beating his clone, Wyatt pushed himself harder. He ran, and ran some more until the card intent finally called for a break. Let us take a break, it instructed. However, the primordial spirit, having learned its lesson, didn't stop. It kept running, waiting for Wyatt to give up. Wyatt, being its master, refused to concede and kept running as well. Ignoring the card intent's order, the two raced on, determined to see the other falter first. Their unexpected rivalry fueled their resolve, allowing them to push beyond their limits. The card intent, recognizing the value of their competition, integrated it into the training. It watched Wyatt's progress with satisfaction, noting how the rivalry had turned a simple exercise into a test of willpower. Had they been in their physical bodies instead of their spiritual ones, the card intent would have forced them to stop, fearing they might injure themselves. But spiritual bodies were different. They could continue to run as long as their will supported them. This simple act of running had transformed into a way to cultivate their will. This was precisely why demon and devil merchants were willing to pay sky-high prices to train their martial and fine arts in Sector W $99.09. Here, one was guaranteed to achieve sage-level proficiency in an art of their choice as long as they practiced diligently, with full commitment, and in the correct way. Talent might offer a head start on the path, but the rest of the journey depended on their effort. In Sector WS 9909, the words "practice makes perfect" held absolute truth. Except for the card intent, neither Wyatt nor his primordial spirit had any idea how long they had been running. One thing, however, was certain: neither was willing to stop before the other did. Both being primordial spirits, the exercise didn't strain their will, but instead helped them tap into its boundless nature, capable of encompassing the entire myriad realms within it. At a certain point in the race, Wyatt finally managed to keep up with the primordial spirit. No matter how hard it tried, it couldn't shake him off. Seeing his progress, Wyatt felt motivated to teach his rebellious primordial spirit a lesson. Meanwhile, the primordial spirit's will to prove itself reignited as it saw its useless master catching up. Neither was willing to fall short, and each step they took was with firm resolve. It was no longer just a training session or even a race, it had become a do-or-die situation for them. As their rivalry escalated, both Wyatt and the primordial spirit made significant progress. Not only had they met the card-intense expectations, but they had also exceeded them by a considerable margin. The card intent, noticing this, intended to foster the rivalry further. However, it couldn't help but find Wyatt's mental state both peculiar and potentially alarming, considering he was fostering such rivalry toward a mere clone, that too his own clone. It made a note to bring it up to the field marshal when she would access the training card to check on Wyatt's efforts and progress. By the time Wyatt matched the primordial spirit's pace, he had gained a clear understanding of the limits of his current mortal strength and body, as well as the boundless nature of will. He quickly realized that he and his primordial spirit had reached the limits of their mortal-level spiritual bodies. This meant that, no matter how long they ran, it was impossible for either of them to overtake the other unless one's will faltered. Given their primordial spirit status and the infinite nature of their will, this was unlikely to happen unless one of them chose to give up entirely. Wyatt understood that unless he or his primordial spirit found a way to use their mortal-level spiritual body and boundless will more efficiently, neither would gain the upper hand. They could very well end up running in the study room for eternity, unless his physical body on the physical plane gave out first. While contemplating this, Wyatt lost focus and began to fall behind the primordial spirit, which maintained a consistent pace. However, this time, Wyatt wasn't bothered. Having grasped the limits of their current mortal-level spiritual bodies and the boundless nature of will, he started planning ways to apply this understanding for optimal results. His goal was not only to match his primordial spirit's pace again, but to surpass it entirely. He also decided that, while he was at it, he would make up for all the extra laps his primordial spirit had run while he was struggling to catch up. Wyatt even made a mental note to sneer at his primordial spirit every time he overtook it just as it had done to him. Coming to this conclusion, Wyatt felt motivated and continued running while contemplating how to better apply his current limits to achieve more optimal results. Meanwhile, seeing its foolish master fall behind once again, the primordial spirit felt satisfied and maintained its consistent pace, waiting for the moment when its master would finally give up. As for Marshal Sage Lawrence's intent, it observed the progress Wyatt had made and noticed his efforts to apply the understanding he had gained. This led it to question whether it had been wrong to think that Wyatt's mindset always trying to fix or improve things would be the greatest hurdle he faced on his journey along the martial path. Seeing Wyatt attempt to apply his understanding of his mortal-level spiritual body on the run efficiently and faster, the Marshal Sage Lawrence card intent not only reconsidered its previous judgment about his mindset being flawed for martial path, but it began to ponder if he might possess the fitting qualities needed to become a martial scholar. Martial scholars were among the rarest professions in the card world, dedicated to studying how the human body, soul energy, rule power, and how they interacted at various realms, and creating martial arts tailored to individual needs and talents. In the current era, however, martial scholars were almost extinct. The profession was so demanding that even someone like Marshal Sage Lawrence, who had created her own martial arts to suit her needs, did not dare to call herself a martial scholar. Yet, her card intent perceived in Wyatt qualities suited to this path. Wyatt had zero understanding of martial arts. He didn't even know how to run properly. If not for the support of their spiritual bodies' innate boundless will, they wouldn't have been able to keep up with such intense training because of their haphazard running. However, looking at him trying to find a way to run efficiently faster using his understanding of his mortal-level spiritual body, the card intent was a reminder of the early humans who were the foundation current civilization. Nonetheless, This alone wasn't enough for the card intent to consider him a potential martial scholar. Even if Wyatt managed to create a way for him to run efficiently and faster utilizing the limits of his mortal spiritual body and his boundless will, it wouldn't qualify him. However, the card intent, whose very purpose was to bring out Wyatt's potential in martial arts, decided to train him rigorously while testing him at every step, seeking to discover whether he would falter or rise to the challenge of becoming a martial scholar. Talent-wise, Wyatt was more than decent compared to many card apprentices, but in a holy place for combat and fine arts like Sector WS 9909, raw talent hardly mattered. What truly mattered was whether he was willing to take combat arts seriously. The card intent wasn't naive. It didn't believe Wyatt was genuinely committed to combat arts. It recognized that the only reason he was giving it a fair chance was so he could rightfully criticize its original body when it failed to help him step onto the martial path, as it claimed. Meanwhile, Wyatt's lower half suddenly disintegrated, causing him to collapse to the ground. The primordial spirit running ahead turned to look back at him, watching Wyatt continue the race by crawling on his hands as his body was restored through sheer willpower. The spirit was moved by its master's unyielding resolve. Its own determination grew firmer. It would only stop when its master gave up or it ceased to exist. FCK. That hurt like hell, Wyatt swore internally as he got back on his feet and resumed running on them. He focused on using his understanding of his current body's limits to conserve energy by minimizing waste and creating bursts of high-intensity output only when necessary, but failed. Having run for so long, Wyatt was well aware that his running form wasn't perfect. As a result, he was wasting too much energy. Determined to improve, he corrected his posture by recalling the Olympic racers and marathon runners he had seen running in his previous life. He began to understand the difference between their running styles, learning how to conserve energy from the marathon runners and how to generate high-intensity bursts for sprints from the racers. Once he adjusted his posture, Wyatt immediately found spare energy to utilize. If he were in his physical body, he would have needed to conserve this energy to run longer. However, in his spiritual body, fueled by his boundless willpower, this limitation didn't apply. Free to use the newfound energy, he attempted to maintain a consistent increase in speed. While the theory made sense in his mind, its implementation led to disastrous results. His leg bones fractured and vines surrounding them ruptured, causing his lower half dissipated mid-race. Yet, this failure wasn't enough to stop Wyatt. He continued testing his theory on himself, no matter how many times he failed, enduring the tremendous pain that came along with every failure. His relentless persistence began to draw attention from his primordial spirit. The primordial spirit, which had once passed him with a sneering taunt on every lap, found itself unable to maintain its mockery. It couldn't comprehend why Wyatt wasn't able to run properly and even hurting himself in such a simple, but it began to pity him. However, its resolve remained firm, suspecting that Wyatt might be employing some kind of strategy to force it to give up out of sympathy. Having experienced Wyatt's cunning firsthand, it couldn't dismiss the possibility. Meanwhile, Wyatt, stripped of access to his hive mind and other abilities, had no choice but to act as his own test subject. The pain from his repeated failures made it increasingly difficult to continue. But when he noticed his primordial spirit's sneers transform into glances of pity tinged with suspicion, Wyatt's fury reignited. Fueled by indignation, he resolved to refine his theory into a working technique, not just to succeed, but to turn the tables and pity his foolish primordial spirit for daring to pity him. After countless attempts, losing track of time in the throes of pain, Wyatt finally managed to refine his theory into a functional technique. This new method not only allowed him to use his limited energy more efficiently, but also enabled him to run faster. Armed with his refined technique, it didn't take Wyatt long to catch up with his primordial spirit. Seeing him close the gap, the spirit wasn't shocked. Instead, it felt a brief surge of pride, relieved it hadn't fallen for what it assumed was Wyatt's trick to win through pity. For a fleeting moment, it believed itself to be both stronger and smarter than the main spiritual body. Unfortunately for the spirit, this illusion of superiority was short-lived. Before it could celebrate, Wyatt sprinted past it, taunting it with a wide sneer. Dumbfounded, the primordial spirit nearly stumbled, thrown off by the sight of Wyatt's monstrous grin. Although it managed to avoid falling, it lost its consistent pace. As it continued the race, it couldn't help but wonder if its own sneers looked as hideous as Wyatt's. After all, they looked the same. Seeing Wyatt finally refine his running technique to efficiently and effectively utilize the parameters of his spiritual body and run faster, the card intent nodded in approval, feeling validated. However, it refrained from celebrating, aware that Wyatt's running technique would only work within the limited scope of his current spiritual body. It was unlikely to be as effective in the physical plane, where he would be in his physical body, which when in mortal constraints wasn't fueled by willpower like his spiritual body. At best, he could use his technique for a small sprint. The card intent wanted to move on to the next phase of training, but decided to allow Wyatt some time to savor the fruits of his hard work, knowing the intense rivalry he had with his own clone. While the rivalry seemed peculiar, it acknowledged that it spurred Wyatt to achieve his goals faster. Encouraged by this, the card intent began revising Wyatt's training regimen, overhauling it to include subtle tests to evaluate if Wyatt had the potential to be a martial scholar. Meanwhile, the primordial spirit, focused solely on the race, pushed itself to regain its fastest pace. However, it found that it couldn't just catch up with Wyatt. The gap between them continued to grow wider. Soon, Wyatt was so far ahead that he disappeared from its line of sight, only to reappear behind it, overtaking it once again. This time, Wyatt didn't taunt it with his unusual hideous sneer. Instead, he cast a pitying glance that made the primordial spirit feel insignificant. For the spirit, whose only motivation to surpass Wyatt was to prove its worth, that look of pity was like a dagger to its heart. Yet, it only fueled its determination. Having seen Wyatt overcome his weaknesses and outpace it, the primordial spirit believed it, too, could achieve the same. Tuning out all distracting thoughts, the primordial spirit pushed itself to run harder and faster. Yet, despite its resolve, it found no way to summon the power needed to increase its pace. No matter how hard it tried, its body seemed unable to produce the required speed. Watching Wyatt alternately sneer and pity it as he repeatedly passed by, the primordial spirit realized that its body, being a replica of Wyatt's, was undoubtedly capable of greater speed. However, it couldn't fathom how to tap into that power. In its desperation, the primordial spirit briefly entertained the idea that Wyatt might be cheating, perhaps altering the array that restricted them to their mortal states. However, it quickly dismissed the thought. It knew Wyatt well enough to understand that winning through such a method would bring him no satisfaction. As if were to cheat, he would be cheating himself and defeating the purpose of the training, which was to hone his ability to apply his immense strength, control, and power. Moreover, the card intent wouldn't idly stand by and allow such behavior. While it ultimately served Wyatt as its master, its purpose was to guide him onto the martial path. Even if it couldn't directly stop him from cheating, it would certainly protest. Interestingly, during this contemplation, the primordial spirit had effortlessly maintained a consistent pace, something Wyatt was unable to do. The primordial spirit suddenly shook its head, stopping itself from taking a detour, and cleared its mind for a fresh perspective. Just then, Wyatt happened to pass it, throwing a sneer at it. This time, however, instead of his sneer, what caught its eye was Wyatt's posture when running. Wondering if they were the reason Wyatt was able to run faster, it began to mimic them to dot. Soon, the results were clear to it. It was able to run with more ease and found spare energy to run faster. Wyatt's technique to run efficiently and faster was no intricate martial arts. Anyone with a little brain and know-how of running could copy it by looking at. Being Wyatt's primordial spirit, it wasn't hard for his clone to copy his movements with a single glance and mimic them perfectly. Now it was able to summon a speed matching Wyatt's. However, it did not take off trying to catch Wyatt. Instead, it waited for Wyatt, knowing if they ran at same speed, the distance gap between them would remain constant. Since it could not run faster, it chose to run slower and let Wyatt catch up with it. Wyatt had his fill of his revenge. However, he continued to run to make up for the extra laps the primordial spirit had over his head, and then some more. That way he would have won completely and could righteously ask the primordial to give up. Until then, he would continue enjoying the desperation on his primordial spirit's face every time he passed by it, taunting it, giving it a taste of its own medicine. Wyatt, just as usual, easily caught up with his primordial spirit. However, when he tried to run past it, leaving it in his dust, he found that the primordial spirit was able to keep up with him. He wondered if let his thoughts slow him down, but found that wasn't the case. He was running at his top speed. Then how was his primordial spirit able to keep up with him? Soon, taking note of his primordial spirit's posture while running and its well-timed steps, Wyatt understood that it had not only seen through his trick, but also shamelessly copied it. While this realization dawned on Wyatt, learning the impact of the perfect posture and well-measured and timed steps on its running, allowing it to run efficiency and speed, the primordial spirit felt like a new door was open up in its mind, and reaching it, it had a sudden enlightenment, and its body began to emit a brilliant light, undergoing subtle transformation. As the light vanished, the primordial spirit's eyes looked profounder and enigmatic. It was impossible to tell what it was thinking. However, soon it ran past Wyatt and leaving him in the dust. In no time it was behind Wyatt and darted past him. This time it did not have any thoughts of taunting. Rather, it was focused on improving its running technique on the go with a one-track mind, not entertaining any distractions. Wyatt gritted his teeth, trying to keep up and learn from his primordial spirit's posture, just as it did, knowing that it had gained some kind of enlightenment. Pity, it was just about running efficiently and faster. Meanwhile, Card Intent, who was watching all this, was astonished to its core. Martial Sage Lorne, Martial Demigod Lorne, indicating her high achievements in martial arts, especially practicing countless martial arts to sage-level proficiency. Martial Scholar, Martial Sage, emphasizing the majesty and honor of wielding this title, and it only belongs to those adept in not just mastering, but creating martial arts. Date, unspecified. Time, unspecified. Location, Lil. Red Storm, Seed World, Devil Merchant Code, Interrealm City, Sector WS-9909, Infinity Library, Study Room. The martial demigod Lawrence Intent was astonished to its core upon witnessing Wyatt's clone achieve enlightenment. Its shock doubled when it understood the nature of the enlightenment the clone had attained. Initially, its surprise stemmed from the fact that a clone, despite being a perfect one, was able to gain enlightenment independently. This was unprecedented. While some clones could achieve enlightenment alongside their masters, for one to do so on its own was unheard of. After all, the clone was not a separate entity but a dependent extension of Wyatt himself. Its secondary surprise came from the realization that Wyatt's clone had not attained an ordinary enlightenment but a supreme one. At first glance, it seemed like the enlightenment was related to running faster, judging by the clone's actions. However, upon closer inspection, it became clear that the enlightenment was connected to the martial path. The clone appeared to have comprehended the very essence of martial discipline. This meant that Wyatt's clone had not merely taken a step, but a significant leap into the martial path. What made this feat even more remarkable was that it had achieved this within the constraints of its mortal shell, amplifying the significance of the accomplishment. Although the Card Intent couldn't fully grasp the exact nature of the enlightenment, it was confident that this breakthrough would greatly facilitate the clone's journey on the martial path. In essence, Wyatt's clone displayed an extraordinary affinity for the martial path, and with proper guidance, it had the potential to grow into a martial sage. This realization left the Card Intent both excited and perplexed. It was thrilled by the prospect of Wyatt's clone developing into a martial sage, yet it struggled to comprehend how a clone rather than Wyatt himself could demonstrate such remarkable aptitude for martial arts. It was as though it was witnessing the birth of a miracle and anomaly. Meanwhile, Wyatt noticed that his primordial clone's posture wasn't the only thing that had changed. The angles of each step, the timing, and even the rhythm of its movements had shifted. It seemed to be running to a precise cadence, conserving energy while maintaining high-intensity bursts of speed. If it had only been a matter of posture, Wyatt might have been able to mimic it. However, replicating the intricate sequence of angles and timings was a far more complex task, one he couldn't deduce on the run, especially without the aid of his AI, Hive Spirit. Observing this remarkable display of comprehension by his primordial clone, Wyatt could only concede. He acknowledged that what his clone had achieved through its enlightenment was beyond his current mortal limitations. While given time, he might be able to analyze and replicate the techniques employed by his primordial spirit, He recognized that doing so would ultimately be a pointless and time-consuming endeavor. Wyatt appreciated the progress demonstrated by his primordial spirit during combat training, but he still felt it was a pity that its enlightenment seemed to revolve solely around running. After all, there were countless books on running techniques available in the Infinity Library surrounding them. Still, this development allowed him to move on to the next phase of his experiment testing whether he could share the progress made by his primordial spirit through their main slave primordial spirit link. However, just as Wyatt was about to stop running, the primordial spirit, having perfected its running technique to match its current limits and strengths, caught up to him. Matching Wyatt's speed, it began running alongside him. To Wyatt's dismay, the primordial spirit, now running backward with its hands casually tucked behind its head, had the audacity to yawn. It was a blatant challenge, a deliberate taunt. Wyatt, who had planned to bow out gracefully, now felt a burning urge to discipline his rebellious creation. The primordial spirit, noticing his expression darken, shifted gears. It began running backward in front of him, maintaining eye contact while keeping just enough distance to ensure Wyatt couldn't catch it. Its posture remained mocking, hands still tucked behind its head, exuding an air of complete nonchalance. Though enraged, Wyatt couldn't help but be impressed by the sophistication of the running technique his primordial spirit had developed. In his mind, it no longer felt accurate to call it simply a running technique. It was more like a mortal-grade footwork martial art. Realizing that it was impossible for him to catch up without resorting to extreme measures, he decided to concede with dignity and instead focus on finding another way to teach his cheeky primordial spirit a lesson it wouldn't forget in this lifetime or their shared existence. Coming to a halt, Wyatt addressed his primordial spirit. "Congratulations on your enlightenment." However, his words caught in his throat as the primordial spirit began circling him at high speed, further rubbing salt into his wounded pride. Taking a calming breath, Wyatt resumed, "You've earned this win." Hearing Wyatt's words, the primordial spirit abruptly stopped and fixed him with a suspicious gaze, as though assessing whether his praise was genuine or part of a scheme. Being a part of Wyatt, it knew better than to take his words at face value, especially after it had gone out of its way to taunt and humiliate him during the training session. Seeing this hesitation, Wyatt couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. "It really is my primordial spirit," he thought. Had it fallen for his words too easily, he would have considered it foolish and oddity among his creations. Smiling gently, he placed a hand on the spirit's shoulder. Noticing that it didn't dodge, Wyatt realized it was confident in its abilities as it should be. This time, he offered genuine praise. "Congratulations. You've proven yourself to me." "Really? You're not just saying this to lower my guard, are you?" The primordial spirit replied, its skepticism deepening with each word of praise. It knew Wyatt was generous with his people, but also a notorious sore loser. Even so, it had chosen to challenge him head-on, proving that it was no less determined than he was. Wyatt chuckled, shaking his head. "Why would I do such a thing? We are one and the same. This rivalry and pettiness between us are momentary, for that second. At the end of the day, we are all one," he said, wearing the most genuine smile he could. "Muster. All right, enough talk. Take your pills and get back to running," the card intent suddenly instructed, disregarding the conversation between Wyatt and his clone. "What? Running again? I think we've already comprehended that part of the training. Let's move on to the next phase," Wyatt complained, clearly tired of running. Though he had enjoyed understanding the limits of his mortal body and figuring out ways to run more efficiently and faster, he considered it merely one step in his combat training. He didn't want to spend days or weeks on it. I was eager to progress and finish the training as quickly as possible. "Yes, but if you want to enter the next phase of your training, you're free to try it yourself," the card intent replied cryptically, causing Wyatt to raise an eyebrow. He couldn't shake the feeling that there was a hidden meaning behind its words and thought to himself, "What is it scheming? Let's give it a try?" "I'm game." The primordial spirit chimed in enthusiastically. It seemed eager to explore the limits of its current mortal body and experiment with new ways to train. "Sure, right after a break. I have a small errand to run. Follow me," Wyatt said, making an excuse and ordering the primordial spirit to come with him. Despite the primordial spirit's individuality and talent, in the end, their identities hadn't changed. He was the main primordial spirit, and the other was a slave primordial spirit created from a part of him. What? You're ending the combat training already? The card intent exclaimed in shock as it watched Wyatt and the clone prepare to leave. It wondered if it had pushed them too far by ordering them to run continuously for an entire day and then some. The card intent's intention in prolonging the running exercise was to see if Wyatt's clone could figure out a way to break free from its mortal constraints. Although the study room array suppressed them to the mortal realm, it was theoretically possible to attempt a breakthrough. While any ascension would be temporary due to the array's settings acting up, the card intent was curious if the clone could surpass its mortal limits, even briefly. It's just a small break. We'll resume the training soon, Wyatt assured the card intent. I just don't want you to lose the momentum you've accumulated so far. It would be more rewarding to keep going. At least leave your clone behind. Can't you do that errand on your own? The card intent argued. Hearing this, the primordial spirit snickered, while Wyatt frowned and retorted, You're here to train me, not it. I'm aware of that. It's just the card intent began to explain. Enough. Unequip, Wyatt interrupted, unequipping the card from his grimoire. Then, accessing the study room's array, he lifted the prohibitions on himself and his primordial spirit. Regaining their original strength and abilities, Wyatt decided to put the control he had learned during the training session to the test, aiming to understand the gap between his mortal form and his current, peak form. Rather than bridging the gap, Wyatt's understanding of control deepened in a different way. Al realized just how much more training he needed to wield his strength and abilities with greater efficiency. Previously, this notion had been abstract, something he merely felt. Now, it was an accurate measure and firm conviction. When constrained by his mortal limits, Wyatt had felt a deep sense of control by the end of the training session, as though he could bend his body entirely to his will. But now, with his full power restored, his body felt like an immense boulder, heavy, unwieldy, and far beyond his ability to mold as he wished. This stark contrast solidified his understanding of just how far he had to go. Having experienced the benefits of combat training, Wyatt now firmly believed that he needed it, and there was no way around it. If he couldn't share his primordial spirit's comprehension of martial arts, he resolved to undergo the entire training himself. Previously, his determination to pursue martial arts hadn't been strong enough to make such a commitment, but now it was. After testing his gains from the training, Wyatt turned to look at his primordial spirit. It seemed to be refining the mortal-grade footwork martial arts it had previously developed to match its current prowess. However, it didn't appear satisfied with its progress. What's wrong? The martial art you created seems powerful, a remarkable mortal-grade footwork, Wyatt asked, noticing the primordial spirit's frustration. The spirit's technique looked impressive and functional for its current form. Observing it in action, Wyatt believed the footwork was quite effective for a mortal-grade martial art. He couldn't understand why the spirit seemed dissatisfied. No, the footwork fails to fully utilize my entire power. Otherwise, I should be able to run on water while using it in combination with my current strength, the primordial spirit explained, prompting Wyatt to do a double take to see if it was being serious. Is that so? Let me help, Wyatt replied. Without any warning, he accessed the primordial spirit's memories. Sifting through its recollections of training, he created a copy of the memories and transferred them to himself. This time, however, he altered the perspective from third person to first person, allowing him to relive the primordial spirit's experiences firsthand and attempt to understand the moment of enlightenment it had undergone. As Wyatt immersed himself in the primordial spirit's memories of running, he experienced the myriad emotions and thoughts the spirit had felt during that moment. It was as if he were the one going through them. He realized that the spirit, for obvious reasons, had possessed a strong desire to execute the given to it. It had no other thoughts in its mind, distracting it, which allowed it to execute the instructions of the field marshal's training card's intent with precision, eventually surpassing him in performance. This sense of being better than the main primordial spirit during the training became a crucial motivator and a defining part of the spirit's developing individuality. Over time, this drive to excel began to shape its character, causing it to psychologically evolution that Wyatt experienced for first time in his primordial spirits. Undergoing a psychological evolution, the primordial spirit's behavior, thoughts, and emotions became more defined. As a result, its individuality developed at a faster pace. Eventually, its thoughts were no longer confined to merely executing the main primordial spirit's orders. Instead, it began striving to prove itself to the main primordial spirit. Interestingly, it chose the means of proving itself: combat training. Unsurprisingly, this focus caused its individuality, which was already accelerating due to psychological stimulation, to evolve further in the direction of combat training. This essentially became its gateway to the martial path. Consequently, the primordial spirit's individuality continued to develop, gradually intertwining with the martial path. However, witnessing Wyatt not only fail to acknowledge its efforts and achievements, but also act petty toward it for excelling beyond him, the primordial spirit grew rebellious. Yet, it did not abandon its resolve. Instead, it became more determined, swearing to make Wyatt recognize its existence not as just another one of his many slave primordial spirits, but as an individual. It did not want to be ignored, being lumped with other slave primordial spirits. It can't become the main primordial spirit, but it can be better than the rest. Since Wyatt refused to acknowledge it through conventional means, the primordial spirit decided to adopt a tougher approach. Ultimately, it resolved to demonstrate its absolute superiority over Wyatt in combat training, leaving him no choice but to acknowledge it. Even if Wyatt wouldn't openly admit or show recognition, the primordial spirit would know. After all, they were one and the same. Living through the internal turmoil of his primordial spirit from a first-person perspective, Wyatt began to realize that he had underestimated his primordial spirits. He had seen them as mass-produced, perfect clones of himself, eternally bound to serve him. But they were far more than that. Yes, they were perfect clones of him, but they were also capable of developing beyond him. They remained in servitude to him, yet evolved into distinct iterations of himself. They resembled what-if versions of Wyatt, or similar to the parallel versions of him from alternate universes. They were identical to him at the moment of their creation, but in the very next second, they began developing into unique iterations. For instance, the first few primordial spirits had evolved into docile versions of Wyatt. They were just as intelligent and capable, but lacked his assertiveness, were overly submissive, obedient, deferential, and passive. This suggested that if Wyatt treated them as mere slaves, they would develop as slaves. The stark difference between his older primordial spirits who had developed limited individuality and the one who participated in combat training was a prime example of this contrast. Thinking this far, Wyatt's face grew grim. He realized he had inadvertently become the father of thousands of children. While their physical development was already complete, he now bore the responsibility for their cognitive, emotional, and social development. His expression darkened further as he considered that, with every breakthrough, he would father a few thousand more children in the future. Yes, he had long deduced that the mutated consciousnesses he created through soul mutation and division were his equals physically and spiritually, but emotionally and socially, they lacked any experience. He hadn't given this much importance, assuming they would grow alongside him. However, witnessing the extraordinary progress of the primordial spirit that trained with him, Wyatt realized he had underestimated his primordial spirits by a wide margin. To correct his mistake and ensure all his primordial spirits had equal opportunities for growth, he decided to periodically let them enter the VR universe to live individual lives, learn from their surroundings, and develop through interactions with others. Within this controlled environment, he could ensure their safety and monitor their progress. He even planned to create a sect or school in the VR universe, equipped with the best teachers and facilities, exclusively for his primordial spirits. This would become increasingly necessary as he ascended to higher realms and created more primordial spirits. Or perhaps he could leave the task to the field marshal. Would she make a good nanny? Finally, Wyatt refocused as the moment of enlightenment drew closer. This was the defining moment of his experiment. It would determine whether he had discovered a shortcut to mastering the martial path, or if he would spend more time in the study rooms of the Infinity Library's WS-9909 sector branch, training rather than studying. Bracing himself, Wyatt began to relive the memory of his primordial spirit undergoing enlightenment, hoping to emulate its experience and achieve enlightenment himself. As he immersed himself in the memory, Wyatt realized he had been mistaken. His primordial spirit hadn't gained enlightenment over a simple movement technique. Instead, it had managed to step onto the martial path and achieve a milestone that typically took others decades or even lifetimes to reach. Now, Wyatt understood why the field marshal's card intent seemed more focused on training his primordial spirit than him. The card intent had even altered the entire training regimen for the primordial spirit, encouraging it to attempt the next phase of training independently. The card clearly recognized the primordial spirit's enlightenment and prioritized it over Wyatt. But how was this possible? Wyatt speculated that the field marshal's instructions to the card might have been vague, and since the primordial spirit was a perfect clone of him, the card intent might have chosen to prioritize the clone. Be that as it may, Wyatt, who was experiencing his emulated enlightenment, took his first steps on the martial path. However, unlike his primordial spirit, which had already reached a significant milestone, Wyatt had only advanced far enough to recognize the significance of his primordial spirit's achievements. Al also began to understand why he couldn't replicate those achievements. The reason was simple. The same principle applied as in education. Just as students studying under the same teacher might achieve vastly different results in an exam, Wyatt's circumstances and experience differed from his primordial spirit's. This difference explained why he couldn't fully replicate its accomplishments on the martial path, even when emulating its enlightenment through its memories. Though Wyatt wasn't able to perfectly replicate the gains of his primordial spirit by emulating its enlightenment from its memories, he wasn't saddened. In fact, he considered his experiment a complete success. Without hesitation, he emulated the enlightenment again and again until there was nothing more he could gain from it. By the end, Wyatt not only replicated his primordial spirit's achievements on the martial path, but surpassed them. So what if one student was a slow learner? A teacher could send that student to remedial classes to catch up, or, if the parents could afford it, they could hire a tutor. Similarly, Wyatt persisted in emulating the enlightenment until he fully grasped it and no longer needed it. As a result, Wyatt became more well-versed in the martial path, or so he thought, than his primordial spirit. Wyatt now understood why his primordial spirit was dissatisfied with the footwork it had created. It was correct. If executed properly with their regular card, Grandmaster level strength, the footwork should have allowed them to walk on water. It's important to note that walking on water in this context referred purely to the use of physical power, unaided by soul energy or any other external tricks. The footwork martial art created by his primordial spirit was of mortal grade and made no use of soul energy. It relied entirely on raw physical power. His primordial spirit had designed it to complement the boundless nature of their will. As a result, despite being a mortal-grade martial art, the footwork's prowess scaled with the user's physical strength. When applied with sufficient physical power, the technique could enable the user not only to step on water, but also, theoretically, to walk on air. With this understanding, Wyatt realized why his primordial spirit repeatedly failed to achieve the desired results using the footwork. It was because, like Wyatt himself, it struggled to bend their card Grandmaster level body the way they could bend their mortal body. During combat training, they had thoroughly explored the limits and capabilities of their mortal forms, learning to manipulate them at will. However, the same could not yet be said for their current card Grandmaster body. They could have used their unlocked abilities to bridge the gap, but the primordial spirit refused to take that shortcut. Instead, it chose the harder yet more correct path, to understand the limits and strength of their new body so thoroughly that it could apply them with maximum efficiency. This approach would not only allow it to achieve the desired results with the footwork as a card Grandmaster, but also push its potential beyond its imagination. Witnessing this level of diligence and determination, Wyatt began to question whether he had truly surpassed his primordial spirit on the martial path. Perhaps he hadn't even caught up to it yet, let alone outdone it. Humbled by his primordial spirit's diligence, Wyatt concluded his experiment on a positive note, having fully digested its enlightenment until there was nothing more for him to learn. When he looked around, he was greeted by the sight of his clone running through the air nearly 30 feet high, climbing even higher as it tested its limits. With each step, the primordial spirit exerted a forceful downward pressure, generating an upward thrust that allowed it to continue ascending. This feat was made possible by its exceptional body balance. Though astonished by the display, Wyatt wasn't surprised. In a short time, the primordial spirit had managed to understand the strength and limits of their card grandmaster body well enough to use its self-created, mortal-grade movement technique to walk in the air. Thanks to its diligence and natural affinity for the martial path, it had accomplished even more than it originally set out to achieve. Shaking his head, Wyatt once again immersed himself in its memories from a first-person perspective, using the shortcut to better understand the strengths and limits of his card grandmaster body. He replayed the memory in a loop until he was certain he had learned all there was to gain from it. Remarkably, Wyatt managed to comprehend what his primordial spirit had deduced in a shorter time than it had taken the spirit itself. Armed with his newfound understanding of his body, Wyatt executed the primordial spirit's self-created footwork and climbed through the air faster than the primordial spirit itself, even though it was his first time performing the technique. Repeatedly emulating its memories had prepared him well. Sensing his approach, the primordial spirit was shocked to see him replicate its martial art even better than it had. Looking at the dumbfounded expression on the primordial spirit's face and the disbelief in its eyes, Wyatt shook his head and said, "I learned it by emulating your memories. You can also try it, but there's a limit to how much one can learn that way. This was only possible because of your diligence and dedication. Thank you. I hope you'll continue to support me in the future." Now that Wyatt understood the value of his primordial spirits better, he vowed not to make the same mistakes twice. He explained the reason for his rapid progress and sincerely thanked the primordial spirit for its help, encouraging it to keep up the good work. The primordial spirit stepped in place repeatedly to stay aloft waiting for its master. Wyatt neared it and mirrored its actions, hovering in the air. Their eyes met. The primordial spirit stared into Wyatt's eyes and asked, "No games. Do you really mean it?" Unlike Wyatt, who could freely access the memories of his primordial spirits, the reverse was not possible unless he allowed it. Even if he did, he could alter the memories or selectively show only what he wanted them to see. Knowing Wyatt's history of pettiness and having experienced it firsthand, the primordial spirit dared not trust his words so easily and sought confirmation. "Yes, I do," Wyatt replied firmly. "I'm not just saying it. My actions from now on will reflect that. Also, you can choose a name for yourself, something you like, but I will call you Martial Mad." Wyatt offered the spirit the freedom to choose its own name while affectionately expressing his intent to call it Martial Mad. "So be it. From now on, I am Martial Mad," the primordial spirit announced. Listening to his primordial spirit announce its name as Martial Mad, Wyatt shook his head, realizing that his spirit was even worse at naming than he was. "No, that's not how names work. That's what I'll call you as an inside joke between us. Choose something normal. We've learned so many languages by now, can't you think of something you'd like to call yourself? A word that describes you." "Okay, I think I get it now. Let me think." Martial Mad's words trailed off as he searched through his memories, as well as the collective memories of his brothers, for a word that best described him. Finally, he spoke. "I found one, Michael. What do you think?" "It's way better than Martial Mad," Wyatt replied. Before his primordial spirit could change its mind, Wyatt declared, "From now on, you are Michael Wyatt, the Martial Mad." "Martial Mad Michael Wyatt. I like the sound of that," Michael Wyatt said with satisfaction. Simply gaining a name had accelerated the development of his individuality by several times, and though he was an iteration of Wyatt, he now truly fit the template of an individual. "Can I ask why Michael?" Wyatt inquired, curious to understand what had prompted his primordial spirit to choose that name out of the vast vocabulary available to him. "Can I keep this one to myself?" Michael's cheeks flushed red as he shyly asked. Finding it endearing, Wyatt nodded. "Sure. Thank you," Michael replied gratefully. In truth, he recalled the meaning of the name Michael on Earth, who is like God, or who is equal to God. He did not believe he was like or equal to a god, but rather that Wyatt was his god, and he was like and equal to Wyatt. "All right, now let's get back to training." "By us, I mean you and this one here," Wyatt said, summoning another free primordial spirit. Handing Michael an unequipped training card, a diamond-grade grimoire, and the primordial spirit, Wyatt added, Continue the training session with this one. Help it make up for the sessions it missed. As for me, I'm not done experimenting. Before Michael could protest, Wyatt turned to the other primordial spirit and instructed, "Listen to Michael and participate in combat training alongside him." "Got it." "Yes, Master." The primordial spirit shouted enthusiastically, its eyes brimming with reverence. It had been inspired, seeing Wyatt call another primordial spirit by name and treat him as an equal. It admired Michael for achieving something they all yearned for: individuality and recognition. More importantly, it realized Wyatt was willing to treat them equally. It could hardly wait to ask Michael how he had accomplished this feat when they were alone. "Michael, I'm trusting this one to you," Wyatt said, before heading to the other side of the study room, activating a space-isolating array to separate Michael and the other primordial spirit from rest of them, as it was important for his next experiment. Wyatt knew it was a heavy responsibility for Michael to care for another primordial spirit while focusing on combat training. However, he believed Michael had the potential to rise to the occasion, and he was certain Michael would surprise him. Inside the isolated training ground, ensuring Wyatt was gone, the primordial spirit bombarded Michael with questions. "How did you get Master to acknowledge you? How did you get your name? How close are you with Master? Master seemed to treat you like his son. Does that mean you two are really close? You're the first among us to be acknowledged by Master as his son, which makes you our crown prince. Son? I'm not sure we're there yet. I guess you could think of me as his first messenger, or herald, if you will." "Nothing more," Michael replied, a glint of enthusiasm in his eyes. He enjoyed hearing the other primordial spirit suggest that Wyatt treated him like a son, but he knew better. To Wyatt, they were extensions of himself, like heralds carrying out his will. "Enough discussion. Let's start training. If you manage to keep up, I'll answer all your questions one by one. And who knows, if you can surpass me in training, you might not only gain my acknowledgement, but Master's as well." He seems to place great importance on the martial path, maybe because he finds it too tedious to master himself. "That's where we come in." "Got it. All right. I'll give it my best, Prince." On the other side of the training room, Wyatt had summoned another free primordial spirit. He used the study room's array to plaque them under probation to limit them to their mortal bodies. He recreated an environment identical to the one where he and Michael had first started their combat training. Wyatt even went as far as to display the same subpar performance he had shown back then. He was conducting a simulation. Everything apart from the primordial spirit would mimic the original training session to see if this primordial spirit would develop like Michael and gain an enlightenment and martial path like him. However, to his surprise, the experiment deviated from the script during their first break after a long run. It was when the card intent ordered them to stop. Previously, Michael had collapsed to the ground, resting, only to crawl forward to outpace Wyatt, seeing him run ahead of him take rest. That had prompted Wyatt to leap on Michael's back, yelling, "Stop! I won! Accept it! Stop, you F-cur, stop!" That was the defining moment of their rivalry. It had solidified in that moment. In contrast, this new primordial spirit didn't collapse to the ground. Instead, it halted and gracefully sat down. When it saw Wyatt run ahead and stop to rest, it scoffed and ignored him entirely. It freaking ignored him. Frustrated, Wyatt kicked it, just as he had with Michael back then. But instead of glaring at him like Michael had, this spirit continued to ignore him. For the sake of the experiment, Wyatt suppressed his anger and continued the simulation. In the next part of the training, he exaggerated his movements and exploded his lower half, mimicking the clumsy effort of trying to think of a way to run faster, as he had shown back then. However, to Wyatt's surprise, the primordial spirit didn't pity him like Michael had, seeing him constantly exploded his lower half of the spiritual body. Instead, it recognized what Wyatt was trying to do. In the next instant, it corrected its posture and perfectly paced its steps, running even faster. It didn't taunt Wyatt or acknowledge him for pointing it out. It simply continued training, ignoring him entirely. Infuriated, Wyatt accelerated the pace of the simulation, using the footwork Michael had developed after his enlightenment. He taunted the spirit every time he passed it, mocking it and feigning pity. Yet, to his astonishment, the spirit continued to ignore him, maintaining its own pace and taking its time until, finally, it replicated Michael's footwork. It actually mastered Michael's footwork, despite being bound by the constraints of a mortal body. Wyatt had once considered trying that same footwork during his initial training, but ultimately gave up, thinking it was a waste of time and pointless. Yet, this primordial spirit did it and took its sweet time doing so. They had been running for a day and a half continuously, whereas Wyatt and Michael's first training session had ended after just 1.25 days. Forget achieving enlightenment like Michael. This spirit had completely thrown Wyatt's simulation off course with its defiant, indifferent attitude. Frustrated, Wyatt stopped the training and lifted the restrictions on their abilities and the realm. Delving into its memories, he discovered that, like Michael, it wanted to prove itself to him, but it was simply too proud to show it. Wyatt couldn't help but wonder, how could a slave primordial spirit be so proud? What amazed him even more was that it had the talent and capability to match and justify its pride, unlike Michael. Wyatt went through the proud primordial spirit's memories repeatedly, even emulating them. Though it had not undergone enlightenment like Michael, it possessed amazing talent. It could understand complex concepts in simpler terms and adapt swiftly. Remarkably, it deduced Michael's footwork within half a day while on the run. Wyatt sensed that this primordial spirit could survive anywhere and excel in any field. To his surprise, it was using their shared arsenal of abilities to execute Michael's footwork in its card grandmaster form. Unlike Michael, who remained diligent and committed to the martial path, this spirit began modifying the footwork to work in harmony with soul energy and its abilities. Wyatt felt relieved that it hadn't discarded the footwork entirely. It respected the fact that the main primordial spirit took time from a busy schedule to teach it, understanding that there must be a reason behind it. Otherwise, it would have long abandoned the practice. Realizing that he was wrong to push his primordial spirits to learn martial arts without explaining its importance, Wyatt forgave the proud primordial spirit's impudence. Seeing its intelligence, Wyatt believed that if it knew the true reason for their combat training, it would also diligently follow the martial path like Michael. "Hey, stop. Come over here," Wyatt called to the primordial spirit, which was experimenting with combinations of footwork and abilities. Hearing Wyatt, the primordial spirit hurried over like any other primordial spirit would, though its excessive pride remained. Since it was bound to Wyatt in eternal servitude like the rest, it approached him swiftly on his first call. Without explanation or any warning, Wyatt forced it to undergo memory emulations from a first-person perspective. The memories were of Michael's combat training, his enlightenment, the creation of the footwork they were practicing, his diligent exploration of the card grandmaster body's limits, and lastly Wyatt allowing Michael to choose his name. Simultaneously, Wyatt delved into the proud primordial spirit's memories from first-person perspective to understand how it grasped complex concepts so effortlessly. Nothing could be more complex than the enlightenment Michael achieved, which Wyatt had to emulate multiple times to fully digest. To his dismay, the proud primordial spirit comprehended Michael's enlightenment in fewer emulations than Wyatt himself. Viewing the memories in first person, Wyatt was shocked by how easily the spirit perceived the complex martial path enlightenment. Its brain solved intricate problems with such ease that Wyatt couldn't help but feel astonished. Despite being impressed by the spirit's understanding, Wyatt was aware of its limitations. It wasn't capable of creating the footwork as Michael had. It had the talent but lacked the creative drive. This made Wyatt wonder if it truly reflected him. Creativity was central to who Wyatt was, his intellect came second. The person who first invented the wheel didn't possess a profound cosmic understanding. They merely identified a practical problem, gathered the necessary tools, and innovated a solution. Those who followed could grasp its purpose and recreate it, unlike those who viewed it as a miracle or magic. Michael fell into the first category, the proud primordial spirit into the second. Wyatt, however, dreaded the possibility that there might be a primordial spirit that might fall into the third. The mere thought was too agonizing for him. It wasn't just Wyatt who understood the disparity between the proud primordial spirit and Michael. Even the proud primordial spirit itself was aware. With its intellect, it realized that Wyatt had tried to recreate another Michael but failed miserably. It understood that Wyatt had sought a second Michael, only to end up stuck with it. The proud primordial spirit wondered if Wyatt would continue his experiments on the other primordial spirits in search of another like Michael. At that moment, its developing individuality experienced a frightening revelation. However, to its confusion, Wyatt sincerely apologized to it. It was wrong of me to experiment on you. I showed you the entire truth so that you could find it in yourself to forgive me. I understand. You don't have to apologize. You did what you had to. If I were in your position, I would have done the same. We need more primordial spirits like Michael. The proud primordial spirit responded, more understanding and reasonable than Wyatt had anticipated. However, Wyatt didn't dare take its words at face value, knowing it shared his cunning nature. Then, putting aside its pride, it suddenly requested, "If you will allow it, I too would like to choose my name." Wyatt saw no fault in the request, especially after it having seen another primordial spirit receive a name. Moreover, he felt guilty for experimenting on it and agreed. "Sure, go ahead. Lucifer. I would like to be called Lucifer Wyatt, if that's okay with you," the proud primordial spirit announced, seeking Wyatt's confirmation. Wyatt's eyes widened at the name it chose. Considering the name Michael had chosen for himself, the intent behind these primordial spirits became clear. His lips curled into a sneer as he asked, "Are you openly declaring your rebellion against me to my face? Aren't you the bold one?" "No, master. You misunderstood. I chose this name because I believe it fits my circumstances. You wanted another Michael, but instead, you found a Lucifer. Master, I have no complaints. I am honored to be your second named primordial spirit," the proud primordial spirit explained. Wyatt didn't need to delve into its memories since its sincerity, though he did so out of caution. "Master, I hope you will allow me to use this name," the proud primordial spirit requested again. Wyatt shook his head and agreed. "Sure, from today on, you are Lucifer Wyatt, but I will call you Second Star." He knew that if the proud primordial spirit truly intended to rebel, denying the name wouldn't change anything. And he had the feeling its choice of name had to do more with Michael than him. Second Star? Shouldn't it be Morning Star, or more accurately, the Bright Star? Second Star doesn't even make sense. Do you have to call me that? Lucifer asked, trying to downplay his annoyance. It does now that I know how much you hate it. Let's just say it's our little inside joke. Just think of it being better than being called Second Son, Wyatt laughed aloud. Since each of his primordial spirits were different, he would treat each of them differently. Come, Second Star. Let's go meet the others, so I can explain you all why we're training in martial arts together. Wyatt soon brought Lucifer to Michael's training ground, where both of his primordial spirits were training hard, following the instructions embedded in the field marshal's card's intent. Interestingly, the other primordial spirit had no trouble keeping up with the training, despite starting later than Michael. Wyatt immediately accessed the other primordial spirit's memories to better understand its personality, quirks, and strengths. Through this, Wyatt learned that the spirit greatly admired Michael, often following him and learning by observing his actions. It embodied the qualities of both Michael and Lucifer: diligence and resourcefulness. In terms of talent, it demonstrated an impressive creative drive and intellect. Unlike Michael and Lucifer, who were each extreme in their respective fields of expertise, this spirit exhibited a more balanced approach. Satisfied, Wyatt continued to explore its memories. As he had anticipated, Michael had not let him down. He had dedicated himself fully to helping the other primordial spirit keep up with the rigorous training sessions. Michael's guidance appeared to be a catalyst for the spirit's growth and individuality. Moreover, it seemed that during these sessions, Michael not only did not let it affect his training, but he had begun to uncover a way to surpass mortal limits. Its creative drive was being pushed to the brink by the martial demigod Lawrence intent. Upon Wyatt's arrival, the primordial spirits took a brief break. The card intent addressed him sharply. "Dear disciple, you are slacking off. Your master would be disappointed in you." "I'll handle her," Wyatt replied dismissively. "Now, tell me, how are things progressing? How many disciples can you train at once?" He was curious, knowing the card's will was shaped by the intent of martial demigod Lorne. The card intent responded, "Dear disciple, your clones are exceptional. They absorb everything I teach. But what intrigues me most is their willpower. How can they possess such boundless determination for improvement despite being clones? What they should have is the will to serve, which usually gets exhausted. Even for perfect clones, this defies logic. Although, considering they can undergo enlightenment, I suppose nothing about them should surprise me. Unable to contain its curiosity any longer, it dropped its instructor's pride and asked directly, "What's the secret behind your clones?" "They don't behave like clones. They act like individuals with independent wills." Without waiting for an answer, Wyatt would not give it an answer. It added, "I can train as many disciples as you can send my way. After all, I am the intent of a martial demigod." Wyatt smirked, amused by its curiosity. "Be honest, you can't even tell the four of us apart, can you? If not for the attitudes of my clones toward me and the fact that you're equipped in Michael's grimoire right now, you'd still be guessing which one of us is the real me." The card intent, maintaining its composure, replied, "Dear disciple, as martial demigod Lawrence intent, it would be shameful if I couldn't distinguish my disciple from his clones." It neither confirmed nor denied Wyatt's accusation. "It seems the field marshal designed you for more than just being a training instructor," Wyatt remarked, noting that the card intent could think and act beyond the role of a combat instructor. "Dear disciple, your master designed me to handle any challenge her difficult disciple might throw my way," the card intent replied, implying that the field marshal did not trust Wyatt to diligently undergo combat training without attempting to cheat. And so far he had proved her right. "Marshal mad, unequip it before it wastes more of my time," Wyatt ordered Michael. Then, turning to Lucifer, he added, "This is Lucifer. Second star, meet Michael." "Dear disciple, no dash," the card intent protested, but its words fell on unsympathetic ears. "Lucifer, nice to meet you. You don't have any plans to rebel against our master, do you?" Michael joked, revealing how much his individuality had developed. It seemed mentoring a primordial spirit was also stimulating his own growth. "No, I don't, because we don't have the Michael to stop me," Lucifer quipped, igniting a playful rivalry. "Only time will tell," Michael replied, refusing to be baited into a confrontation. "Ahem," Wyatt interrupted. "Save your competitive spirit for the tasks I assign. And you," he turned to the other primordial spirit. "What do you want to be called?" "I want to be called Gabriel." The spirit stammered at first, but quickly recovered and announced the name it had chosen. Having learned from Michael that their master would ask them to pick a name, the spirit had already decided, Gabriel Wyatt. "What is it with you guys and old mythology?" Wyatt sighed. "Michael, it seems you've started something troublesome. So, I'm leaving it up to you to handle before this mess reaches me." Then, without waiting for Michael's reply, addressing Gabriel, he said, "All right, from today onwards, you are Gabriel Wyatt. I'm counting on you to make sure these two don't waste time fighting and focus on training. Don't be biased toward Michael and isolate Lucifer. He's a loner as it is." "Got it. Yes, master. Leave it to me. I'll ensure there is harmony among us, and we'll make constant progress in training," Gabriel responded earnestly. He showed no doubt, firmly believing his master would not assign him a task he couldn't handle. "Excellent. I knew I could trust you, Gab," Wyatt nodded, satisfied with Gabriel's confidence. However, he wondered if Gabriel could truly manage the task, given how distinct and strong-willed Michael and Lucifer were. He then turned to Lucifer, who appeared ready to speak, but Wyatt cut him off with a warning. "Lucy, behave. We are all one and the same here." "Master, I will. But I was hoping you'd allow me to mentor a primordial spirit as well," Lucifer requested, his voice filled with subtle arrogance. Wyatt frowned, his expression stern as he replied firmly, "No, I don't dare to do that." Wyatt believed that Lucifer resembled his own darker side. He feared that Lucifer might not hesitate to experiment on a fellow primordial spirit, just as he had done with him. He knew that honesty was the best approach when dealing with Lucifer and spoke the truth to him no matter how harsh. "I'm afraid you'll end up making the same mistake I made with you. Fortunately, you're smart, and you turned out okay, though a little quirky." Hearing Wyatt's reason to deny his request, Lucifer fell silent. After some thought, he realized his master's point made sense. The only reason he had been asked to mentor a primordial spirit was to test whether he could do a better job than Michael had done with Gabriel. The moment this realization crossed his mind, he knew he had already failed. He understood that he could not mentor as well as Michael with such a mindset. Seeing that Lucifer had grasped his intent, Wyatt sighed. knowing the road ahead would be hectic. He would have to repeat this process hundreds of thousands of times with the other primordial spirit and those yet to be created. His only comfort was that the soul division power system he created ensured that daughter souls could not exist without the parent soul, let alone harbor thoughts of rebellion. Thus, he could focus on learning from his mistakes and doing his best. After all, nobody is born a father. You just have to rise to the occasion. Noticing Lucifer lost in contemplation, Wyatt tried to cheer him up. Second star, if you prove to me that you're capable of taking on such a task, I'll let you train the other 1,000 primordial spirits alongside Gabriel and Michael. Wait, what? We have to train the other primordial spirits? Michael protested. Now you're asking us to do your job, Master. He felt that if he were stuck training another 1,000 primordial spirits, he wouldn't be able to make any progress on his martial path. Hey, you don't get to complain, Wyatt replied. That's the responsibility that comes with being the first. I designed it this way. I train the 3 of you. You train the 1,000, and they'll train the next to come. That's how it should be. Or do you expect me to personally train each and every one of you? Remember, I created you to make my life easier. If you're going to complicate it, you should be smart enough to realize where you stand. Wyatt's brutally honest words gave Michael, Lucifer, and Gabriel something to think about. Master, don't worry. We can do it, Gabriel said confidently, his faith and trust in Wyatt evident. I guess we have no choice, Michael grumbled. His focus was on the martial path, but since he was bound to serve Wyatt without question, he could only obey. Complaining, however, was still allowed, as Wyatt never prohibited it. Master, how do I prove myself? Lucifer asked, knowing that, unlike Gabriel and Michael, he needed to demonstrate his worth to take on the task. That's for you to decide, Wyatt replied. But remember, how you choose to prove yourself will also be part of your evaluation. Good luck, Lucy. With that, Wyatt left after reminding them of the importance of martial arts and their joint task. Leaving them to continue their combat training, Wyatt headed toward the 1,000 clones who were studying on his behalf. Lucifer, how far has your training progressed? Gabriel asked, noticing that neither Michael nor Lucifer showed any initiative to take the lead. I've mastered the footwork Michael created, Lucifer replied. Then you're not far behind me, Gabriel noted. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, he added, is Second Star the nickname Master gave you? Like how he gave Marshall Mad to Michael. What does it mean? Michael perked up, intrigued by Gabriel's question. Second Star means second son, Lucifer said, generously twisting Wyatt's words, referring to when Wyatt had told him, just think of it as better than being called second son. You're close enough with Master for him to call you his son? Gabriel asked, shocked, only to see Lucifer neither confirm nor deny it. No way. Why wouldn't he just call you second son then? Michael asked skeptically. Because he said being called Second Star is better than being called second son, Lucifer explained again, generously interpreting Wyatt's words to fit his narrative. Whoa, Gabriel gasped, astonished. A thought struck him, and he asked, then, who's the first son? Is it Michael? Does that make me the third son? Michael, who had been about to argue with Lucifer, paused. He liked the idea of being Master's first son and asked, is that it? No, I don't think Master meant it that way, Lucifer admitted, clearly uninterested in Gabriel's theory of Michael being the first son. After all, he keeps saying we're all one and the same. I think it's just a nickname he found amusing for me. Yeah, that sounds more like our Master. He wouldn't differentiate between us. After all, we're just extensions of his will, Gabriel agreed. Michael nodded, finding Gabriel's explanation reasonable. But enough of this, Michael announced. Let's get back to training. We'll start together with Lucifer so he can catch up, and we'll get a good warm-up and revision too. Great, Gabriel exclaimed. Then, turning to Lucifer, he asked, what do you think? Okay, let's get started. Lucifer agreed, showing no objection. He was grateful that Gabriel and Michael were being so accommodating. Michael quickly equipped the training card and summoned the intent of martial demigod Lorne to begin the second phase of their training. However, the card intent looked at the other 2 clones in doubt. As what Wyatt had said was true, without monitoring the reactions of the clones, it wasn't able to tell Wyatt apart from his clones. Relax, instructor. Our Master has left to handle other business. We are all his clones, Lucifer clarified, immediately deducing the reason chatty card intent was quiet for so long. I knew that. I was just reorganizing my training regime since another one of you joined us. Leaving the biblical trio to complete the field marshal's training in his stead, Wyatt made his way to his 1,000 other primordial spirits, who were helping the Hive Spirit compile all available information on the demon Clampedo and all mental-type acquirable physiques and traits. They had been working on it for 3 days, yet they were nowhere near finishing. However, they did prioritize and successfully compile all the information available on the demon Clampedo. Since it comprised only 0.5% of the total data they had to process, most of it was already in the dark language they knew. Wyatt needed this information to help Corey acquire any mental-type physique or traits, especially since Corey's demon core originated from Clampedo. The demon core that Belphegor gave Corey Park the day he recruited her and brought her to the Dark Realm was actually one of the many demonic pearl bombs created by the demon Clampedo. More accurately, the demon core had been artificially created by refining a Clampedo's demonic pearl bomb. These demonic pearl bombs were remarkably similar to the demon cores that dark races are either born with or develop from infancy to adulthood. Some unnamed ancient devil discovered that these pearl bombs could be refined into artificial demon cores, which could then be bestowed on dark races who lacked one, which was rare, and when someone like that were to be born in any dark race, they would most likely be mercy killed in the womb as part of natural selection. Later, a capitalist devil discovered that these artificial demon cores could essentially transform any being in the myriad realms into one of the dark races, allowing them to practice the dark power system seamlessly. This discovery fueled the dark race's craze for inter-realm invasions for numerous reasons. The artificial demon cores refined from the demonic pearl bombs became a powerful tool for the dark races in their inter-realm invasion. They helped divide the native forces of invaded realms, turning them against each other in civil wars while simultaneously defending against the invading dark races. This dual conflict ensured that the natives would lose both their realm and their freedom with the war. What made these artificial demon cores refined from Clampedo's demonic pearl bombs even more prominent and highly sought after in the Dark Realm was their role in the slave trade. These cores were cheap, and bestowing them upon enslaved natives from captured realms significantly increased the slave's value. Occasionally, some enslaved natives exhibited exceptional talent, driving their prices even higher and causing the slave trade to flourish. As a result, Demon Clampedo was domesticated and raised as a common pet in the Dark Realm, akin to how chickens and pigs were raised on Earth. Apart from using their demonic pearl bombs to create artificial demon cores, there were 2 additional reasons for their domestication: their valuable shells and their ability to survive in any environment with sufficient soul energy, which they used to produce their demonic pearl bombs. These demonic pearl bombs served as both sustenance and a means of defense for the demon clam against its natural predators. The Clampedo was an intriguing creature. It resembled an ordinary clam, but its habitat was not limited to water. It could inhabit any element. Its shell allowed it to merge with their surroundings and swim through them. This not only provided camouflage, but also enabled the Clampedo to plant its demonic pearl bombs on surfaces, thereby evading predators tracking or chasing it. Tragically, despite the pearl's ability to be refined into artificial demon cores that helped others ascend to higher realms, the Clampedos themselves were shackled to the Demon Master realm due to their low-grade demonic beast bloodline. They were unable to break through to the Demon Grandmaster realm. Numerous sages from various dark races had attempted to solve this problem, but failed horribly. Thus, 4 tiers of artificial demon cores were available in the Dark Realm market. Low-tier artificial demon core, created using the demonic pearl bomb of a demon student realm Clampedo. Mid-tier artificial demon core, created using the demonic pearl bomb of a demon soldier realm Clampedo. High-tier artificial demon core, created using the demonic pearl bomb of a demon scholar realm Clampedo. Top-tier artificial demon core, created using the demonic pearl bomb of a demon master realm Clampedo. Any being who used one of these artificial demon cores would only reach the demon student realm initially and would have to cultivate diligently to advance further. The advantage of purchasing the highest tier artificial demon core was the ability to ascend to the demon master realm faster than those who used lower tier cores. Beyond this, there were no additional benefits. However, this fact alone was enough to breed greed in the hearts of many ruling class factions, families, clans, guilds, etc., who were eager to expand their armies and influence across the myriad realms. The source of this greed was the theory that a demonic pearl bomb from a devil realm clampedo could be refined into an artificial titled demon core that would allow any slave to become a devil faster, enabling its owner to mass-produce an slave army of devils. That said, Belphegor wasn't generous enough to give Corey Park an average artificial demon core, let alone the top-tier one. The one he gave her was of the lowest tier. Yet, Corey Park's achievements demonstrated that regardless of the tier of the artificial demon core created using the demonic pearl bomb of a demon clampedo, it was possible to become a devil and advance even further. There were many examples of this in the Dark Realm. After all, many talented enslaved beings from the myriad realms had managed to rise to ruler-class status in the Devil Realm. Some even attempted to avenge their destroyed realms, but failed miserably as the waters of slave trade in the Dark Realm was too deep. Wyatt, who possessed the primordial calamity daughter gems, also could not help but lust for a devil-rank demon clampedo. The reason was simple. The daughter gems came with an ultimate restriction: those who used them would be bound to serve Wyatt eternally. He had no choice in the matter and couldn't share them with his loved ones, such as Susan or Anna. More importantly, the more he read about the clampedo, the more it reminded him of the blue stone Jaya used to awaken her Viltronian bloodline. The artificial demon core and Jaya's Viltronian core shared many similarities. He had always wondered if Jaya's parents had separated her Viltronian core in infancy to protect her from whatever had killed them. Assuming she was the only Viltronian alive in the card realm, it seemed their plan had worked. Be that as it may, Wyatt eagerly studied the information on refining Clampedo's demonic pearl bombs into artificial demon cores. After all, the Viltronian cores he had been creating were also a type of demon core. He sensed an incredible fortune waiting to be made here. Since the unnamed ancient devil first developed the initial artificial demon core refining technique, there had been significant advancements in the field. It was a lucrative business, and the dark races had made it so that anyone could domesticate a clampedo to harvest its demonic pearl bombs. Furthermore, they had simplified the refining technique to the point where even those with basic refining knowledge could refine artificial demon cores using these demonic pearl bombs. As such, even a common housewife in the Dark Realm could raise 1 or 2 clampedos at home and refine enough artificial demon cores to earn a decent living. Despite the Dark Race's notorious reputation in the myriad realms, they too were a civilization, facing the same struggles with poverty that all civilizations encounter. Especially since they followed the law of capitalist jungle. If you one were weak, they were lucky to freely breathe the same air as the rest and not be some else's possession, let alone dream about having possessions. Many within the Dark Races believed that the development of artificial demon cores had reached its peak. However, Wyatt knew better. The artificial Viltronian cores he created used the soul pathways of a card apprentice, making them that card apprentice's fated ingredient. He wondered if the same could be true for the artificial demon cores. Wyatt meticulously examined all the available information on artificial demon cores, but found no evidence of artificial demon cores being specifically tailored for individuals. The Dark Races did not do any research in that direction because did not feel the need, as these artificial demonic cores were being developed for slaves, so they went with cheap solution and stuck with for several millenniums. He now had an understanding why the artificial demon cores could never become a card apprentice's fated ingredient, unlike his artificial Viltronian core, except in rare, coincidental cases where the core happened to align with the apprentice's fate. The Dark Races have shared their artificial demon cores with their demon worshippers in the card world, but none of them become their origin card, like Jaya's Viltronian core and his artificially created Viltronian cores did. Wyatt always wondered why, but this mystery had been finally solved. Wyatt saw immense potential in creating artificial demon cores tailored to an individual's soul pathways. He believed this would not only improve the compatibility between the core and the individual, but could also unlock other advantages that he would only discover through experimentation. In his efforts to help Corey, Wyatt unknowingly stumbled upon a diamond mine. However, He saved digging into it for later, refusing to let it distract him from his primary goal, understanding Corey Park's artificial demon core, which she had diligently nurtured into a titled demon core. This was crucial to increasing the success rate of bestowing the mental type physique or trait he wanted to give her. Wyatt had multiple reasons for putting in so much effort to help Corey, but the most important one was simple: he enjoyed having her around. He didn't know why, but it was what it was. Secondly, he saw her as an investment. Corey still had at least 5 past lives to explore with each breakthrough. Even if 4 of them turned out to be duds, and only one led her to become a ruler-class existence, Wyatt would still earn a 1,000-fold return on his investment. He also hadn't forgotten how Lil Beam had helped him gain an advantage against Belphegor's Worldhog incarnation by assisting him in dealing with the undead devil Agony, and his true relics, the Hourglass Relic and the chain binding it to his back. Without Lil Beam's help, Wyatt would have had to fake his death to escape like always, and would never have obtained the Plague Egg that Belphegor had cultivated using a fragment of a realm's will. The only reason Lil Beam had helped him was because it recognized Corey's scent on him, and because Corey often talked to it about Wyatt, venting her frustrations. Unknowingly, Corey had helped him a great deal and would likely continue to do so long as it didn't involve Susan. Though Wyatt had tricked her into promising to help him date Susan in exchange for the Hourglass Relic, he knew she would eventually regret it, allowing him to hold it over her head until she had something worth making him decide to cash in. As Wyatt finished processing all the information on the Clampedo and the artificial demon cores created from their demonic pearl bombs, he gained a deeper understanding of the darkness troubling Corey's titled demon core. He realized this darkness was primarily responsible for the demonic form Corey had used against him during the Sky Blossom City High School tournament. Now, Corey dared not use that form, fearing it would strengthen the darkness's hold over her core. Where Park and Corey saw a problem, Wyatt saw a solution and opportunity to not only help her overcome her fears, but also make her stronger. Park's plan was to obtain a physique, trait, or card for Corey that would make her resistant to the darkness brewing within her titled demon choric darkness that grew stronger with each of her breakthroughs. However, what Park failed to understand was that making Corey resistant to the darkness was the same as making her resistant to the titled demon core itself. Her body would begin to reject the titled demon core because the darkness was the titled demon core. Rejecting the darkness meant rejecting the very essence of her titled demon core. In essence, any physique or trait designed to resist or erase the darkness would act like poison. In her attempt to help Corey manage the darkness better, Park had inadvertently prescribed a cure that would have been lethal. Had Wyatt not thoroughly done his job and instead lazily followed Park's research, he would have killed Corey rather than helping her. This was precisely why Wyatt gave 100% effort to every task he undertook, whether by choice or assignment. A single lapse could be life-threatening to his clients. He would either give it his all or not do it at all. What Corey truly needed was to embrace the darkness to fully merge with her titled demon core. However, embracing the darkness came with a heavy cost. It made her lose her sanity. Instead of remaining the level-headed Corey who sought to surpass her past selves, she would spiral into madness, driven by her fears and insecurities. While accepting the darkness would make Corey stronger, it would also turn her into the very definition of a demon. Corey's struggle with the darkness in her titled demon core mirrored why Wyatt had turned to martial arts. She, too, had to confront a darkness beyond her understanding. Unlike Wyatt, however, martial arts was not the answer for Corey. Her problem wasn't hers alone, it was a common issue among all those who used artificial demon cores. Park had faced this problem herself. But unlike Corey, Park had started with a low-tier artificial demon core, while Corey began with a titled demon core from the outset. Moreover, with each breakthrough Corey made, her titled demon core underwent a baptism as part of her origin card, growing stronger and causing the darkness to expand at an accelerated rate. Corey never stood a chance against it. In Park's case, as she cultivated her low-tier artificial demon core, she gradually grew accustomed to its darkness. She didn't just adapt to it, she made it a part of herself. Eventually, her body fully accepted the artificial demon core, allowing her to evolve it into a titled demon core and ascend to the rank of Demon Emperor. 1944. Asking a card master realm Corey to get accustomed to a demon emperor's title demon core was like asking her to achieve the impossible. It was already a miracle that Corey hadn't succumbed to the title demon core's darkness. The more Wyatt learned about the struggles slaves faced trying to adapt physically to the artificial demon cores fused with them and mentally to the darkness these artificial demon cores introduced into their mind and soul, the more he couldn't help but feel sympathy for Corey, whose battle was 100 times worse than those slaves. Wyatt, who had once thought of Corey as an identity loon, now couldn't help but be impressed by her mental fortitude. As he pondered this, Wyatt began to wonder, where did this darkness come from? Yes, it was part of artificial demon cores, but his artificial Voltronian cores were also a type of artificial demon core, and they didn't have any darkness threatening to consume the user's mind and soul. Jaya's Voltronian core, along with every artificial Voltronian core Wyatt had created, showed no trace of such darkness. None of the people Wyatt had bestowed Voltronian cores upon displayed any signs of being corrupted by darkness. In Jaya's case, her Voltronian core was innate, so it wasn't surprising that she showed no signs of being tainted by darkness. But this wasn't the case for Wyatt himself or his other clients. According to the Dark Race's research on the darkness affecting those with artificial demon cores, it was claimed that the darkness was an inherent part of these cores. Wyatt had initially agreed with this conclusion. The research also stated that the darkness served as a test of worthiness for those seeking to wield artificial demon cores, a notion Wyatt found absurd and dismissed. Wyatt disregarded such nonsensical theories and searched for more substantial explanations. Eventually, he stumbled upon something worth considering. A study suggested that the darkness was stronger in artificial demon cores because the demonic pearl bombs used to refine them were more similar to the demon cores of demonic beasts than to the demon cores developed by the dark races from infancy. While the demon cores of demonic beasts and the dark races shared similarities, they were fundamentally different. It had long been discovered that the darkness in demonic beasts' cores was far stronger, which explained why these creatures were aggressive, primal, and lacked the high intelligence that set the dark races apart from them, and even capable of becoming one of the dominant force in the myriad realms. With this understanding, Wyatt realized the truth. The dark races never intended to cure the darkness in artificial demon cores. Instead, they accepted it as an intrinsic part of these artificial demon cores and refused to label it a side effect that needed a solution, instead called it a test that slaves need to go through to show their worthiness, because they never wanted slaves to stand as their equals. Their pride was evident in their brutal practice of killing any of their infant incapable of developing a natural demon core rather than granting it an artificial demon core. The deeper Wyatt's understanding of the dark races developed, the more Park's achievement in the dark realm began to resemble a fairy tale. From being a lone slave of Belphegor, she had risen against him, amassing strength and a formidable force capable of threatening his very existence. Even though she failed, it was still an incredible feat, nobody can deny it. Realizing that the origin of the darkness in Corey's title demon core was the demonic pearl bomb used in its creation, Wyatt discovered that she might not need to rely on him to acquire a mental type physique, trait, or card to help her embrace the darkness of her title demon core. The dark races had already researched, discovered, and created exactly what she needed to solve her dilemma. Wyatt wasn't sure if the dark races were aware they had developed a solution for the darkness side effect of the artificial demon cores, but they had indeed done so. What's more, it was publicly available in both the Dark Realm market and the Inter-Realm market, even accessible to slaves. However, it was advertised as a medicine designed to enhance the intelligence of demonic pets or mounts. The various pills the dark races had developed to tame demonic beasts and boost their intelligence were precisely what slaves like Park, who used artificial demon cores, needed to overcome the darkness plaguing them. Even more surprising, slaves with low-tier demon cores only needed the lowest-tier demonic pills to help them. These pills were not only cheap and affordable, but also abundantly available. Interestingly, the dark races used these pills to domesticate the demon clam, Clampedo. Demonic beasts were known for being aggressive, wild, and lacking intelligence due to the overwhelming darkness in their demon cores. To calm them, make them submissive, and enhance their intelligence, The dark races had long since developed demonic pills that helped these beasts adapt to their demonic core's darkness. This made them less aggressive and develop higher intelligence, allowing them to perfectly serve their duties as demonic pets and mounts. Slaves who used artificial demon cores faced the same problem as these demonic beasts, and the demonic pills created to tame these demonic beasts into demonic pet or mount were more than sufficient to help these slaves manage the side effects of their artificial demon cores once and for all. The solution to the artificial demon core side effects had always been there, but no one had connected the dots for some reason. Wyatt wasn't arrogant enough to believe he was the first to make this discovery. He was certain that the demon researchers who uncovered the true origin of the darkness in artificial demon cores must have figured it out too. Over the course of millennia, someone must have stumbled upon this by accident or coincidence. Yet, since this information wasn't widespread in the Dark Realm, it was clear that any rumors had been suppressed before they could spread. As for who was responsible and why they would do such a thing, there were countless possible reasons, and any number of individuals or factions could be behind it. Wyatt couldn't help but imagine the shock on Park and Corey's faces when he revealed his discovery to them. Thinking of that, he glanced at his thousands of primordial spirits, all tirelessly working to learn various languages in order to decipher the original texts on methods to acquire mental-type physiques and traits. Considering he had found a simpler and permanent solution for Corey's problem, all their effort felt pointless. However, Wyatt didn't stop them. He reasoned that this knowledge might still prove useful, especially in mental-type skill card creation, particularly for origin cards. Since he was already there and his primordial spirit were immersed in the process, Wyatt didn't want to miss the chance to gather such valuable information. Even if it wasn't immediately useful, it could come in handy in the future. With this, Wyatt's primary goal for coming here was accomplished. Yet, he didn't feel ready to return to the seed world and report to Corey and Park. Corey was expecting him to help her acquire a physique or trait to not only help her manage the darkness of her tidal demon core, but also enhance her overall strength. Imagining the devastated look on Corey's face when he delivered her the bad news alongside the good made Wyatt feel an unexpected pang of guilt, as he knew how much Corey was looking forward to increasing her strength, even if it was just by a little bit. It seems I really do think of little Hellraiser as a friend, Wyatt sighed, coming to this realization. He couldn't understand how or when he had started seeing her that way, especially considering she had been nothing but a pain. She had openly opposed his relationship with Susan and even badmouthed him to Susan in his presence. Remembering that, the small bit of guilt he felt quickly dissipated. Yet, he thought carefully and decided, I should find her a mental-type physique or trait that will help her manage her origin card's ability, so she doesn't become a completely different person every time she goes through baptism. Wyatt, who had originally come here to find a solution for the darkness in Corey's tidal demon core, now decided to seek a fix for Corey's origin card as well, an origin card that made her a tragic reincarnator. He concluded that a physique or trait to help her manage her memories would be the best solution. He summoned the list of books on acquirable mental-type physiques and traits that Maymay had brought him and began reviewing them. To his surprise, there were a ton of options that met his requirements. Wyatt highlighted those selections and instructed his hive mind to prioritize them over the others. After assigning tasks to his primordial spirits, Wyatt didn't relax. Instead, he decided to emulate the combat training memories of the biblical trio in a first-person perspective, aiming to grasp and replicate the progress they had made. He planned to continue this until his primordial spirits finished compiling information on the prioritized acquirable mental-type physiques and traits. Only then would he deliver the good news to Corey. Wyatt was eager to help Corey because she needed to grow stronger if she were to become a key figure in his efforts to expand and develop in the Dark Realm. Knowing how cruel and competitive the Dark Realm market was, Wyatt understood that, among his people, only Park had the skills necessary to help him succeed there, and Park's strength depended on Corey's strength. Therefore, by helping Corey, Wyatt was ultimately helping Park, and in turn, helping himself. Time passed, and Wyatt spent 1.5 years in Sector WS-9909 searching for the ideal physique or trait to compensate for the shortcomings of Corey's origin card. His efforts were not in vain, as he finally discovered a perfect trait that, when developed properly, would not only address those shortcomings, but also enhance her origin card's potential. Beyond that, the past year and a half proved incredibly rewarding, especially in terms of combat training. The biblical trio of his primordial spirits not only completed the rigorous combat regimen designed by the field marshal to prepare Wyatt for intensive martial arts training within 6 months, but they also repeated the training 3 more times over the next 4 months. In the final 8 months, they took on the role of instructors for the other primordial spirits. Michael and Gabriel led the training, while Lucifer assisted the field marshal's intent. Over the past 18 months, Lucy struggled to reassure Wyatt that he would not experiment on the other primordial spirits, especially those still in the early stages of developing individuality. Therefore, Wyatt allowed Lucifer to participate as long as he served as an assistant to the combat training card's intent. It took 10 months for the 1,000 primordial spirits and the hive spirit to complete their reading marathon before they joined the biblical trio in combat training. Had Wyatt not insisted on studying all the methods and techniques in their original language, ensuring they absorbed the Creator's intended wisdom would have taken far less time. In the remaining 8 months, Wyatt meticulously reviewed the compiled data on acquirable mental type physiques and traits to find the perfect trait to strengthen Corey's origin card. However, he did not spend all 8 months on this task alone. He took significant breaks to repeatedly emulate the combat training memories of his 1,000-plus primordial spirits from a first-person perspective. This allowed him not only to absorb their understanding of the martial path, but also to ensure the biblical trio were fulfilling their roles effectively. The trio excelled, stimulating the individuality development of all the primordial spirits and accelerating their progress. Thanks to his unique advantage, even though Wyatt did not complete the combat training himself, he ultimately benefited the most. He offered the biblical trio the opportunity to use his cheat to further consolidate their understanding, but they declined. They preferred to remain true to the martial path until they felt they could no longer advance without it. Wyatt felt both proud and ashamed faced with their unwavering conviction and diligence on the martial path. By the end of the intense year and a half of isolation training, Wyatt's knowledge of mental type physiques, traits, and how to acquire them, along with his combat training and progress on the martial path, surpassed not only his expectations, but also those of martial demigod Lawrence intent. Wyatt realized that he should engage in more of this kind of isolation training. Why not? It had been an incredibly productive use of his time. Though he spent a year and a half in the study room, only a little over 18 hours had passed in his native time zone. In less than a day, he had achieved what would have taken over a millennium of study and training, 1,024 primordial spirits x 1.5 years. Wyatt couldn't have been more satisfied. As he prepared to leave, Wyatt decided it was time to bring closure to his friendship with Maymay and mark the beginning of a new relationship. Throughout the past year and a half, he often felt a gaze on him. Thanks to his skill, "If you see me, I see you," he immediately knew it was Maymay. Over time, her gaze softened from stern to curious, letting him know that his tactic of making her wait had worked perfectly. "Maymay, Maymay, Maymay." Wyatt called out her name 3 times, summoning the elder pixie. True to her word, she appeared before him in less than a second. She looked exactly as she had the last time he saw her, a plump figure dressed in violet, but something had changed. She no longer seemed desperate to prove her friendship or earn his trust. It seemed she had time to think things over. That was the side effect of the making her wait trick, and Wyatt had already come to terms with it. As long as she remained curious about the various meanings of a kiss beyond the one she knew, he felt his gamble was worth it. Pixies were nurturers and caretakers, while elder pixies also served as leaders and protectors. Both were impossible to corruption, but elder pixies were adventurous and liked to explore new things. Plus, Wyatt, as a primordial world calamity tree, represented the strongest version of their natural predator. "You called for me, Wyatt," Maymay said, her voice emotionless, tried to mask her true feelings. She had figured out her emotions, but hadn't fully come to terms with them. She accepted Wyatt as her friend, but after reading everything she could about kissing in the Infinity Library, she grasped Wyatt wanted to be more than just friends. Demon and devil merchants hitting on her or trying to eat her or a part of her was not new to Maymay. It was part of the job, but it never bothered or disturbed her like Wyatt did. For someone of her status and age, Every demon and devil merchant appeared like a mere ignorant child. Hence, her tolerance and patience towards them. However, in Wyatt's case, it was different. Mei saw him as equal for some reason, which was what made her actively seek his friendship in the first place. But now that she knew that stuff more than just friendship, she was troubled. These feelings were all new to her, and she felt too embarrassed to seek advice from her tribal elders or friends on the matter. Yes, I did. I wanted to say goodbye and thank you before I leave, Wyatt said with a gentle smile to Mei, who actively avoided eye contact with him. You're leaving? Mei asked in surprise, breaking her indifferent mask. She quickly composed herself, silently scolding herself for being unable to control her emotions. For some unknown reason, whenever it came to Wyatt, her usually sublime mind grew muddled, making her clumsy. Even after a year and a half since their previous meeting, she still couldn't fully grasp control over herself in his presence. Yes, I've accomplished all my goals for entering isolation training, thanks to your pills. They were incredibly helpful, thank you. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to afford the study room, let alone all the medicines you provided for me and my clones. I'm truly grateful. But now, it's time for me to return, Wyatt said, repeatedly thanking Mei, subtly extending their inevitable goodbye to give her time to act on her feelings. Don't mention it. I only did a little to help my friend, and most of it was part of your compensation, Mei replied, though her voice and eyes betrayed a sense of loss, knowing Wyatt would soon vanish from her life. The past year and a half had been emotionally turbulent, yet fulfilling for Mei. Every day, she watched Wyatt from afar, seeing him study so seriously, then pondering on what he meant by asking her to try every type of kiss in the myriad realms on him. The emotional turmoil she experienced was unlike anything she had felt in her long life. It was addictive. She never grew tired of monitoring Wyatt or replaying their first meeting in her mind. These moments with him were the most emotionally charged of her entire life. Though they barely made up a fraction of 1% of her memories, she wanted to cherish and protect them for millennia to come, making saying goodbye to him just as emotionally challenging for her. She wanted to ask him to stay but couldn't, as she still hadn't come to terms with her feelings. She thought of him as a friend, but it was clear he wanted more. Though she didn't feel the same, she grew curious about the possibility of such a relationship after reading all the books on kissing in the Infinity Library. Those books described using kisses to express various forms of love. While she understood familial and friendly love, passionate love was foreign to her, as the mating of pixies differed greatly from that of other races in the myriad realms. Biologically, it should have been impossible for her to even consider such love. Yet, when it came to Wyatt, she couldn't help but entertain the thought. She had never felt this way toward anyone before. As an elder pixie, such notions shouldn't have crossed her mind, which was why she felt too embarrassed to seek advice from her tribal elders or friends. However, embarrassment alone wasn't enough to make these thoughts and emotions go away. Part of Mei wanted to suppress and forget them, but another part was curious, wanting to explore what Wyatt had suggested. She wanted to try all the types of kissing she had recently learned about, and explore the various forms of love to see if they were just as satisfying and fulfilling as the ones she already knew. Yet, she couldn't bring herself to move forward. Mei knew what she wanted, but for obvious reasons, she couldn't come to terms with it. Seeing that Mei wasn't taking the opportunity he offered, Wyatt decided to push further. Speaking of compensation, I'm leaving, so this is your last chance to redeem my compensation to you. If you don't know how, just say the word, and I'll take the lead, Wyatt said provocatively, hoping to stir her pride. I know how, Mei retorted, her voice firm. I read all the books in the Infinity Library on the different ways of kissing in the myriad realms, just like I said I would. She had replayed their last conversation in her mind enough times to know exactly what Wyatt was doing. He was trying to provoke her, but she didn't care. There was something about him that made her forget her sublime and immortal status as an elder pixie. In his presence, she felt like, what was the word from the book? A prey, meant to satisfy his desires. Mei couldn't understand how she could feel this way toward a male from a race so obscure that many in the myriad realms didn't even know it existed. But that was precisely the point. She had never felt emotions like these before. No one in the entire myriad realms had ever made her feel this way. Yet somehow, in Wyatt's presence, she felt as vulnerable and mortal as any other being. Instead of wondering why, instead of questioning how this mortal demon merchant could evoke such emotions in her, why him of all the powerful beings in the universe, she thought. If it's him, it should be possible. He could help her explore all the forms of love mentioned in the books. With him, she could understand the emotions and expressions that had always eluded her. Even this craving, this deep desire to understand love more fully was something she could savor because of him. Without him, she would have remained ignorantly content with the limited forms of love she knew. Despite her immortal status, she would have missed out on the rich experiences mortals cherished in their brief lives. So, Wyatt said, breaking her reverie, "Do you want to claim your compensation or should I head back?" Maymay had a lot to say, but didn't know what to say. She wanted to scream, "Why is this so hard to decide?" But just then, Wyatt's manly hand wrapped around her waist and pulled her into his embrace. Before she could react or protest, his alluring lips locked with hers. Maymay had put off making a decision until it was made for her. Yet she was taken aback by Wyatt's sudden move. Instinctively, she wanted to push him away, but she was suddenly petrified, feeling his lips on hers. It wasn't because she had suddenly developed some kind of uncontrollable sexual desire for Wyatt. Her body wasn't capable of such feelings. Pixies, especially elder pixies, weren't wired that way. The reason Maymay was paralyzed in the embrace of an unknown demon grandmaster, despite being a ruler-class being, was due to an instinctive fear ingrained in her soul's very pathways, her natural defense against their race's only predator. Though Wyatt's camouflage fooled her mind, her body knew. It recognized the predator up close. But since Maymay's mind didn't, the communication between her body and mind broke down, leaving her frozen in his embrace as he pressed his lips against hers. When her mind finally caught up, the ignorant Maymay, fooled by her predator's disguise, misinterpreted her body's instinctive fear and the gratifying relief it felt for very second it wasn't being unharmed and alive. She mistook it as a new, unfamiliar emotion. The blend of primal fear and the overwhelming relief of still being alive gave birth to a rush and pleasure unlike any she had ever known. As an elder pixie, incapable of experiencing the passion shared by two consensual partners, but craving to understand it, Maymay misunderstood the pleasure and rush that arose from her body's instinctive fear of her predator and appreciation for every other second she got to live and embrace. She believed it to be the same passionate pleasure she had read about in the books. Each second she spent in Wyatt's arms, unscathed, only caused her misconception to spread to body too. But impossible for a few seconds of pleasure and rush to erase its inherent fear. Is this it? She wondered. It doesn't feel like it was described in the books. Is it because I'm too passive? Determined, Maymay actively began applying all the knowledge of kissing she had studied over the past year and a half. Wyatt, careful not to come on too strong and risk spooking her, was startled when Maymay's tongue parted his lips and forced its way into his mouth. Her lips locked perfectly with his, creating an airtight seal through which their saliva mingled. Her sudden and aggressive participation caught Wyatt off guard, but he quickly refocused on the prize. Maymay diligently followed every instruction from her books, yet the passionate rush she sought still clued her. She felt a strange pleasure from her body, but it wasn't what she expected after reading the books. Just as she began to doubt the book's descriptions as exaggeration, she tasted a sweetness in Wyatt's saliva. It was refreshing and deeply satisfying. Her entire being craved for more. Chasing that sweetness, she aggressively sucked on Wyatt's mouth as if she wanted to drain his mouth dry of every last drop of all saliva. While Maymay aggressively participated in the kiss, seeking the passionate pleasure described in the books she had read, Wyatt decided it was time to give her a free sample of his product. He discreetly diluted a tiny drop of his primordial world calamity tree's oil, the source of its irresistible fragrance, with their mingled saliva, letting Maymay do the rest. Oblivious to his trap, she innocently swallowed their mingled saliva, experiencing the singular greatest pleasure of her life. Wyatt was careful and subtle in feeding her the oil diluted with their mingled saliva, having already witnessed the elder pixie's strong instincts during their first encounter. His trick worked perfectly. Maymay mistakenly interpreted the sweetness in Wyatt's saliva, which delivered unparalleled pleasure and satisfaction, as the result of their intimate and passionate kiss, just as described in her books. Even though the primordial world calamity tree's oil was heavily diluted, it still had a profound effect. Once the oil was in her system, Mei-Mei's defenses crumbled one by one, and she became entranced. She had no idea what she had tasted, why she felt the way she did, nor did she care. She only wanted more, awaking a monstrous craving. To satisfy it, she would even devour Wyatt whole too if she felt it was the efficient way to do so. Unconsciously, while kissing Wyatt, Mei-Mei pressed herself against him. When she couldn't go any deeper in his embrace, she wrapped her legs around his waist and her arms around his neck. She clung to him, aggressively kissing him, tangling her tongue with his, and thirstily sucking their mingled saliva. Her wings fluttered in delight as she diligently applied all the kissing techniques she had studied, hoping to extract even more of the addictive sweetness from his mouth. Mei-Mei's technique was so effective that, for a brief moment, Wyatt forgot his priorities and began to enjoy himself. His hands wandered downward, past her hips, firmly grabbing her ample-ass checks. Trying to fit as much as his palms could, he dug his fingers into them. Meanwhile, Mei-Mei's fingers wove through his hair, pulling his head back. She climbed on him, her face now above his. She kissed him harder. Wyatt assisted her by lifting her plump ass higher, giving her the advantage she needed to pull off this kissing trick. In the face of Mei-Mei's vast knowledge of kissing techniques from across the myriad realms, even Wyatt's past experience paled. He became the student, following Mei-Mei's lead diligently. As the two lost themselves in the pleasure, Mei-Mei's entranced body, mind, and soul began to associate Wyatt's figure, embrace, touch, warmth, bodily fluids, and etc. with pure satisfaction and pleasure. She unconsciously confused these sensations with the primal craving her race felt for their natural predator, the world calamity tree's fragrance. Unwittingly, Wyatt was using his tree's oil to condition Mei-Mei's body, mind, and soul as planned. In this way, whenever she was in Wyatt's presence, everything about him, his figure, scent, touch, and taste would trigger the memory of the pleasure she experienced from tasting the primordial world tree's oil mixed with their mingled saliva. It would awaken her primal craving for it, ensuring that she would always yearn for Wyatt. Wyatt, who had planned to get Mei-Mei addicted by leveraging his primordial world calamity tree's inherent ability to lure prey, understood the delicate balance required to control an addict through their addiction and get them to work for him. He needed to manage the supply and demand of the product carefully. If he provided too much of it, they'd be incapacitated, passed out in some alley instead of working. If he gave too little of it, they'd grow aggressive, lose all sense of reason, and wouldn't hesitate to hurt him. In essence, Wyatt's plan with Mei-Mei was like playing with fire. One misstep, and he could easily get burned. For instance, as he was awakened from his euphoria by the hive spirit, he tried to break away from Mei-Mei's kiss, only to find that his strength was insufficient. It was as if he were trying to move a mountain. Realizing that even his strongest effort was no match for an elder pixie, Wyatt stopped adding the primordial world calamity tree's oil to their mingled saliva. The abrupt cessation of her supply, without warning, made Mei-Mei more aggressive. She kissed Wyatt harder, employing every technique she had learned, but it was futile. The sublime, divine sweetness that had given her unparalleled pleasure and satisfaction was gone. Desperate for that feeling, she continued to kiss him aggressively, hoping it would return. Mei-Mei, stop. You're hurting me, Wyatt telepathically alerted his overly enthusiastic partner, who seemed to have forgotten how fragile he was compared to her. This was one of the many risks Wyatt had anticipated before using himself as bait to manipulate her. Finally breaking the lip lock, Mei-Mei paused, realizing something was wrong. Still clinging to Wyatt, her legs wrapped around his waist, she held his face in her hands and locked eyes with him. Wyatt, what am I doing wrong? The kissing doesn't feel as good as it did before. You're not doing anything wrong. It's just, I'm not feeling it anymore, so it doesn't feel as good, Wyatt replied, pretending to be shy as he broke eye contact. What do you mean? Mei-Mei asked, clearly confused by the meaning behind his words. That. I'm not in the mood. I'm no longer feeling aroused, Wyatt said, his neck, cheeks, and ears turning red as he looked away, feigning embarrassment. You're not in the mood for what? Kissing? But you promised compensation that I could kiss you as many times as I wanted, anytime. Anywhere. You have to be in the mood, Mei demanded, insisting that Wyatt fulfill the promise he had made to her. When did I ever stop you from kissing me? Go ahead, kiss me as long as you want, I won't resist. It's just that if I'm not in the mood, it won't feel as good as it did before. And please, control your strength, or you'll end up claiming your compensation from my corpse, Wyatt explained, sharing his dilemma while warning Mei to be mindful of her strength. At the same time, he rested his head on her soft bosom, using it as a pillow. His warm breath caressed her skin as it traveled through her deep cleavage and down her dress. Mei didn't resist or protest as Wyatt used her bosom for comfort, nor did she complain about his wandering hands, one firmly gripping her left ass cheek and the other stroking her right thigh. Instead of feeling repulsed or indifferent, she felt a strange anticipation. Not only did she ignore Wyatt's actions, but she also found herself willing to encourage them if it meant she could taste that sweetness again and experience the pleasure that accompanied it. Deeply contemplating Wyatt's words, Mei found them reasonable. After all, many books on kissing emphasize the importance of emotional connection, physical pleasure, and mutual satisfaction to ensure a prolonged and fulfilling experience. Hearing Wyatt say he wasn't in the mood or aroused enough, she realized where she had gone wrong. Taking note of his words, she asked, Wyatt, tell me, what can I do to get you in the mood and arouse you? If it had been the Mei of the past, she couldn't have imagined herself uttering such words, let alone allowing a demon merchant to touch her chest, thighs, or ass. Everything she was doing, enduring, and saying was entirely unlike her. No one, not even she, would have believed it. Yet here she was, encouraging Wyatt to use her body and asking how she could arouse and gratify him. Lifting his head from her bosom, Wyatt looked at Mei's flushed face. Pretending to check if she was serious, he raised an eyebrow and asked, Say what now? I said, what can I do to help you get in the mood and feel aroused, so we can continue our passionate kissing? Mei repeated, irritation creeping into her voice. She was eager to get back to kissing. No, I heard you the first time. I just can't believe it's you saying those words. I did not know you thought of in such a way, Wyatt said, reminding Mei how out of character her actions and words seemed, given her sublime, immortal status. But after a pause, he added with a sheepish grin, besides, I wouldn't know what to tell you, I'm new to all this. Mei was taken aback by Wyatt's words. She, too, couldn't believe her own actions, despite having done them willingly. She realized she had an unfathomable craving for Wyatt and wondered if this was the passionate love the books described. She wanted to analyze everything she was feeling, doing, and saying under a microscope, but the craving she had for Wyatt made it impossible to focus. Every few seconds, her mind would wander back to him. Lost in thought, Mei unconsciously found herself pecking his lips with her own. Even though she was aware of what she was doing, she couldn't stop herself. She wondered what she hoped to achieve, knowing Wyatt wasn't aroused, which meant she wouldn't feel that profound sweetness until he was. Yet, despite her awareness, she became sidetracked once again. Mei, what are you doing? Wyatt stammered, trying to reason with her as she kept pecking his lips, sometimes even kissing his teeth. His words were shaky, not just from her interruptions, but from the intensity of her kisses. I don't know, Mei murmured, her lips brushing against his, not pausing for even a second. But I can't help it. The kiss was so good. She spoke breathlessly, each word accompanied by another soft kiss. She reminded Wyatt of someone savoring the last bite of something delicious, the way people lick their fingers or the remnants on a food wrapper, unable to stop because it tastes that good. Mei, come on, Wyatt pleaded, moving the hand that had been caressing her thigh to gently block her mouth. Let us talk. His other hand remained firmly grasping her ass, though he tried to maintain some control. He knew if he didn't take charge, they'd never get anywhere. Mei was too lost, too addicted to his bodily fluids. Okay, let's talk, Mei replied, though her lips found his hand instead, her tongue lightly tracing over his fingers. He felt her licking him, and a groan of exasperation escaped his throat. He couldn't blame anyone but himself. He knew how addictive even the scent of a regular world calamity tree was to Dre, and yet he had given Mei a tiny drop of oil from the primordial world calamity tree. Even diluted by their saliva, It had fueled hours of intense kissing, and apparently, it was still too much. I know I promised you, but this madness has to stop, Wyatt insisted, his voice strained. You promised me a free study room, right? But you didn't expect me to spend my entire life in it, did you? I have other places to be, and I'm not in the mood. No, you can't leave. Her voice was urgent, desperate. Tell me, how can I get you in the mood? How can I make you feel aroused so we can get back to kissing passionately like before? She asked, as if she had forgotten what they were talking about a moment ago. Wyatt looked deep into her eyes, trying to find some semblance of focus, but all he saw was hunger. Half her mind was lost in the pleasure and satisfaction of their kisses, while the other half used every technique she knew on his hand, turning it into a slick, saliva-covered mess. Realizing they couldn't have a meaningful conversation like this, Wyatt sighed and said, I don't know, but I know a book on that dash. Tell me its title. Maymay interrupted eagerly, her eyes finally showing a flicker of attention. I'll read it right away, so we can get back to kissing as soon as possible. It's a book from my realm, Wyatt explained hurriedly. It's not in the Infinity Library. I have to go and retrieve it. I'll be back right away. What? Maymay's brow furrowed in frustration. Why didn't you offer that book to the Infinity Library already? We could have been enjoying ourselves without interruption. She practically shoved him away. Now hurry up and get it, she demanded, desperation lacing her voice. Please, come back as soon as possible. Wyatt gave her one last kiss, soft and lingering, before pulling away. I'll be right back, he promised, knowing it was a lie. If he didn't leave now, with Maymay's power and authority, he might never get the chance again. Arriving in his physical body in the seed world, Wyatt woke up to an empty cottage. As he stood, a wave of disgust washed over him. His actions with Maymay reminded him of a depraved childhood friend, a boy who once smeared peanut butter on his genitals so his dog would lick it off, driven mad by his pin-up desires and grown tired of using traditional hand-to-gland combat to vent them. Yes, it was repulsive and daring, but very disturbingly similar to what Wyatt had done moments ago with Maymay. He shuddered, his body trembling with self-loathing. His shoulders sagged, and he let out a breathless, bitter laugh, shaking his head in disbelief at himself. But no matter how much he despised it, his mind betrayed him. It wandered back to Maymay's soft lips, her supple tongue, the intoxicating sweetness of her saliva, her plump, inviting body, and her relentless, aggressive passion. The memory of it all lingered, tempting him. His hands lifted involuntarily to his face, and he caught himself smelling them. Disgusted, he clenched his fists. He knew how wrong it was on so many levels. Yet he had done it anyway, driven by something far more calculating than lust. He needed an insider in the Infinity Library, someone who could help him handle Zoltan Librarian Jr. when the time came. Dre meant too much to him to involve her in such a plan. She lacked the authority and power necessary to be of any use in the library's political web. Maymay, however, was another story. She had done nothing wrong, but some pixie had to play the role, and who better than the first elder pixie he had gotten to understand? She had the power and authority to help him. Not to mention she was clumsy and curious around him, allowing him to easily manipulate her. This was only possible because of their rather interesting first meeting. Otherwise, just other elder pixie, with her sharp perception and instincts, she would have seen through him. Shaking his head, Wyatt set those thoughts aside. He used his hive spirit, mentally instructing it to compile all the knowledge on human male arousal from his mind and the VR universe. The data, tailored to his preferences, was quickly transformed into a book. Wyatt had it sent to Maymay's Devil Merchant Codex along with an apologetic. Note: Dear Maymay, I'm busy with some work right now, but I'll return soon. In the meantime, read this carefully and commit it to heart. We'll put it to use when we meet again. He winced at the deceit in his words, but sent it anyway. Wyatt knew better than to suggest Maymay read the entire Infinity Library's collection on arousal and intimacy. He didn't want her experimenting with bizarre techniques from around the myriad realms in hopes of getting him aroused. That would be dangerous and violating. His book was enough. It would serve his true purpose: to control Maymay, to mold her into an unwitting tool in his grand plan to outmaneuver the librarian, especially Zoltan Librarian Jr. If Zoltan thought he could turn Dalton Wyatt into a pawn, he was sorely mistaken. He'd played the wrong game, and Wyatt intended to win. Making peace with what he had done to protect his small world and the people in it, Wyatt stepped out of the cottage. He needed to clear his mind the best way he knew how, by creating new cards, physiques, and traits. His goal today was to help Corey introduce a new trait into this world, using all the knowledge he had recently acquired in the study room. The thought excited him, and he eagerly looked forward to getting started. Standing at the edge of the floating island, Wyatt scanned the horizon, searching for the island where Corey was supposed to be. When he couldn't locate it, he sighed and called on Seed's help. In an instant, Seed teleported him directly to her location. What greeted him was unexpected. Corey and the others had created a hot spring, and they were all lounging in it, sipping wine and various other beverages. Most of those with pressing work clown mask, Susan, Courtney, Bladette, and the fine gold trio had already returned to the card world. But those who remained were clearly enjoying a moment of relaxation. Wyatt, they all shouted in unison, startled yet delighted by his sudden appearance. Wyatt, you pervert. Look away. Corey's voice cut through the air, unmistakable in its bluntness. No one else would call him that so casually. She was the only one who was both so rude and so comfortable with him. Wyatt immediately snapped his eyes shut, raising his hands in mock surrender. He heard the rush of water and the shuffle of fabric as everyone used their cards and abilities to get decent within seconds. A quiet giggle escaped someone, likely Daly, who still seemed a bit unfamiliar with the human concept of dressing. Once the chaos settled, Wyatt opened his eyes and quickly learned that Courtney and Bladette had accepted their roles as clown mask's assistants. Susan had followed them, offering her expertise in finance and accounting. Corey, however, hadn't followed Susan. She remained behind, waiting for Wyatt. She didn't need to, but having realized how costly inter-realm transportation through the Devil Merchant Code was, she refrained from being willful this time. Here, Wyatt said, handing the combat training card back to Field Marshal. I won't be needing this anymore unless you plan to add advanced combat training to it. I also need you to make a few changes so it can handle 1,000+ disciples at a time. I'll send a list of the changes I need, along with ways you can improve and optimize the card. He almost smirked, tempted to get back at Field Marshal for the card's constant nagging with its annoying "Dear Disciple SHD." But he let it slide for now. Her intentions had never been harmful. Field Marshal nodded, swiftly equipping the card in her diamond grimoire. As her intent updated her with Wyatt's progress, her eyes widened in disbelief. It was mind-numbing but not surprising. Wyatt had once again found a way to cheat the subverting the reality as she knew it. She didn't mind, though. She never expected him to reach the pinnacle of the martial path. She only wanted him to understand it well enough to fight efficiently and throw a proper punch enough, so she wouldn't be embarrassed to introduce him as her lord and disciple to the world. Her expression softened, but she maintained a stern tone. Wyatt might be her lord, but he still had a duty to uphold the pride and reputation of his subordinates. He might cheat, but he'd better not tarnish their honor. Her intense information about Wyatt's clone, Michael, achieving enlightenment on the martial path and showing the potential to become a martial sage shocked her. Field Marshal kept her composure. Like her intent, she had too many questions swirling in her mind. How could a clone display such extraordinary talent and potential in martial path when the original did not? The thought was bizarre, almost too much to believe. However, she didn't bother to ask Wyatt about it. Some secrets, she felt, were best left untouched. She knew that Wyatt's clone card was unique, one of a kind, and she understood the danger that knowledge could bring. Anyone would covet such a miraculous card. Even she did. The less she knew, the better. If the world discovered the existence of such a powerful clone card, it would only add another reason for enemies to target Wyatt. Wyatt, though you cheated, I'm happy you managed to complete the basic combat training, she said, a satisfied smile softening her stern features. Now we can start advanced combat and basic martial arts training. Please send me a detailed report on the changes you want me to make to this card. I'll work on it and get back to you. Her gaze sharpened with curiosity, and she asked, what facility was that you trained in? I could use it when I have free time. Now that Wyatt was in the Lil Storm realm, far from immediate danger, the field marshal didn't need to monitor or follow him constantly. She had plenty of free time she could use to sharpen her own skills. With access to the same facility Wyatt used, Perhaps she could achieve her dream of becoming the world's strongest on her own, even sooner than Wyatt had promised. It's the study room of the Infinity Library branch in Sector WS 9909, Wyatt answered, his voice casual, but his eyes thoughtful. It's costly, but I know an elder pixie there named Maymay. You'll need to be a little shameless, just mention my name, and she'll set you up with a study room and all the supplements you'll need for prolonged training. However, he added with a caution, if she asks about me, tell her I'm busy with something. Field Marshal nodded, acknowledging Wyatt's instruction, though she did not know why he was a little weird about Maymay enough to ask her to lie to her. She did not pry on it. She was more interested about the study room. She couldn't wait to try it. Go nuts, Wyatt said as the field marshal prepared to head toward the study room. Just then, he handed her a storage card, adding with a casual grin, here's some money. Use it to try the mentor program at the training gyms in Sector WS 9909. I think you'll like it. Mentor program? The field marshal asked curiously, taking the storage card from Wyatt. She took it believing that if Wyatt thought she needed it, then she will need it. After all, Devil Merchant Code was expensive even for someone with her wealth. Ask Maymay. She'll fill you in. Have a blast. Wyatt waved dismissively, clearly uninterested in explaining further. He had his own reasons for suggesting it. Many talented individuals from across the myriad realms were being recruited by the Devil Merchant Code as demon and devil merchants, and Wyatt simply wanted the field marshal to scout a few for him. They would prove useful when he made his debut in the myriad realms. The field marshal nodded, tucking the storage card away in her grimoire before heading back to her cottage. Once she was out of sight, Wyatt turned to face Corey, who had been eagerly waiting her turn. She had remained polite, not daring to interrupt, but Wyatt could see the anticipation in her eyes. He squinted at her, suspicion flickering in his gaze. Wyatt, how did your research go? Which physique or trait did you decide on for me? Corey asked eagerly, unable to hold back any longer. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. None, Wyatt replied with a subtle grin, watching as Corey's eager expression morphed into confusion, then disappointment, and finally back to anticipation as Park stepped in. Is your research into all the listed mental type acquirable physiques and traits not done yet? Park asked, her tone calm but curious. No, it's done. Wyatt trailed off, clearly enjoying the myriad emotions flashing across Corey's face. Park rolled her eyes, exasperated. Do you have to be so childish? She scolded, though her tone was more playful than harsh. She considered calling him sadistic, but opted for a gentler rebuke instead. Corey's gaze darted between Park and Wyatt, frustration growing. Finally, losing patience, she yelled. Can either of you just tell me if I'm getting a new physique or trait or not? Well, there's good news and bad news, Wyatt said, his tone turning more serious. Brace yourselves. Park frowned, sensing the gravity of his words. I found a batch of medicinal pills on the Interrealm network that will help you acclimate to the darkness of your tidal demon core. These will prevent it from dragging you into madness. Instead, you'll be able to wield that darkness as a strength, Wyatt explained. His voice was steady, and his eyes sharpened with intensity. Unfortunately, this also means you don't need a mental type physique or trait to resist or reject the darkness. Doing so could be counterproductive and cause your body to reject your tidal demon core. He paused, watching their reactions before continuing. I've shared my findings on artificial demon core with your grimoire. Go through them to better understand your tidal demon core. Don't share this information with anyone without my permission. Also, here's some money to buy the prescribed medicinal pills from the Interrealm network. Wyatt didn't delve further into the specifics, confident the shared findings on the artificial demon core would benefit them in the long run. He didn't expect Corey to do anything with it, but he believed Park would figure out to use it. He handed Corey a storage card containing enough money to fix them up with the medicinal pills Corey will need. With Susan returning to her card world to assist Clown Mask with finances and accounting, Wyatt was left to manage the finances himself. If he had been there when she prepared to leave, he would have stopped her, insisting that Clown Mask could handle those matters alone. After all, as the daughter gem, she had Hive Spirit helping her. Giving the reincarnator duo a few minutes to skim through his research on artificial demon cores and digest it, Wyatt turned his attention to Dre, who was periodically circling him while sniffing intently. Her little nose twitched as she focused on whatever she was detecting, so engrossed that she failed to notice him watching. Shaking his head, Wyatt asked with a smirk, "What's wrong, Dre?" "You smell like a pixie," Dre answered without hesitation, continuing to sniff him. Wyatt raised an eyebrow, amused. "Ah, thanks for the compliment." He grinned playfully. To him, pixies smelled wonderful, some like fresh forest breezes, others like flowers or ripe fruit. Overall, they always smelled delightful. "No, that's not a compliment." Dredra's frown deepened, her tiny brows knitting together. "You used to have this great, intoxicating fragrance, but now you smell like a pixie from a different tribe. I'm trying to figure out exactly where the smell is coming from and which tribe it belongs to, but I can't put my finger on it." She sniffed him again, frustration evident in her sharp inhale. Wyatt's grin faltered as he instantly understood what she was referring to. He was reminded of his intense kissing session with Mei in the study room. Trying to hide from Mei's elder pixie precision, he had completely suppressed his primordial world calamity tree side using the myriad devil transformation. As such, Mei's bodily fluids that had tainted his spiritual body had him smelling like her unique fragrance. Technically, no one should have been able to detect it on the physical plane, but Wyatt and Dre were different. Like celestials, they had a dual presence, aware of both the physical and spiritual planes simultaneously. With his primordial world tree fragrance suppressed, Wyatt was left with only Mei's scent lingering. Dre noticed and clearly didn't like it as much as his original body odor. "What about now?" Wyatt asked, no longer suppressing his world calamity tree side and erasing Mei's smell of him. Dredra's nose twitched in satisfaction, her eyes narrowing as if she leaped in his hair and nested in it, muttering, "There's the smell I love." Now that Seed no longer needed her, especially with Daly taking her under her wing, Dre was back to reclaim her favorite spot. Just his scent alone was intoxicating to Dre. He should have known better than to use even a tiny drop of his oil on Mei. However, he couldn't afford to take any chances, especially considering she was an elder pixie. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.